Hey, and welcome back. So you may have saw at WW22, Apple, gave us some new ways to handle navigation in SwiftUI. And, because they're always looking out for us and care about how SwiftUI is the future of building iOS applications, navigation is something that is always tricky to handle. And it gets even trickier when dealing with deep links from either a link or push notifications or maybe even multi-platform support. And you know how I like to look after you because we're all pretty much, like family now. I feel like we're all boys and girls, in this together. Family, family, family. But in this video, we're going to be looking specifically at building this that you can see on the screen here. And this is just starting at the base to understand how NavigationStack works at its core and things you should look out for when working with it. And this video here is the first of a bunch of videos I'm going to be releasing in a course all about the new iOS 16 APIs available in SwiftUI for navigation. So by the end of this video, you should understand how to update your existing apps to use the new NavigationStack APIs alongside with Navigation Link as well. And if you want to follow along, I actually do have the starter files in the description box you can get from my GitHub page too. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel and hit the bell for updates so you don't miss any videos within this course. And also as well, let's get straight into it. So, the problem, I'm learning French, man. Shout out to Duolingo. I'm going places. One day, I'll do an entire video in French, but that's not the day today. But back on course. So, why do people have beef with NavigationView anyways? Well, mainly because it's really limited when it comes to handling complex navigation. And what do I mean by this? Well, let's say you need to push to just a single screen. You have a simple app. There's no issues with that. It's fine. But what about if I wanted to go 2 screens deep and then have the ability to go to a specific screen within the stack? That's where things get a bit tricky. And also as well, I've worked with NavigationView and it's a bit flaky to say the least. So in the next chapter, we're actually going to look at migrating an existing project, like I said before, which is you can get on GitHub, and see how it makes our lives easier. So let's do that now. All right, sweet. So like I said before, I just want to kind of go over the project briefly to just show you what I've got here in the starter files. So nothing too crazy. This is just like a simple store. I feel like if you know me by now, yeah, you know I like food. So this is food basically within this app. So it's just a store where you can just order items. So you can see we can just click into an item and go to view the detail and whatnot. Nothing too crazy. We just have a list and a navigation view and we just push to the detail view. And within the list, we have, some components for laying this out. So you can check this out if you want to. There's not really too much going on here. But what we are going to do is actually start to refactor this now to use the new APIs available to us in iOS 16. So as you can see here, we actually currently have a navigation view. And what we want to do is actually refactor this to use a navigation stack instead. And if we actually go into the navigation view, API documentation here, you'll see here that there's actually a message from Apple telling us that we should actually, migrate from using this and start to use NavigationStack or NavigationSplitView instead, which we'll get onto within these videos. And if you want to learn more about NavigationView and also as well this navigation link, I do have videos on this on my channel that you can check out. So if we just look at this here on the iPhone and we just replace this from a navigation view to a navigation stat view, you'll see that when we update it, nothing has actually changed at all. It looks the exact same and it works the exact same as well. So nothing here is too different. And if we was to just go onto an iPad, for example, this time, so I'm just going to choose a random iPad from the drop down, you'll see that on iPad as well, nothing looks too different. So looking at this, what has actually changed at all? Well, the thing that's actually changed here is our navigation link within our code. So let's just go back to our iPhone in the preview. And what I want to do now is I just want to go to the Apple documentation to actually show you what has changed with navigation link. So let's do that now. And what's actually changed here is that we actually have some new overloads that essentially allow us to pass in a title, so a string, or even give it its own custom view and bind it to some kind of value. So this might not seem like a lot to you right now, but you'll see how this comes into play when we actually talk about navigation destination. So let's see how we can actually use these new initializers. Rather than us having this navigation link here that we have, what we're going to do is actually update this to the new, APIs available to us. So if we just remove this, what I'm going to do is just create a bit more space. And if I just type out navigation link and then value, you'll see these two initializers that are new. Now, the one I want to use for this example, first of all, is the one where you have a title key and a value. So we're just going to select this one. And for the title key, what we're going to do is set the food title. And then for the value here, we're just going to pass it in the food dot name. Now, it did say before there that it needs some kind of hashable value, and I'll get onto that in a second in terms of explaining what that actually means. But for now, you can see here that we have a menu with just our title and our food name. And when I actually try and tap on an item within this list, nothing happens. So what's actually going on here? Well, essentially what we're saying here within this code for this navigation link is I want you to display the title, you know, within a navigation link. But whenever someone taps on this value, I want you to send that somewhere to navigate to. The problem is that somewhere to navigate to, we've not actually implemented that code here at all. And what we need to do now when we're working with NavigationStack and we want to like navigate somewhere using this new API is we need to actually use the navigation destination for to tell it where to go to. So on our list here below our navigation title, we're just going to type dot navigation, not math, navigation destination for here. And there's two options here. We have a Boolean option where you can control it using a Boolean, but what we want is this one here, where we essentially say the hashable type that we want it to listen to, and the destination is the view that we want it to push to. So let's do this here. Now, when you're working with this navigation destination for, the type here that you define, the hashable type, needs to match the type that you define in the value. So if I just go into the model for food, the name property here is actually a string. So we need the navigation destination for here to also be a string as well. So we're going to say string dot self. And then the destination for is here is going to be the value that we pass through, which is going to be our food name. So we're just going to say here, food name, for example. And then within here, we can now specify the view that we want to push to. Now, I'm just simply going to push to a text view. So some text on the screen that displays the food name that we're passing through the value here. So let's do that now. So now if we try and tap on one of our items, you'll see that actually pushes through to the screen and displays the food name that we define within our model. And just to show you what that looks like, on the SwiftUI preview, we can actually pin this so we can still keep the canvas here. So I'm just going to pin this. And if we go to our model food where I defined all the dummy data, you'll see that the title for, well, the name for burrito is this emoji here. So when we tap on it, we're seeing this emoji. Cool. So that's how the navigation destination works with navigation link now. So what I want to do now is actually change this from name to price. And if we look at our model, price is actually not a string, it's actually a decimal. So now the type is completely different. So if I actually go back here, and if I now try and tap on this view, you'll see that it's not working anymore again. And that's because the type here decimal doesn't match the type here string. So in order to fix this, what we'd have to do again is change this from string to decimal. And now we could change this to food price. And then what we can do in here is now just pass in the food price and then use the formatter to just format this as the currency. So the code here I'm just going to use is GBP. But I can't say that, GBP. So in Great British Pounds. So now if we tap on this, you'll now see that we're able to see our food price. So I hope the main takeaway you're seeing from this when you want to, you know, just navigate to screens very simply with like not a lot of code is that the types have to match when you're passing them through with the value. So you saw before in the previous example that it wasn't just like a simple list here. You know, we had a lot more going on with like emojis and all that kind of stuff. Right now, this is quite bare bones and simple. So how would we do this if we wanted to work with like, you know, go into a screen with our own custom data and not the built-in Swift data types like string, int, boolean? What about if I want to pass through our food struct that we've defined here so I can access this within navigation destination 4? So that's what we're going to look into now. So right now we have a navigation link where we just pass in the title to display on the screen. What about if instead of that, I want to use my own custom view? Well, if we just remove this and we just type out navigation link value, you'll see that although we do have a version where you can pass in a string for the title, there's also another version in here where we can actually pass in a label, and the label allows us to define our own custom view as well. Now for this value, what we want to do in here is we don't want to pass in just like a string or, you know, the price as a decimal. We want to pass in here the actual entire food object. So let's do that here now. And for our label, we want to use our food item view that we had there before. So let's do that. So food item view, and then pass in our food like so. So if we build this, we should get a build error, and this makes complete sense. And if we actually look at what the build error is telling us, it's saying that it needs to have it where food conforms to hashable. Because right now, if we look at our food model, it's just identifiable. It doesn't conform to the hashable protocol. Now, you may be wondering and looking at me thinking, bro, what does hashable even mean? Well, the simplest way to think about hashable is it's basically like a tag, right? So each item has its own unique identifier. So by using this hashable protocol, every single object will have its own unique tag to help SwiftUI identify, you know, each object uniquely. So that's the best way to think about it. It's just a way for you to enforce uniqueness between objects in a nutshell. So in order to fix this build error, all we need to do is just simply make our struct conform to the hashable protocol like so. That's it. And now you'll see that our build error goes away. So if you have your own models and you want to use this navigation link or navigation destination 4, you need to make sure that they conform to the hashable protocol. Now, similar again, if I actually just like reload the SwiftUI preview, you'll now see that this looks more like what we had before. But if I actually tap on this, nothing is happening, and I'm guessing you can guess why. And the reason why is because obviously before, like I said, you know, this is using the decimal type that it's listing for, but now we're passing through the food type, which isn't the same. So we need to update this to use food. So we're going to change this to be food like so, to be item. Now we're still going to get a build error here because now we're trying to pass in a, you know, item, and also this doesn't exist. So before we had it where I displayed information about that food item. So at this point, all we need to do is update this to use our food detail view and then pass in our item within our food like so. So if we update, and if we try this out in our preview now, you'll now see we're able to actually push through to our food detail view and pass through our food from our navigation link, and it goes to our destination view. And you can see with just a few minor tweaks, we now have it where we have the new APIs working, which look great. So we have it now where we can push through to those screens, but it's not uncommon when you're building your applications that you only push to one type of screen, you know. Now in this case, we're only pushing to one type of screen, which is a food detail view. But what if we want to push to a different type of view? Well, let's see how we can do that. So what I want to do now is I don't want to just be able to push to food. I want to be able to also push to like a drink. What we're going to do now is that within our food, you know, Swift file, we're also going to add in a new struct where you can pass in, you know, drinks and handle that as well. So I'm just going to create a model for drinks now, and then we'll break it down. So you can see here that we actually have some drinks. Well, not some drinks, but a drink model. And this model is not too dissimilar from our food model. The only difference here is that we have this new property here called Is Fizzy, so we can handle fizzy drinks. Now, the next thing I need to do is actually create a model with some dummy data, which is just going to be an array of these drinks. So you can see here that we've got soda here, we've got bubble tea, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a bubble tea person, but I thought the emoji looked cool, man. I don't like them bubble things that are in it. They just they feel a bit weird when I'm eating them, man. Anyway, we've also got juice as well. Shout outs, apple juice, the best juice. Debate me in the comments if you want it. But we've got our drinks here. So what we want to do now is we want to actually be able to actually push to a screen that, you know, displays some information about these drinks. So what we're going to do now is actually create a section that displays our food and another section that displays our drinks. And if you want to learn more about sections, you guessed it, I've got a video on my channel you can check out. Let's go back into our content view. And where we have our list of foods, let's create another section where we actually have a list of drinks. Okay, cool. So what we have here is a section, you know, with the title foods, and we're just looping through the foods array and doing what we did before. And we're doing a similar thing here for drinks this time, and we're just looping through all the drinks, and then we're just going to, again, use this, you know, view for displaying information on the UI, but we've hit a problem. And the problem that we've got here is that we're trying to pass in a drink, but we set it in the food item view, if I just quickly click into it, that this accepts a food. Now, obviously, this type is not the same as drink. And to be honest with you, I don't want to have to create another view for drinks and also another view for anything else. I just want to reuse this list item view. So we need to find a way to basically make this more reusable and scalable within our app. And this would be a perfect excuse for us to use a protocol. So let's go into our model again, and then at the top of our file, I'm just going to create a protocol and then we'll break it down. So if you look at our protocol here, essentially what it just defines is the same properties that already exist, you know, within our food model and also our drink model as well. So the name, title, description, and price. And for that list view, because we're not displaying whether the drink is a fizzy drink or not, all we're displaying is the name, title, description, all that kind of stuff. We just need these properties. That's all we really care about for that view. So what we want to do now is we need to make our models conform to this protocol, so we can basically say that this food is a menu item and our drink is a menu item. And you'll see that when we refactor our view later on, it makes it more scalable. So let's just make this conform to the menu item protocol. And if we scroll down, we go to our drink and make it conform to the menu item protocol as well. Now, this isn't going to fix our issue completely, because what we need to do is back in our food item view, rather than this being a type food, we actually want this to be a type menu item. So this is going to accept anything that conforms to that protocol. And because we define those properties, we can now access those properties on that protocol. So let's just say here, menu item now, and let's just build this. And you'll now see that it builds fine. What I actually do want to change, so is I actually don't want this whole view to just be for food, because it isn't just for food anymore. This is literally a view now that's going to display a menu item. So what we should do is actually refactor this. So let's refactor the name of this first. So if you just click on this, right click, refactor, and then rename. We want to change the name of this file to be menu item view, like so. And then we also want to change this property now to also be item, because it's not exclusive to just food anymore. So we're going to say item. So now we have a reusable view that can accept any kind of menu item and simply display the price, name, and title. So this is pretty reusable, and we don't have to like keep repeating ourselves. So this is pretty good. And now if you look at our preview, we can now see our drinks and our food. So we just go back to our content view and everything is working as expected. There's no build errors. So if I actually click on the foods, you'll see that it's all good. But if I click on drinks, nothing is happening. So what's going on? Well, essentially, like we said before, this is only listening to the food type. It's not listening to drinks at all. So when you're working with navigation destination 4, you're actually able to have multiple ones which are attached to a view. So after this, what we want to do is add another one in to help us listen for the drink type. So let's say navigation destination 4, and then we're just going to say drink.self. And then for now, we're just going to push to a screen where we display a text like we did before for that drink, and then we'll build a proper view in a second. Okay, cool. So you can see here, we're just having the item, name, and we're just going to set a font on it. So if we go back into our preview and just refresh this, now if we tap on our drinks, you'll see that actually pushes to a screen that shows our drink information. And if we go back and we tap on a food, it pushes to our food detail view that displays information about our food. So this is all working really good. But what I want to do now is I actually want to create a independent view just for drinks to display that Is Fizzy property. Now I can't refactor this food detail view to do what we did with this menu item view. And the reason why is because the drinks view has some properties that are exclusive to just that data model, such as the Is Fizzy property. So what we're going to do instead is actually create our own detail view just for the drink. So in this case, it's okay for us to actually create a separate view and duplicate a few things. So let's do that now. And we're going to create a new SwiftUI view called drink detail view. And I'm just going to do a bit of typing and we'll break it down. Similar to what we had before, we just have a list here with a section with the information about the drinks, but the only thing that's different this time is that we're using a label content view, which is also new in iOS 16, to display whether the drink is fizzy or not with like a tick or an X mark. Now on our preview, we have a build error here, which is expected because it's expecting a drink. So let's just fix this by passing in a dummy drink from our drinks array. So we're just going to say drinks and then subscript to get the first one. So now we should see our drink within our preview when this loads. So if you just click here on drink detail view, you should now see information about the drink, which is what we expect. So our view is now ready to use, and all we need to do is just use this drink detail view back in our content view to actually say push to this screen instead of that text that we defined. So let's go back to our content view. And let's just delete this. And instead, we're going to use our drink detail view instead. And then for our drink, we're just going to pass in our item. Cool. So it compiles. So if we tap on our food, we see our food. There's no Is Fizzy stuff here because it's not in that view. But if we go to our drinks, you can now see that we've got our Is Fizzy label and we're able to pass through that drink in here. So this is working fine. And we're able to navigate to two different types. So no meal will be complete without a nice dessert. So what we're going to do now is actually add in another model called dessert and make it hashable and conform to that protocol. So I'm just going to type this out quickly and then briefly go over it. So let's just do that. Okay, cool. So we've added in our models here and you can see that we've got a dessert and it's similar to our other items, except this time we have a independent property here that's exclusive to this model called Xcode rather than Is Fizzy. And also below that, we've just got an array of desserts here. So two elite desserts, we got ice cream and donuts. If you want to add in your own dessert, let me know what desserts you add in the comments below, yeah, because I want to know, what type of desserts are we working with in this video. So we're just going to update our list now with these desserts. So go back to our content view again, and essentially we're just going to copy this section, except this time just do the same thing for desserts. So now in our preview, we have another section exclusive for desserts. This time again, if you tap on it, so this time again, nothing's gonna happen and we don't need to create an exclusive view for desserts. So I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back, for my nice reusability. What we do need to do is we need to add in another navigation destination specifically for the dessert. So let's do that now. And then we'll just update this to be dessert. And we're going to create a view here called dessert detail view. So let's create that now. So as you can see here, it's pretty similar to our drinks detail view, except this time we have a code bit for whether it's code or not. And in our previews, we just need to pass in a dummy dessert. So we're just going to say here, desserts, and just access the first one in the array. And then looking at this in our previews here, you can see it's just got its own bit here for code in a nutshell. So let's go back to my content view and use that view here. So we're just going to say dessert, detail view, and then pass in that item like so. So now when you tap on the dessert in the list, it now goes through to the dessert detail view. Pretty sweet. So we have this all here, and this is all good and all, and we can go to any kind of item. But what about if I had it where I want to actually go to a random food item within the menu? Right now, we don't really have that functionality. So what I want to do is actually add a button here that's going to, when you tap on it, surprise me with one of the items in the menu. So let's do that now. So in order to do that, the first thing we're going to need to do is add a toolbar onto our UI. So below this navigation destination, we're just going to add in a toolbar and then break it down. So all we've done here is just use the toolbar modifier, and within the toolbar item, I've said that the placement should be a primary action, so the main action within the toolbar. And we just got a button where right now it's not doing anything, but it's just saying surprise me, so surprise me with an item. So right now we've not really done it where we've actually tried to write some code within this button action to programmatically go to an item. But when you're working with NavigationStack, you can actually programmatically push to screens as well. So we can actually bind our navigation stack here to some kind of value, and depending on that value, it will actually trigger our navigation destination and push to that type. So let's see how we can do that now. What we're going to do here is actually define a state property here that actually listens to an array of food. Now, when you're working with NavigationStack and you want to push to a screen programmatically, it's worth noting that the type has to be an array of something that conforms to hashable. And the reason why it needs to be an array is because when you're pushing to screens, it's actually possible to push down through the stack and go like down to 3, 4, 5 different screens. Now in this video, we're only going to be going down one screen, but in the next video, we'll be going down like 2 screens deep and so on and so forth. So we just have an array of food here that we're going to basically push to. And what we can do now is on the navigation stack, if we actually just go to the documentation for navigation stack, you'll see that it actually has a binding where it actually listens to some kind of data or a navigation path that it should, react and push to. So in our case, this is going to be our state property of food. So let's go back into our project. And what we want to say here is we want the path that it should listen to be our array of food, which is declared as a property path here. Now, all we need to do is if we just go down within our button, we just need to write some code to get like a random food item and to try and push to that basically screen. So let's do that now. So all I'm saying here is that within the foods array, just get me a random element and add it into the path array. So this is going to trigger a navigation destination for the food type. So let's test this out now. So if we tap on surprise me, you'll see that it's pushing to random food items. You see here burger. But what happens now if I change this from foods to drink? So when I change this to drinks, it isn't going to work. And the reason why is because our type drink is not an array of food. So the problem that we have here when you use a specific type like this is that you can only push or handle the navigation destination for that specific type. So if you have different types of data, how would you handle it where you need to trigger like any one of these navigation destinations for? And that's where a new type comes in called NavigationPath. Essentially, this navigation path allows us to append any kind of data that conforms to the hashable protocol. And as long as it conforms to the hashable protocol, any of your navigation destinations that are also hashable will get triggered as well. So it allows to push to any kind of data that conforms to hashable. So you want to use this technique when you have one specific type and you only want to push to that type. If you're having to work with different types within your app, I think the word is heterogeneous. That took a lot out of me. But if you have to basically, push to that type, then you want to use what we're about to do now. So what we're going to do is just update this to be a navigation path. And you'll see that when you declare this as a navigation path, the syntax is a bit different. So under the hood, this is some kind of collection, but when you initialize it, it's just an object that holds the collection of hashable objects. So now if we just scroll down, you'll see that we actually don't have that error anymore. And if I actually now refresh this preview and tap on surprise me, you'll see that this also works for our drinks. And if I was to update this to desserts, you'll see that it also works for our desserts as well. So now we're able to pass in any kind of hashable object and our navigation destination will figure out what that type is that we've registered for and navigate to that view, which is pretty sweet. Now, right now, I'm having to change this property from, dessert, drinks, and food. I don't really want to do that. I just want to have it where I have all the possible data models and just push to that screen. So all three of them in one go here. So what we're going to do now is actually change this to actually handle an array of hashable objects, and then it will just select a random item from that hashable array and just push to it. So let's do that now. So what I've just done here is we've just got an array of, like I said before, any kind of hashable object, and this any means that it could be any type as long as it conforms to hashable essentially. And we're just creating a foods collection. We're just adding in the foods, drinks, and desserts. So this is a way for you to basically combine different collections of arrays into one flat array if you didn't know how to do this. And this is just going to select a random item from this flat list of these hashable objects and then append it into the navigation path that we defined before. So what should happen is we're now able to basically trigger any one of these three. So let's try this out now. So if you tap on surprise me, you can see falafel. Again, we can now see ice cream and pizza. And if you keep on tapping it, you'll see that you'll get like a drink, as you can see now. So we can go to any one of these. So that's pretty sweet. So if you just need to basically push to any kind of screen and you don't really care about accessing the type, you just want to have different types of data, then use NavigationPath. But if you actually do need to be able to manipulate the stack and you need to know the type, then you gotta hard code it to a specific type. And in future videos within this course, I'm going to show you how to use Enums so you can actually handle that and manipulate the stack as well. Now, before we actually wrap up this video, what I just want to do is to show you what this looks like on an iPad. So if we change this from an iPhone to one of the iPads, you'll see that this actually looks the exact same as our iPhone, except basically just blown up. And you might be wondering, why have you not got like the sidebar and all that kind of stuff? Well, the reason being is that when you work with NavigationStack, you basically just get a stack, which is what the name implies. To get the sidebar and all that other stuff, you need to use a NavigationSplitView, which is something we'll look into when we're looking at adding multi-platform support into our, applications. So you can see here, it works the exact same. It's just that it's like a blown up version of our iPhone. And even if I change the orientation, you'll see it just, works the same. Cool. So to make sure that you don't miss that, be sure to subscribe to the channel and also, hit the notification bell so you get updates whenever, I release that video. Hey, and welcome back to another video. So this is actually a continuation within my Navigation in SwiftUI course. And in this video, we're actually going to go a bit further with our navigation. Now we're actually going to go balls to the wall this time and actually control it programmatically. Now in most of your apps, you may have a linear path, but as your app scales, you get more and more screens and there's more and more routes that you have to deal with, and navigation can be difficult. So we'll be building on top of our last example from the previous vid that you can actually check out here on the screen. And with this demo on the screen, you can now see that we can actually do multiple levels. I told y'all we're going balls to the wall, man. We can go multiple levels deep and actually pop back to previous screens as well. And because, like I always say, man, we're ride or dies. We're even going to discuss how we can improve our code by writing unit tests, as well as discuss any limitations that you may find as well. Now, all the source code and starter code is going to be on my GitHub. So if you want to follow along, you can do that. So let's get straight into this video. So we're just going to do like a little bit of a project overview, just like breakdown, and this starter file is available on my GitHub if you want to follow along as well. And if you, I'll be honest, right? If you don't really care about this, if you don't care about this project breakdown, you can just skip to the next chapter. But in a nutshell, you can see here that the app's grown and we've actually got quite a few new features in this. So now in our menu, you can actually add items into the cart. So we actually do have a cart here where it updates, and we're going to handle presenting this cart later on. And you can see as well that we have a toolbar item with that item, and we're just reusing a lot of the code that we had here from before, where we're using a navigation path that allows us to navigate to different types of hashable objects using the different types of navigation destination for that we discussed in the last video. So check out the code in this starter project just to familiarize yourself with it and see some of the updates that I've made here. Right now we have it where we actually have 3 navigation destinations, each one for each type of hashable object that we have within our project. So rather than having to register this for every single type of menu item, because if it grew down, we had another, maybe we had side orders or appetizers, whatever it may be. I don't want to have to add another navigation destination for every single time. What would be better is we had just one navigation destination that we push to, and we just handled all of the screens that we want to go to within that closure block there. Now, in order to help us achieve this, we're going to need to update and change our, what we're listening to with our navigation path here to a concrete type here. And when you have to work with like pushing to different screens, in my opinion, navigation path is all right, but it doesn't really allow you to, manipulate the navigation stack quite, nicely, because as of this, video now, this is actually quite closed off. So I can't access all the items in the array and all that kind of stuff. So what we can do instead is just have an enum with different cases, and then we can manipulate that enum from there. So we're going to create a new enum called root. And the root is essentially just going to be the screen that we push to. So when we talk about roots, that's what I'm talking about, the screen that you're going to route to. So let's create a new Swift file called root. And when I say root, it's my accent, but I mean as in like, I think people will say routes, but root anyway. So, but you can see here, we've got a root, right? So we're actually going to type this one out together. So we're going to define an enum. And then this case here is going to be menu item. Now, with this case as well, I actually want this to actually pass through any kind of menu item. So we're just going to create a associated value here called item. And then the type here is going to be any menu item. So essentially any model that conforms to this protocol, we're going to be able to push to the screen and then handle it from there. Now, because we want to use our enum to listen within our navigation stack, we need to make this conform to the hashable protocol. So let's make this hashable. And when we do that, we're actually going to get some build errors because we need to implement some default protocols. So I'm just going to type this out and then we'll break down what this actually means. So the first thing that we have here is this function, which is a hasher into. So this is actually part of the hashable protocol. And essentially, this is what you use to define uniqueness between each case. So we're just saying here, just use the hash value to uniquely identify each case here, which is what we're doing here. And then we also have this bit of code here, which is part of the equatable protocol as well, where we want to be able to actually do some comparison to actually compare if two cases are actually the same. So this is why we're doing the comparison. If we have to compare two cases, we're comparing the IDs to see if they're the same. And if they are the same, this will return either true or false. So when you're doing this kind of like approach here, where you're building your own kind of like, roots and using your own types like protocols with these, hashable conformance, you do have to do a lot of this manual setup yourself. So that's why I'm explaining this to you, so you're aware of what this means if you ever like have to come across it. So the next thing I want to do is actually extract out the code that we have, because right now when we go to our menu view, the code for the navigation is a state property that's within this view. And I want to add in like my own functions where I can push, pop, reset, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to create our own class now called a NavigationRouter, which basically allows us to, push to different screens. So let's create a new Swift file called NavigationRouter. So you can see at its core here, it's just basically got what we have in our, menu view, and it's an observable object because we want to be able to observe changes that happen within this class, as well as having a publish property for us to listen to the routes as they change. And right now it's just using a navigation path, but this will change as we get on with this tutorial. So we want to create an instance of this within our menu view. So let's go back into our menu view. So in here, we're going to now remove our, state property here and replace this with a state object. And then we're just going to create an instance of that navigation router file that we had before. So we're just going to say RouteManager is equal to NavigationRouter, like so. Cool. Now, when you build this, you should get a bunch of errors, which is, what I expect, because we've now got rid of this path. So we just need to literally just replace this with our router and its publish property. So we're just going to say $RouterManager dot routes, like so. And now everything should build successfully. So I said before that the goal of this was to basically reduce our navigation destinations to just one type that we can listen to, and then we can just manage the different types of views within that one single closure. So right now, our navigation links, the value for each one of them is just hard coded to either a food or a drink or a dessert, and they're all three different types. So in our navigation link value, we want to replace this with the enum that we created before, so we can actually use that menu item case to pass through any kind of menu item and then listen to the root enum within our navigation destination. So the first one we're going to replace here is rather than this being our food, this is going to be our root enum dot menu item, and then the type we're going to pass in here is going to be our food, like so. And if we build this, you'll see that this compiles because we made our root enum conform to the hashable protocol. So we just need to copy this for each type now. So for our drinks, we'll just say root dot menu item, and then we'll just pass in our drink, and then do the same for our dessert. And this is why I love enums, man. They're so, putting the Jack Hamner beautiful meme here. They're so beautiful, man. They're so nice to work with. So if we go down to our navigation destination, this is where it gets really nice. What we can now do is, rather than us having these three, we can just remove them. And we can just replace this with our enum root. And our item now isn't an item anymore. This is actually the enum case that we've defined up here. So right now we only have menu item, so there's only one case with our enum, but we're going to change this from item to root. And then we're now going to just take this out temporarily, and we're going to just use a switch statement on our root, like so, and just say case dot menu item let item, like so, and we'll just use a break for now. Cool. So this isn't going to compile, but what we do have is within this item here, we actually do now have the, object that we're passing in here. So we have a dessert, drink, or food. So what we can actually do within this menu item case now is actually do a switch statement to check what type of item we're working with, and then push to that screen. So let's just type this out now and break it down. So now we have it where we're switching through each item and we're checking what type it is. So if it's a food, drink, or dessert, then go to the right corresponding view. If it doesn't match any of these, then we'll just display an empty view. But because we're working with a protocol here, we have to actually force cast this into the type that we want. Now this will never crash, and if it does, I'll buy you your favorite chocolate bar. That's how confident I am. But basically this won't crash because we're saying here that if it is a food, then hard cast it to that type food. Now some people aren't about force and wrapping, yeah, but I do think in some cases it's okay to force and wrap, man. Like, it's all about vibes, man. Live your best life, innit? So let's just actually just test this out and see what happens. So we're going to refresh our preview, and then this time if we actually tap on an item, you can see that we're able to get the exact same functionality that we had before. So this is working the exact same, except this time we only have one enum called root with a case, and that case is what we use to help us navigate to that screen. So in my opinion, using enums with the navigation APIs and destination 4 is way more flexible than using the navigation path at this moment in time, because it's just not flexible enough to allow you to do stuff like this, in my opinion. So this is all good and well, yeah, but you know me, I love a good refactor. So what I want to do here is, I actually don't want to have a big view body here where I have to define the entire switch statement and do all of this stuff. I'm just not a fan of it. What we're going to do is actually refactor this out, and instead I want to move the definition of where we define what view is returned to our navigation destination 4 within our enum. And I'm just going to show you a bit of a trick. So if we just go to our root this time, and what I'm actually going to do is pin this so we can still see this on the screen here. So we're actually going to make our root here conform to the view protocol. Now you might be wondering, how is this possible? Well, the view protocol, when you're working with structs like this menu view, their value types. If you didn't know this, a enum is also a value type as well. We actually need to make this conform to the view protocol. So first of all, we're going to need to import SwiftUI because that's where that protocol lives. And in here, we can now just say view like so to make it conform to it like so. And then within here, we need to actually implement the body of the view protocol. So let's say body like so. And then we want this one here where it's a computed property. So right now, this doesn't have any code in here. But what we want to do is we want to copy the code from our navigation destination for in our menu view and place that within here. So let's go back into our menu view. And then all the code that we have within our navigation destination. So this entire switch statement, we want to copy this. And then we want to just simply paste it within here like so. So there's no concept of root in here, but what we want to change this to is self, because we want it to check itself and see what the current case is. Depending on that case, it will do these checks and return the correct view. So I feel like this is nicer because we're basically controlling the routes that we want to go to, as well as the view that we want to return as well. So this is kind of like a configuration file for our navigation. And because we've now done this, what I can simply just do is back in our menu view, I can now simply just say route here, and this will return the route. So this will actually render the Enums view body and actually put this, within this closure. So you can see here that it works the exact same as before. And if we want to go one step further, I can actually completely remove all this additional code here and just replace this with the shorthand syntax and just say $0, and this will just return that view within here as well. So you can see it works the exact same way like before. So this is a really nice trick that I like to, that I just thought about in terms of just handling configuration for, navigation and also view configuration on the screen. So in our, menu view here, you can see that we actually have a button here that allows us to show a screen with the items that's within our, cart. And we actually do have a view in here called cart view if you look at this folder here to help us achieve that as well. So now that we actually have our navigation router class here, we don't need to worry about everything being all like mixed in with this view file. We can actually isolate the logic for handling our navigation within here. So I now need to create a function in here to handle pushing to different screens. So let's go inside of our navigation router. And I now want to handle the code to actually push to a screen. So let's create a function called push to screen. And the enum, well, the type is going to be our enum, which is root. So this is the skeleton of our function. So when we actually push to a screen, what we want to do is actually append to our navigation path. And it's worth noting, like I said before, this will change because when we get to the next bit, I'll show you the limitations of this. But we want to actually, push to our screen by appending to our navigation path. So in our route, right now, we only have a single case here for menu item, but because we now have a new route we could go to, which is our, basket, I'm going to create a new case here called cart. So this cart is what's going to be used to help us define pushing to that cart view. Now we're going to get some build errors, which is fine because we've now added a new enum case. And what we just need to do is just update this to handle that. So let's do our equatable function here. And we're going to say case. And we're just going to pattern match this to say cart. And then just return true. So if we compare a cart and a cart, this should return true, which is fine. And because it's actually possible now to get different variations of like maybe a menu cart and a cart, we're going to have to add in a default case where we would just return false. So essentially anything that doesn't match the cases that we've already defined, we're just going to say that they're not the same, which makes sense. Now on our switch statement here, because we also now have a cart as well, we need to add in the view that we want to return if we have that case. Now, this is going to be quite simple. So all we need to do is for this case now, we just want to say case.cart. And then I simply just want to return our cart view like so. Cool. So this will return our cart view. So now we've fixed that issue with updating it. So essentially, if you want to add a new case in, you have to update the equatable function and also define what view you want to return. So if we go back to our navigation router, we're now able to say here that I want the routes to append this screen that we pass in here. So now this function will allow us to programmatically within an action change our navigation stack, so we can say what screen I want you to push to by passing in a enum case. So let's go into our menu view, and then within our cart button here, I'm now going to call that function. So in our cart button action, we're just going to say RouteManager.push to cart. So let's test this out. And if we tap on this now, you'll see that this works. So it now pushes to our cart view because we're appending that case to our routes that is our navigation stack is listening to, and then our navigation destination is returning the view for that configuration. So now we can tap back. So if we go to our, burrito function here, we can add an item to the cart. And if we go back, it's now within our cart, which is what we want. But what I want to do is actually make an improvement here where if you actually tap on this add to cart button, I actually want it to automatically push back to the menu view so you can see, your items, the number in the basket, and also as well, just easily access other items on the menu. So let's go into our navigation router function. And I'm going to create a new function called reset. The problem that we have here with this reset function is that because a lot of the NavigationPath API is actually closed off, we can't just replace the array of items. So what we're going to need to do is actually get the count of the items and actually use that to essentially empty this object. So I'm going to type this out and then we'll break it down. So this remove last function is going to take in the count of our routes. So if there's one item, it'll get the count of that one. I just realized I just gave you all the middle finger there. So it will take in one item and it will pass in that one item as the, index that it should remove. Now, this works fine, but in my opinion, I'm not a massive fan of this. And I don't like the fact that the navigation path doesn't let you just work with it as if it's some kind of array, which we'll get onto later on, like I said before. So what we need to do now is we need to actually give our detail views, so our food detail, our drinks and dessert detail, access to this router, because right now they have no concept of this navigation router. The first thing we're going to need to do is like we do with our cart manager on our navigation stack, we're going to need to inject our router using the environment object property wrapper. So we're going to use the environment object modifier here to pass in our router manager. So now all the child views of this view will have access to the router manager when they implement the environment object, property wrapper. So let's go into our food detail view. So we'll go into each one of our detail view. And then now we have an environment object for this shopping cart, but I just want to copy this and this time use it for our router manager. And the type here will also be router manager, navigation router. Cool. Now, when you're working with environment objects, like I explained in my previous video that I have on my channel, you need to make sure that you update your previews to also inject this type as well. So let's scroll down. And in our previews, we're also going to inject it so it doesn't crash. So navigation router like so. So we essentially need to copy this for each one of our detail views. So we've done that for our food detail. Let's now go into our drink detail and do the same thing. And then finally for our dessert detail view as well, and do the same thing again, where we add in the environment object and then update our previews like so. All right, cool. So now if we build this, it should all be fine, which is what we want. So all we got to do now is that whenever someone adds like an item into the cart, after they've added that item, the next thing I want to do after here is actually just call reset to just basically just go back to the previous screen that you was on. So in our dessert detail view, we're just going to say RouteManager.reset. And then in our drink detail view, we'll do the same thing and just say RouteManager.reset like so. And then finally, in our food detail view, we'll do the same thing and just say reset like so. So now all of our detail views have access to our router manager and can call reset to basically remove everything that's within that navigation routes property. And that will force our navigation stack to go back to the first screen. So let's just test this out. So we go to our menu view now. And you know what? I'm gonna treat myself to some falafels. And we're going to add that into the cart. And now it pushes back to our menu view and we can now see our falafel within our basket. So this is working great. So before we just dive in, I just want to briefly talk about this navigation path like I said I would do. And you know, this code is all right, but me personally, there's a few limitations with this. And we're actually going to get to a point in our code where when we want to push to a certain screen, I don't want to have to like add in the same type of screen every single time. So we're going to write out code that checks to see if a screen is already on the navigation stack. Now at this moment in time using NavigationPath, if we just look at what's available with it, if I just click into it, there's no way to actually access the elements within it at this moment in time. You can just either append or check if it's empty or whatnot. But if I want to check to see like what is actually inside of it, I can't do that. So in my opinion, unless you just want to add stuff to the navigation stack and you don't really care about what's in it, you just want to add in a hashable objects, then by all means, use this navigation path, it's fine. But if you're someone who needs more control over the collection of array of items and you want to be able to like manipulate it, check if something's on it, you know, actually be able to pop items and not rely on indexes, in my opinion, it's a lot better to actually define a type, which is an enum, and then just have multiple cases, because that gives you the same flexibility, but you can manipulate that collection of enum cases, in my opinion, which is what we're about to do now. So in order to do that, all we need to do is just update this from a navigation path to say route, like so. And now that we've done that, we actually don't need this code where we rely on the indexes for removing items. Instead, if I want to just go back to the first screen, I can just say routes and just empty the array. And by doing so, this will empty the array and just like clear it. So it's just like a, you know, an empty array and it goes back to the first screen. So if we just test this out, you'll see that if I now add to the cart, it works the exact same way, except this time, because this is now an array, I can now do stuff like this where I can access, you know, the items and check if it contains a value and all sorts. So until Apple opens up that navigation path to actually do all the stuff you can do in an array, I would stick with something like this in my opinion. So if we actually just go into some of the items on our screen here, we've got a bit more information. So on our food, you can see we have ingredients, allergies, locations, and similar as well on our drinks, as well as our desserts. So you can see some of the information's there, some of it isn't. If you just quickly go to the model, you'll see the, you know, which items have what, so you can see like what you can see and can't see. But what I want to do now is I actually want to navigate 2 levels deep now. So I want to navigate from this screen with our details views down into our ingredients screen and so on and so forth. So this is also actually navigating even further. Now in this case, what we can do is actually just reuse a navigation link, and we don't actually have to do this programmatically, and I'll explain why as, you know, when we get to it. But the first thing we're going to need to do is I want to just tackle our ingredients. So let's see how we can handle navigating from this screen to our ingredients. So let's go back into our root file. And I'm hoping you're starting to see a bit of a pattern here in terms of how we handle him, you know, navigating to screens here. We need to define a new case here for our ingredients. So let's create a new case called ingredients. And we're just going to have here items, and it's going to be an array of ingredients. So we're going to pass in the value case ingredients, and then for that, the data we're going to pass through is the array of ingredients that will go to that screen. Now, like I said before, this will, you know, break. And the first thing we need to do don't forget this, is that we need to update our equatable whenever we add a new case. So let's just do this now. So we're just updating this with our cases, and we're just going to do a comparison on the array of ingredients to see if it's the same enum case. And our body is now complaining. So in our case here, we want to use a view that I've already built for you called ingredients detail view. So we're just going to say case dot ingredients and then items. And then we're just going to get here the ingredients details view, which accepts an array of ingredients. So this will pass the items into that view so we can see that. Now you can see here that the body of this enum, you know, root is starting to get like pretty big, man. So what I'm going to do is actually just break this out using extensions. So people always ask me like, why do I like using extensions for like separating stuff? This is the reason why, because stuff starts to get really big and difficult to read. I like to create like almost like containers for each bit of my code. So the first thing we're going to do here is just create an extension on our root for the hashable. And I'm going to remove this conformance here. And then our hashable code that we have from here, I'm going to cut this and just place this into this extension right here. And then we're going to do a similar thing for our view and just say extension root view. Remove our conformance here like so, and then cut this body and put that within our extension like so. So now, in my opinion, this is a lot more cleaner and easier to read. So we have all our cases defined. We have our hashable code here that we can work through, and then we have our body, you know, configuration here as well. So now that we have our root registered to listen to whenever we set our, you know, roots array with the case ingredients, what we need to do now is actually tell our detail view to now actually set that as an enum case whenever you know, tap on the ingredients here. So we're going to need to do a bit of refactoring to handle it for this ingredients. So let's just first of all start off with our, you know, food detail view. And we'll just go down here. And right now you'll see that it's actually like getting the count of the ingredients and just using a text view, which is fine. What I want to do instead is I actually want to wrap this code within a navigation link and define the enum case that it should go to when you tap on it. So let's just create a navigation link like we did in our previous video. The one we want this time is the value and the label. So for our value here, we're going to say root dot ingredients. And then the items we're going to pass through is our ingredients. So we actually do some optional unwrapping here, but this time we do it on the count. So let's remove this and just get access to this array and just refactor this to say ingredients. So we're going to pass in the ingredients here. And then for our label, in our label here, we're just going to cut this code and we'll fix this error in a second. And rather than this being ingredients count directly within this text view here, we're just going to say ingredients dot count like so. So it'll be directly within there. Cool. So if you didn't know this, you can actually put text within text in SwiftUI. So it's pretty cool. So now you'll see that if we go into our food detail view and actually just, you know, tap on it, you'll see that our ingredients now has this caret here where we can actually tap on it and go to see the ingredients. So let's just tap on this now and you'll see that this works perfectly fine and lists all of our ingredients and we can go back. So there's two things you might be wondering. How is this even possible? Well, the first thing is that I realized that this view is actually wrapped around a navigation stack already because its parent is our menu view, which, you know, has that navigation stack as the root here. So inherently, all the children are already in a navigation stack. So because of that, with our navigation link here within the child view, when we actually set the value, when you actually tap on this, this will actually update our path property that our navigation stack is bound to and actually handle the configuration that we define within our root. So when you're doing stuff like this with child views, with navigation links, you don't really need to do a lot of stuff at all. You just need to make sure that the parent view is bound to your paths. That's it. So because we've done that for our ingredients here, so we've done this for our ingredients, we now need to copy a similar thing for our allergies. So let's do that. So back in our root, we're going to have a similar case here, but this time it's going to be allergies. Similar kind of associated value, except this time the array is going to be a model called allergy that's already in the project. And then same again, we just need to, copy how we've handled the ingredients. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it, change this to allergies. And then on our configuration, we just want to update this case here to be allergies and return a view that I've already created called allergies detail view. So let me be lazy and just copy this. So let's copy this. Allergies. And then let's just remove this view and then use our allergies detail view and then pass in our items like so. Cool. So now we've done that for our allergies. So let's go back to our food detail view and then literally just copy what we've done here, except this time we'll say the root for the navigation link should be allergies. So I'm going to delete this count here. And we're just going to say navigation. In here, we're just going to say navigation link value label. Value here will be root dot allergies, and then the items here, just take out this word count, will be allergies, and then the label will just be our text view that we defined before, and then this will just be allergies dot count like so. So if we build this, it's all good, sweet. So let's just test this out and see what happens on our food detail view. So now if we tap on this, go into our item, our allergies now also has the, carrot. And if we tap on it, we can now see all of our allergies as well. So we've done that for both our ingredients and our allergies. So what I'm just going to do is actually copy this code here, but this time for our dessert and our drinks. So I'm just going to take the whole if let for both of them, copy it, go into our drinks detail view, and then replace this with that. And then because food doesn't exist in here, we'll just replace this to drink. And also replace this to drink, like so for our drink view. And then in our dessert view, we'll replace it as well with our dessert. And also as well, our dessert as well. So this is all gonna work fine and builds okay. So let's test this out. So go into our drink. This drink doesn't have any allergies, but we can go into our ingredients. So if we find one that does have allergies, I think boba tea, allergies, all look good. Dessert as well, all looks good. So this is looking good. Now I'll show you how to handle 2-level deep navigation, but what I want to do is go even crazier. So we're going to go 3 levels this time. But the only difference is that we saw an example of how to handle a navigation link within a child that's already within a navigation stack, something that's 1 level deep. Now what I want to do is actually show you how to handle that nested child, except this time we actually push to a view programmatically rather than using a navigation link. So if you go into one of your detail views, you'll see you have this here called locations. Now we're going to refactor this to actually, when you tap on the button, it'll actually show all the locations, and then within that location screen we'll also have a navigation link that takes you into a map view, which you can manage navigation in programmatically. But first of all, let's just define our navigation to go to our locations view. So if we go into our routes again, following the exact same patterns as before, this time we're going to create a new case called locations. And I have a model called location, but we want to have a collection of those. So location in here like so. So we're going to need to update our route again. So I'm just going to copy this, except this time, similar again, we're just going to be, comparing our arrays. So rather than this being allergies, it's going to be locations like so, and then locations again. And then in our configuration here, we're just going to say case dot locations. and then the places in the associated value. And then when we get the data for the places, I've already got a view here called locations detail view. Basically built the views for you just to make your life a bit easier when you're, trying to learn this, because I want to focus just on the navigation. So locations detail view, and this accepts an array of locations. So we'll pass in our places like so. So now we have our configuration for going to a location screen that lists out all of the locations. So back in our food detail view, all we need to do now is, rather than this being some text that shows like a list of all, how many locations there are, we want to replace this with a button that says see all locations. So let's remove this if let here. And instead, we'll just have a button with a title that just says, see all locations. So all we need to do here within our button, now that we have it to basically say, go to all the locations, is we just want to call our RouteManager that we define at the top here and just basically say push to that screen with the enum case locations. So rather than just checking to see if the locations here are empty, I'm just going to refactor this to be like if let locations. So if it can get some locations, we're going to say food dot locations. Then within here, we'll say router manager dot push to locations, and then just pass in that constant like so. Cool. So one thing I did realize when I was just recording is that my big head was blocking the enums from before. So before we just test this out, if you didn't see this properly, now you should be able to see this. But essentially you can see here for the allergies and the locations, we're just setting the cases and the view types here for that. And same with the comparisons here, if you want to literally just copy that, because of my big old head blocking everything, as well as the cases. So now that my big head is out of the way, let's just test this out. So if we go to burritos, you'll see here now we have a button displaying for this, because there are locations to say see all locations. And we tap on this, it now goes to the location screen with a list of all of them. So this is a really nice thing with working with NavigationStack, because now within our child views, you can see that we've set up our navigation link just to basically just go to those screens and act as buttons to those screens. And we've also got it where we're actually handling this programmatically. We don't need to start to, reuse all of that code for the navigation destination within each one of these child views. As long as it's defined in your root and registered there at the parent level, the children just tell you where to go. So this is really nice about this API. So if you work for the SwiftUI team, that's little bravo for you, man. Our other views, like our drink and our dessert, we need to also copy this. So let's just copy this code and go into our drink. And then rather than us having this locations for our drink, we're going to take this out and replace this with drink. And then in our dessert, we're going to also take this out and replace this with dessert like so. Cool. So let's just test this out for each one. So you go to drinks, this has locations, goes there. So it's all sweet. You go to dessert as well. It also has locations. You can test it out. It's all sweet. So this is doing exactly what we want it to do. Now, one thing you'll see here is that we actually do have a list of locations, but this doesn't give us any information. Now, something that I've done is we actually do have a map view within locations that shows the actual geo coordinations of that point. Now, right now, this is just hard coded to somewhere in London, but we want to push to that map view so you can display it, on the map. So in order to do that, same thing again, exact same pattern. We'll go to our route and this time define a case for a map. This isn't going to be an array of locations this time, because when we push to this map view, we're only just going to send through one location to grab the information from that object. So we're just going to define a case here called map that accepts a location. So location. Damn, the pressure is real, man. I can't type. So location like so. So this will grab the information in this model, which is just longitude, latitude, and all the other stuff. So now we've defined that, we want to update our, equatable here. So let's do that now. So underneath our locations here, we're not just going to be comparing the, arrays this time. we're going to be comparing the IDs. So I'm just going to be a bit lazy and copy this, and we'll change this to map, and also change this to map. But on the left-hand sided item, we're now going to compare the IDs this time, because it's not a collection, it's an individual object. And then on our view configuration here at the bottom, we're now going to say case.map, and then we're going to say let location. And then in here, we're going to pass in the view that I've created for you already, which is called the location map view. So this location map view accepts a single, location. So just a location object on its own. So location like so. So now we have our map route set up. So now if we go into our location detail view this time, we just have some text here with the location name. We actually want to replace this with a navigation link. So let's take this out. And because we're only passing in a string for the name, we don't need the navigation link with a label. We can just use the one where we pass in a string. So we're going to say navigation link, and then we're going to use the one with the title key. And we're just going to say here location dot name. And then for the value here, it's just going to be our route. It's just going to be our route dot map. And then the location is simply going to be the location from our for each. So let's just test this out now. So if we go into our foods, and then by the way, if you're not seeing this, it's because I pinned the content, I pinned the menu view here, which is why I can just access this from anywhere. But if you just go into our menu view, if you're not already in it, but I've pinned it. So if you click on this now and you go to see all locations, you'll now see each one has a caret. If we tap on one of the locations, you'll now see that we have our map view here of like London, and we can, view our map of where this location for this item is. So on the map view, we currently have two buttons, but right now they don't do anything, and there's no way for me to actually go back to a previous screen or go all the way back to the menu. And that's the purpose of these two buttons here. So what we want to do is on this map view, we actually want to use our RouteManager again and actually have functionality for us to actually go all the way back to the menu at the start, or to simply just pop back one screen to the location so we can view the other locations. So let's go into our location map view, and in here we're going to want to add in the environment object for our RouteManager so we can access it within this child view. So now we have our RouteManager within this location map view. So because we have this in here, we need to also update our preview so it doesn't crash. So we'll just do that now, where we say environment object NavigationRouter like so on our map view. Now that we actually have that in place, we actually have some to-dos that I've added in here. And the first thing is we have one here to just go all the way back to the menu. So the first screen here. So within this button, we just need to say RouteManager and just reuse our reset function that takes you back to the very first screen because it empties the array. So let's just test this out. So we go to burrito, locations, and if I tap on back to menu, you'll now see it takes me all the way back to the start. But we also have another button here called back to locations. And what I want to do is I actually want to push back to just this independent screen. Now, this is one of the benefits of, like I was saying before, about using an array for your routes that your navigation stack listens to. So in our RouteManager or NavigationRouter file here, we actually need to have another function that doesn't just reset us back to the start. Instead, what it will do is it'll actually pop back one screen. So let's create a function called go back. And within this function, on our array, we can just simply call the function to basically pop the last element inside of the array. Now, the reason why I've used this underscore here is because this function actually does return a value, but I don't really want to deal with it and don't care about it. So by doing this underscore, it just doesn't account for it. So now when we call this go back, this will actually just simply push back to the previous screen within our array of items. And what that means in, this context is it's just going to remove the last item in the array and just, show whatever was before it, which in our case is the location view. In our case, it's the location detail view. So now we can call this function within our location map view. And in here, we can simply just say router manager dot go back like so. So let's just test this out. So you go to burrito and then we go all the way to a location. And if I tap on back to locations, it now removes that map view from the array and takes me back to this screen because this is now the last item in the array. So you can see here the flexibility that our array of routes offers. We can actually manipulate the stack now, and we're not just tied to using a navigation path and having to try to figure out the indexes, which is nasty in my opinion. So now we have all of our code for navigating 2 levels and 3 levels deep. But one thing I do think would be worth us adding into the project is unit tests for our navigation router here to ensure that it's actually handling, the routes in the array, and those functions push, reset, and go back are doing what they're meant to be doing. Now, another benefit of us doing this is it will also act as documentation to show people how to use these functions and what they do if you've just join this project. If you want to learn more about unit testing as well, because I'm not going to go into too much detail about how to set up a testing bundle and all that kind of stuff, but if you want to learn more about unit testing as well, I actually do have a free course on my channel that you can check out, and you can access it through my website. I'll put it on the screen here now. And that's actually part of a bigger course that shows you how to build a take-home test and, work with take-home tests in SwiftUI if that's something that you're challenged with at the moment. So I'm just going to add a unit testing bundle and create a new file called RouteManager tests. So let's just do that. So we'll go here and we'll create a new bundle, new unit testing bundle. So we'll go to our targets, hit plus on the bottom and create a new unit testing bundle. Okay, finish. And then within here, I'm just going to create a new file called RouteManager test, like I said before. So we search for unit test case class next, and then RouteManager tests, like so. And then make sure it's part of your testing bundle, not the main app, because you want it only to be available in here. Enter, and then cool. So this file here that's automatically generated, you can just remove this because we don't need it. Just move that to a class. And now we have our unit testing file here. So within our test class here, what we want to do is actually set up our system that's under test. In our case, the system under test is going to be our NavigationRouter object. So in order to access this within this file, we need to first of all import this target here within our XC test file. So we can do that by using the @testable annotation and just simply import our target, which is called Introduction to NavigationStack. So now we have access to the files within that target. And what I want to do in here is I want to just simply remove all of this and just set up that system under test, which is going to be this NavigationRouter. So I'm going to create a property called SUT, which I'm pretty sure you know what that stands for, system under test, and then NavigationRouter. And then we want to also do a setup and tear down. So every single test, we create a clean NavigationRouter so we don't have any unwanted data. So we want our setup function. Now we want the one that isn't a class function here. So we just want it to look like what I've got on the screen here. And we're going to say system under test is equal to NavigationRouter. And then our tear down is going to be the same, where we just set it to nil, like so. Cool. So now we have what we need. Now I'm just going to define some tests within this file and then break down the purpose of what each one actually, is going to be testing out. So let's do this now. So we have our test defined now within this file. And what we're just going to do now is actually just work through each one and discuss the purpose of it. Now, the first one is to basically test to make sure that when we initialize our navigation router, there's no leftover routes at all. So it should be empty the first time. If it isn't empty, then we're going to get some weird behavior where it starts pushing to screens that we don't really want it to be pushing to. So in here, we simply just want to write a test to make sure that when the system under test is initialized, the count is 0 within that array of paths. So as you can see here, we've got an XCAssert equal where we're basically making sure that the counts within our routes is 0 when our navigation router is initialized. So let's just see if this test passes. If you hit play and run the test. Cool. And you'll see that this test has passed. So now we have ensured that our, routes within our system on the test is always, 0. So the next test we have here is to make sure that when you call the function to push to one screen, it only has one route within, that array. So what we're going to simulate here is just pushing to a menu item and just making sure that the routes count is 1. So let's type this out and then break it down. So we're saying here, the system on the test should push to the menu item and just use the first item in our dummy data, food here. And then we'll just check to see if the count is 1. So there should be a route in the stack. So let's just run this and see what happens. And you'll see that this test passes as well. So we also have a test here for seeing if we push to 2 screens, do we have 2 routes? So similar to what we have in our first, one screen route here, we just need to copy that, but this time push to another screen. So let's type this out. So we're doing a similar thing, except this time we're pushing to not only just the food screen. Afterwards, we're also going to push to the cart screen as well. So now we have 2 routes in our array that our navigation stack will listen to. So we're just going to make sure that it's 2. So let's see if this works fine. Cool. And now that works perfectly fine. And then the next one we have here is we're going to actually test to see if we push to multiple screens and we call reset, is the array empty? So let's see that. Similar to what we have when we're pushing to 2 screens, we're going to push to a menu item and then push to the cart. And then afterwards, we're going to call reset. So this should be 0. So this is just to ensure that there's nothing left over when we call the reset and it's actually 100% empty. So let's run this. And that also passes as well. We're on a roll, man. Jeez. So the final one is that when we actually push to a screen, we've tested the reset. But what we want to test here now is when you call the function go back, there's actually only the number of screens that you expect. So if we actually push to 2 screens and we call go back, there should only ever be 1 screen, well, 1 item within that array. So let's type this out now. So now what we're doing in here is similar again, push into a food and then push into the cart. And then what we do here is call the go back function. Now this doesn't reset the array. This will just remove the last item, which in our case is cart. So we should still have 1 item in this array, which is menu item. So there should be 1 route within the stack. So let's see if this works now. Cool. And that test passes now. So now what you could do if you wanted to is you could put these, run these tests on your CI/CD pipeline or just run them whenever you finish building your project as an action script to ensure that your navigation router, or even if you want to run it manually, you can run them manually to ensure that your navigation router doesn't break these principles in terms of navigation. So one thing we're not going to do is actually write unit tests for our model code, for our routes essentially. And the reason why I'm not writing unit tests for this is because if you want to unit test this stuff here, what SwiftUI actually spits out is like horrible, because this is basically a conditional, view here. So it's got like a crazy long type that you just don't want to be unit testing. So a better way, if you want to basically make sure that this is working fine, is actually write a UI test to actually validate that the screen is showing you, what you expect. And I actually do have videos in that course I mentioned before about writing UI tests that you can check out for doing that. But as of right now, I feel like what we have for the navigation router is more than enough. So we've gone through a lot of things here in terms of like how to handle navigation programmatically, how to handle, navigation within child views with navigation link, and also programmatically using enums for defining routes within your app, as well as writing tests for making sure that your navigation routes work, nice. And I feel like this pattern that we have here is scalable and gives us a clear view of all the routes that we can have within our application. Hey, and welcome back to another video. So in this video, we're going to be talking about deep linking. So you may be wondering, okay, what is deep linking? But Essentially, it's what you use in like pretty much all your applications when you tap on a link and it opens up an app installed on your device and goes to a specific screen. So in the iOS world, this could be either a universal link or it could be a custom URL scheme. Now in this video, we're going to be looking at how we can set them up and integrate them within our navigation, as you can see on the screen here, where you tap on a link and it deep links into a specific screen within your app, as well as some handy tools that we can use to make our lives easier, just as essential as McDonald's is in my life. Because I'll be honest, that's an essential, man. You cannot go wrong with McDonald's. And then we'll wrap up by looking at what we can unit test, because remember, unit testing is part of your 5-a-day. So before we dive straight into the code, I feel like it's really good for us to discuss what is deep linking. Well, essentially, like I said before, it's a link that is intended to send you to an app rather than the website. Now you'll see this with loads of examples, like for, you know, when you're using something like YouTube or Twitter. Now, in order to actually get this working, you need to configure your apps to use a URL scheme. And this is Apple's way of allowing you to open up your app from a URL pattern that you've defined. But in this tutorial, we're just going to be looking at how to use the schemes links. And a good example of this is if you want to share with someone like an item that you saw in a recipe. In the next chapter, we'll just discuss some things that have changed in the project. I've added one new file called a promos views, and then we'll look straight into how to handle setting up, you know, custom URL schemes within our project. So let's do that now. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to do a quick project overview. And if you want to skip this chapter, go for it. But all I've just done now is, before we had a static array of just like products, but I've added in a new class here called a products vector, which acts almost like an API. And we've also got a new view here called promo, which is what we're going to use for just displaying promotions. So now when you view the app, you can see that we have a bit of a, you know, spinner when it loads up for the first time. So the navigation is pretty much all the same. There's been a bit of refactoring in terms of how we handle getting the routes that our navigation link should go to by refactoring that out into its own independent function. But all the starter files for this are on, you know, GitHub. So how do we actually set up, you know, deep links within our Xcode project? So in order to do that, we need to click on our project here and go to the info tab. And on the info tab, you'll see a section here called URL types. So this URL types is where it's going to be listening to the custom URL scheme that we're going to define and say to our app that it should listen to. And the best way to think about the URL scheme is it's literally just a custom, unique URL that your app listens to, and when it registers for that URL and finds it, it will open up your app and you can handle whatever it is you need to do from there. So if you hit plus, okay, cool. So now that we've added this in, we now have some things that we can fill out. Now there's two things in here that we're not going to be touching, and that's icon and editor, because we don't really need to change those. And to be honest with you, there's not a lot of documentation in terms of what they provide, so I just leave them alone basically. But the first thing we need to do here is actually define our, you know, identifier for this URL scheme. So the identifier here is going to be the bundle identifier for your project. Now in our case, if we go to sign-in capabilities, that's here. If you have multiple targets, then you have to set up multiple URLs, you know, URL schemes essentially, but we only have one. So we want to copy this and then go back to our URL types and paste it in the identifier here like so. Cool. And now we have the bundle identifier. So this URL schemes is essentially the host part of your app that this is going to listen to. So in our case, you should see on the screen now, the whole part of the URL, for example, if we want to go to a menu, this is going to be the first part of that URL, which is going to be my food app. So we're going to type this out now. So my food app. So this can be the name of your app here instead, if you want to, you know, if you're working with your own project. But if you're working with the starter project, you can just set this here. So what we're saying is that any URL that includes this name in it, it will trigger opening up our application via a link. So the next part I want to do is show you how to actually open up your app from these links. So there's 3 ways of doing this. I'm going to look at the first way now. Now, in order to actually do that, we're going to need to run this on the simulator. So let's just run this on a simulator, because you can't test this out on a SwiftUI preview. So now our app's launched on a simulator. That's all good. let's just send this to the home screen using Command H, or just treating like an iPhone and going to the home screen. And the first way of testing out a deep link is by actually, going into one of the stock apps, such as the, Safari or reminders, and adding them in and tapping on them or hitting enter to search for it. So we go into the reminders app, we're going to create a new reminder, and this is going to be the URL scheme for going to a menu item. So let's just add this in now and then break it down. So I'm going to say, this is just going to be a test menu. It's just a dummy link. And then in the notes, we're going to write out our URL scheme. Now this is going to be, it has to be spelled the exact same way as what it is in our Xcode project here within the URL type. So it needs to start off with my food app. And then we're going to say, it's pretty annoying, I did the spaces in. So no spaces. Then we're going to say colon, and then the slashes, and then the path that we want to go to the resource. So just because it's a dummy one, I'm just going to say menu. Cool. So this isn't going to actually do anything specific as of now. We'll look into how we can do that in the next part of this video. But if I tap on this link, you'll now see that it takes me into the application. I can go back and it works fine. So we're going to look at how to handle like different types of, resources here within this tutorial. But for now, this is just for opening up our application suite. So the first way of doing it is by using, this here, as you can see. So the other way to test out deep links within, your apps as well on the simulator is by using the terminal. Now, I have the terminal installed on my machine, but I'll use something called iTerm instead. You don't have to use iTerm to test this out. It's just a different type of terminal application. So I'm just going to use iTerm for this, but if you don't have this, just use the terminal. It's the same thing. We can actually write commands to actually trigger a deep link and simulate it. So what I'm just going to do, just to make this a bit more clearer for you, is actually type out this command, and we'll see how this opens up our application using deep links. So the command we need to run is the following one. So it's going to be xcrun. And then after saying this command here, what this is going to do is we just need to provide it with the URL scheme that we want it to open up. So in our case, that's going to be this my food app / menu. So let's just add that in. So my food app. So just go and match that. So what you can do is actually hit enter. And you can see here that we get a message telling us that do we want to open up our application. So it's called Introduction to NavigationStack, the project, the name of the app. So we're just going to say, yes, I want to open it. And you can see it now takes us into the application. So that's another way to test out deep links. Now, there's nothing wrong with doing it with the way I showed you with the, stock apps, and also as well using the terminal. But in my opinion, the best way to test out deep links is by using this thing that you can see here. You're probably wondering, what's this floating thing that this brother's got on his screen? But essentially what this is an app called RocketSim. So let's go to the website here, and I'll leave a link in the description box below so you can check it out. And you can check it out at rocketsim.app. Now, big disclaimer, this is built by my boy Antoine, who's an amazing iOS dev. Like, honestly, yeah, guy's such a sound guy, yeah. And he's basically built this application, which in my opinion is a great way of managing different things that you can do, with the iOS simulator in one place. And just to show you some wholesome content as well, here's a picture of me and him in Singapore holding a baby dragon. Don't you think we'd make some good parents? But not only does he have this RocketSim app, if you actually download RocketSim, so if I just click on download now, this should take me into the Mac App Store, which is open up on my other monitor. But basically you can download it from the Mac App Store here. If you get a Pro license, you get a whole bunch of features which I think are worth it, but you can check out yourself. I'd recommend getting the Pro license because honestly, this saves you so much time, man. But when you download it, you basically get like this menu bar icon to configure your simulator apps, and you get this cool floating window here to also configure actions that you might want to test in your app. So one of the nice things about RocketSim is that it allows you to basically configure deep links within your application. So we can actually just, rather than having like our deep links in the notes or reminder or using a terminal, I can just do it directly within RocketSim. If you have RocketSim on your machine now at the time of this tutorial and it's installed here, so there's two ways of doing what I'm about to do. So you can either open up this option here and go to deep link and choose configure deep links, or on the menu bar app, whilst the simulator is running, you can either go to here on the menu bar app and go to settings and configure it from here. But I'm just going to configure deep links from here, and it should open up the settings and this tab where I can configure my deep links. So I can create a group for managing my deep links and my notifications, which we'll get onto in the next video. But for now, we'll just focus on deep links. So let's just create a new group here, and I'm going to call this test deep links. The first thing we're going to need to do is in this group, we want to add in our bundle identifier. Now, if you click on it, it's suggesting me to choose the one that's running in the simulator here. If not, you can type this out by copying it from the sign-in capabilities tab. So we'll just tap on this, and this matches our bundle ID within our Xcode project here. So that's cool. And now what we want to do is on the deep links segment control here, I just want to add an action. So if you click on deep links and then go to add action, there's an option to configure each one. So we're going to choose deep link, and we can give this a title. So I'm just going to say here for opening app as a title, and then the URL here is going to be the URL scheme we defined within our simulator. So I'm just going to say my food app menu, like so, and then hit create. And now we have this deep link configured for our application. So I can close this now. And if I go back to my simulator, you'll now see that under deep links, we now have this deep link here for, handling deep links. So they're all organized for me within this floating window whilst my simulator is running. So it's just nicely there and clean. So if I tap on this, you'll now see it opens up my application for me. So for the rest of this tutorial, we're not going to be using notes or the terminal. I mean, if you want to, you can, but I'm going to be using RocketSim because I just like the way it's organized nice and cleanly. So right now we only have one deep link and it just generally just opens up our application. But what about if you want to deep link to a specific screen that we've got within our project? I have a view for promotions called a promo view that I want to actually deep link to. So what we're going to do is actually set up a deep link and see how we can handle going to that specific screen within our code. So in RocketSim, let's create another deep link. So we can hit add deep link here and we'll add an action. And this time we'll create one called dummy promo. And the URL this time isn't going to be /menu, it's going to be /promo. So we're going to say my food app promo, like so. Cool. So let's just close this. And now you'll see our dummy promo here. Go to the home screen. Let's just test this out. You tap on it and it opens up our app suite. But what we want to do is actually push to a promo screen. So in order to do that, we need to actually check to see when our app was opened via a link. So let's just go back into our Xcode project. And when you're working with SwiftUI, at the root of your application, there's actually a modifier you can use called OpenURL. And this lets you listen to when your app was opened from a URL. So let's add this in now. So we're just going to say on our menu view, we're going to use OpenURL here, and then URL. And then for now in here, we're just simply going to print what we've received and just debug what's going on. So let's just rerun this on the simulator again. Close this, open up our app. And now when we go into the console to see what's been printed, you'll now see that the My Food app is in the console now. So we're now listening to what URLs open up our application. So at this moment in time, in our root enum that we defined in our last video, if you've not watched that, I'll leave it on the screen so you can go and check that out. But we basically built a class, well, not a class, but a file here that controlled all of the configurations in terms of where you can push to and the screens that get presented, on the screen when you want to push to that screen. So we don't have one here for our promo. So we're going to need to add a case in specifically for that screen. So let's say case promo. And then we're going to also need to update our equatable function here. So we're going to just copy this cart one because there's no associated values. And if there is a case promo. So we're comparing two promo cases. We're going to return true because they're the same. And then within our switch statement here, after our map, we also need to say case.promo. And then for now, we'll simply just return our promo view that we've got in our project. Our code for actually checking to see if we want to open up, if our app's been opened from a URL, is in the root of our application. Now, this can't access the router manager that lives within the menu view. So we actually have to bring that view, bring that state object out of the menu view and declare the root of our application. So every single child object, including our menu view, can access that navigation router. So let's go into our menu view and we're going to get this state object for the navigation router and just copy it and define it here at the root of our application because that's where we want it. And then on our menu view here, we're going to use the environment object property wrapper to inject this into the menu view and any children within it. So because we've done this here now, back in our menu view, we need to use the environment object property wrapper to access this router manager. So let's go into our menu view. And then rather than this being a state object, this is going to be an environment object. And then we're just going to declare the type to be navigation router like so. So we're not going to create an instance of it like we did before. And I'm just going to turn off the canvas temporarily to create a bit more space so you can see this clearly. Cool. So because we've done this here, the next thing we need to do is actually go all the way down to our previews and inject our router so we don't get a crash in our previews. So navigation router like so. Cool. Back in the root of our application, what we can actually do in here now is actually check what the host of the URL is, and if it matches, a specific string, we can just simply say to our router manager, I want to push to that screen. So in our case, we're going to say that if the host is promo, then push to the promo screen. So let's just remove this print. Let's just say if the URL.host is equal to promo, then we'll say router manager dot push to the promo screen like so. Cool. So the host here in our, schemes is actually going to be, if we just go to our deep links, it's going to be this part of our scheme that we're checking for. So now let's just test this out and see what happens. So we'll run this and go back to our simulator and we'll put this in the background. And if we was to open this from a deep link, so our promo, you'll now see that it opens up the app and pushes to the promo screen, which is exactly what we wanted. So this is all good. Now, this is good if you're only checking for like one, path and it's fine. But 9 times out of 10, you might have multiple paths within your application, and putting it all inside of here, in my opinion, it's not the way to go, bro.
Big man thing, yeah? It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good.
And the reason why is good, you don't want to tie this part of your app to all the logic in terms of checking like what the host is, because this will get big and grow and you can't really test it. So to make this better, what we should actually do is actually extract the logic that we have for finding out, what file you should actually, push to, or screen, I should say, you should push to, and move that into its own class. Move that into its own object that actually does the checking for us. So what we want is we want to basically build some kind of like route finder that finds out what route the deep link should push to. So let's create a new Swift file called route finder. So the whole point of this file is to figure out, once you receive a deep link, what should it push to? It should tell me where I need to go. So we need to define the different possible deep links that you could possibly handle in here. So I'm going to create an enum called deep link URLs. And this is just going to have different cases for the possible URL, that it could handle. So the first one in our case is going to be promo, as you can see, that we were dealing with before. And we're going to make this a string. And the reason why I'm making this a string enum is so we can actually match it to the raw value of this enum case here. So I can actually define that if the path is this, promo matches this string, then you should, do this. And the do this is what we're going to do now. So I'm going to create a struct called route finder. And then within here, we'll create a function called find from URL, which is going to accept a URL. And this will return an optional route. And the reason why it's optional is because if the route isn't valid, then it will just return nil and we can handle it from there. Within this find function, we're going to get the host that we were checking from before and actually write logic to see if it's this host, then return this route and go to this screen. So let's first of all just get our host, which is actually an optional, so we need to unwrap it. So we're going to say guard let host is equal to url.host, or else if it can't unwrap it, return nil. So if this fails, just basically stop execution and just return nil. We'll handle the nil for the unregistered route. Now, what we want to do here is actually check to see if the host is equal to the, string promo, then we want to return the route for our promo. And this route is what we defined before in this enum to go to this promo. So the best way to think about what we're doing here is we're essentially just mapping what we get back from our deep link to the screen that you should go to. That's all we're doing. So we're going to do a switch statement. And we're going to use the host string to basically match it to the string for our enum. So we can actually create this enum from its raw value. So we're going to say switch deep link URL raw value host. And because the host in this case for promo that we're going to be testing in is a string promo, it will match it to this case here. So on the switch statement, we can open this up and say case.promo. And then all we simply want to do here is just return .promo, the route. Now by default, if it doesn't match any of this, then we're just going to return nil and it won't do anything. So now let's go into our, let's go back into our main app entry point and replace the code that we had before to use this new route finder. So we go back into our app entry point, we can remove this code temporarily. We're going to use this push again, but just delete all so we can start fresh. And we're going to create an instance of our route finder at this point. And then now we're going to say here, if let route is equal to route finder dot find from the URL. So if it gets back a valid route to push to, we can now say RouteManager dot push to route. Cool. So let's just test this out and see what happens. So we're going to run this. And we'll just put this in the background. And if we open up our app from the promos, you'll see that it works fine. But one thing I just want to show you that we've not taken into account is that if I actually tap on this deep link again, you'll see that it opens up the promos. But now what's happened is that if I tap back, I'm not going back to the menu. I'm going back to the previous screen. So it's actually possible for us to keep on adding on top of our array and just adding multiple views of the same type of view, which is what we kind of want to avoid because you don't want to keep on add. Now, if you do want that functionality, then that's cool. You can, don't write this code. But in my case, I don't want that functionality. I just only want to be able to have that screen on the stack once and that's it. So what we're going to need to do is in our push function, we want to essentially check to see if this array already contains that type of screen. If it does, then don't do this append, just basically stop execution. So quite simple, the code we need to write for this. We just want to say guard, and then we're going to say routes.contains screen, else return, and then we're going to use the bang operator here. So what we're basically saying here is that if the route doesn't contain the screen already that we passed into this function, then continue, or else stop execution with this return. So now let's test out that deep link again. So we just go back to our home screen and then tap on this again. So we can see our promos, which is great. But if we tap on promos again, you'll see that it doesn't add another promo on because there's already a promo within the routes array. that our navigation stack is listening to. So we've got what we wanted, and we can go back to our menu, just close this. And if we use our original deep link that we've not registered for, so this is just the menu, you'll see that it just opens up our app. It doesn't actually push to any screen. So this is working perfectly fine. What I want to do now is when you actually, and by the way, you don't always have to put the app in the background to test out a deep link. You can actually test it whilst the app is open. So if I tap on this and go to the promo, I can test that out as well. But what I want to see now is how we can actually pass data through a deep link. So right now, this is some hard-coded data about a promotion. What about if I want to pass through the information to actually build up this promotion screen dynamically and set the percentage, description, all that kind of stuff? Well, when working with deep links, they're essentially still like URLs, and you can use something called a query parameter. And what query parameters allow you to do is actually pass data, through a URL using the question mark and the ampersand for like key value pairs. So what we're going to do is actually just define a URL with our promos with a query set of query parameters. So two, so one for the description and one for the percentage, and then see how we can extract this within our code. So we just go back to our deep link. So by tapping on add deep link, and this dummy promo, I'm going to edit it. And this time on the end of this URL scheme, we're going to use the question mark and then the word discount. So this is the key for our query parameter in this case. So when you set up a query parameter, the first key value needs to have a question mark before it. And then the value, you just use the equals afterwards. And then in our case, we're going to say 0.5, so 50%. But we'll do something different so we know it's working. So we'll do 30%. So we'll do 0.3. And then if you want to add multiple key values to a URL for a query parameter, you just use the ampersand, and then we can define another key. So in this case, it's going to be desk, which is description, equals. And because there's some spaces in this description, you can use a plus to basically, handle a space, because you're not allowed to have a query parameter value with spaces in it. It just won't work. So we're just going to say enjoy plus this plus discount. Cool. So we're just going to say that for the value to handle the spaces, and we'll handle this in code. So we're just going to update this. And what we want to do now is those pluses that we added, we need to actually extract them and replace them with spaces when we want to handle it in our code when we're getting the data. So back in our route finder file here, I'm just going to add a bit of a snippet for handling just that scenario. So this code snippet that I've got here will help us access the key and the value from the query parameters as a dictionary. Now I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I nabbed this from Stack Overflow. So this is from Stack Overflow. So whoever you are out there, shout outs to you, yeah. But so what we're essentially doing is we're getting the URL and we're converting it into a URL components. And if you've never worked with URL components before, it allows you to break up a URL into its components, like the name implies. And within the URL, you can access the query items, which is the query string that I was talking about before. And we just got a reduce function here that converts that into a dictionary where you have the key and the value. Now, what we do need to do on this value here is if it does have pluses, we need to replace that with spaces. So we can do that by replacing occurrences of the plus with a space like so. Cool. So now that should build, and this will replace our pluses with spaces when we have that in our value. So what I just want to do is actually just show you what this actually looks like when you try to access the query parameters. So if we just go back to our main app entry point, and if we just put a breakpoint on line 20 and run this, let's just tap on our promo deep link, and that triggers a breakpoint, which is what we want. You can see our query parameter, well, our URL with the query parameters here. And I can just simply just say print out URL and use query params with that extension with the property that we just added in. And if we print this out, once it prints by using PO in the, mine went blank with PO in the terminal, You can see here that we have a dictionary where we have our description with our text that's removed the pluses with spaces and our discount with a string 0.3. So this is doing exactly what we want it to do. So now that we have this set up, we're going to need to make a bit of a change to our root promo. And the reason why I say that is because that data that we have in the query string, we need to actually pass that into the view. So back in our root file, we're going to need to add an associated value for this promo here, because we're going to need to add in, a way to pass that data through. So within this file, I'm just going to create a new struct called promo data. And this is going to accept a description as a string and also a percentage as a decimal as well. Cool. And then we're going to add it in as an associated value to here. So we're going to say data, promo data, which is what we'll pass into that view. Okay, sweet. And now when we scroll down in our promo, we actually want to access the promo data from here. So we're going to say let data, and we need to find a way to pass this into the promo view so we can build the view and passing that data into this screen. So in our promo view, let's add a new property in here. And rather than us having all this hard-coded information about the promo, I'm just going to create a new property in here called data, promo data. And this should complain and have a load of errors, which is what I want. So we're going to replace this with data.percentage. And then in our text here for our description, we're going to say data.description, like so. Cool. So in our preview, this should also complain, which is what I expect. We're going to initialize it with a value like enjoy, discount. And in a percentage, we'll give it a percentage like 0.3. So this should be all good. Cool. So now our view is accepting that data there, which is what we want. Now in our root, we should get an error because now this view is expecting some kind of data, which is what we want. So let's add that in. And now we're going to pass in the data from our enum into this view. So now we have it set up in our root where we pass the data from our root enum case into the promo view. So back in here, we need to actually write some code within our root finder now to actually extract those values and build the data that gets passed through our enum case. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to type this out and then we'll break it down together. So let's just look at our code that we have here. So what we're saying is that I want to use the URL query parameters extension that we defined here to extract those query parameters into a dictionary. And then within our dictionary, we're going to access the values using those keys, description, and discount to unwrap them as strings. Now, our discount is actually a decimal. So we're going to try and convert the string into a decimal value. And if any of these fail, then we're just going to return nil. So we need to pass in a valid, description and a valid discount for us to be able to continue onto this bit here. So what we're doing here is building up our struct of our promo data. And then now what we're going to do is actually pass that promo data into our promo enum case with the associated value that we defined before. So now we're extracting the data from our query parameters and making sure that it matches our struct in terms of what it is we need. And then finally saying, here's the promo with the associated value with that data, present this screen. So now if we just go back into our main app entry point, let's just test this out. So let's just run this. So let's just tap on our deep link to go into a promotion. And you'll now see that we see the 30% that we put in the query parameters and also the text, enjoy this discount. So now we're able to pass data through a deep link, which is pretty sweet. What I want to do now is we actually have this button here where we can apply a discount. But what I want to do is I want to have it where if you tap on this button, it actually manipulates the stack by applying a discount, dismissing this, and then going to the cart so we can see the discount within our application. So we're going to make a few tweaks to our app now. Now, similar to what we did before with our router, we don't have access to our cart manager at the root of our application. So we're also going to extract that out to the root here so we can access it from the top and also as well within any of our child views. So let's go into our menu view and we're going to take out our cart manager. So just copy this and then just paste it here like so. And then we're going to use the environment object modifier to inject this in. So say cart manager. And then back in our menu view, we're going to turn this into an environment object. So let's do that now and declare the type. All right, cool. Pause. And then down in our previews, we're going to say environment object. And then in here, we're going to say cart manager, which is our type. So shopping cart manager, and build it, and it's all good. So we have this now available in all of the views that are children of our menu view, and we need to have access to both of the cart manager and the route manager within our promo view. So let's just copy this, and then back in our promo view, we're going to need to add in the environment object so we can access the cart to apply the discount and the route manager to manipulate the stack. So we're going to say here, cart and route managers environment objects. And if we scroll down, we need to also in the preview inject them as well. So they say NavigationRouter like so. And then we're also going to say shopping cart manager like so. So now we have all of that in place. Back in our menu view as well, we did have it where we were actually injecting our cart manager and our router manager, but because it's now being done at the top in our main app entry point, we don't actually need this code here anymore. So you can remove that from the menu view and everything should work just fine. Now back in our cart manager, our shopping cart manager, it doesn't actually have any kind of code for managing promotions. So we're going to need to create a published property that allows us to actually set the promo that someone wants to apply. So let's create a new published property here for the promo data. So what I've just got here is a published property where it's a private set and it's just going to hold that promo data. And we also need a property, we also need a function in here to set this promo and also remove it as well. So let's add those in now. So now we have a function to set the promo, which will just assign the data that we passed through our, deep link into that property. And we also have a remove from promo function to actually set that back to nil when we want to remove the promotion from, this cart manager. In our promo view, we have a button in here called apply discount, and we want to use our cart manager to set this to the promo data that we passed in. So we're going to say cart manager dot set promo to data like so. But now that we've also set the promo data in here, we also need a function to help us replace the stack with the, navigation stack that we want. And in our case, that's going to be the main menu view and also the cart view. So back in our navigation router, I'm just going to create a new function called replace stack, and this is going to hold an array of routes like so. Cool. And then all this is simply going to do is just replace the routes array with the stack that we pass in. That's it. So in our promo view, after we call apply, to set the discount, we just need to call that function, and I'm just going to say router manager dot replace stack with cart like so. So just will replace it with that. Now, one thing to note as a disclaimer is that at this moment in time, when you do this technique, it's not animated for you. Hopefully the SwiftUI team can do that because it'd be pretty nice, but it's not going to animate. It's just going to replace the screen with the cart and it'll just go straight to it. So there's still two more things that we need to do before we actually test this out. And the first thing is back in our cart view, we now need to use that promo to actually display what promotion someone has on the screen. So just above our section here where we show the total, I'm just going to write some code for displaying the total, for displaying the promo. So what we're doing here is we're unwrapping the promotion within the cart if it's been set, and just creating a section to display either the promotion amount as a percentage or none available with some text in terms of what the name is. And then I've put a swipe action on this label content to remove the promo view, swipe across, show him, and it will basically show the trash image. So you can remove a promotion from your shopping cart. Now, at this moment in time, the total doesn't also take into account the percentage. So we need to refactor that function to calculate the promotion amount properly. So let's go into our total function. And I'm just going to refactor this to take into account our promo. And now what we're doing is we're calculating all the items that we have within our cart to get a total. We're unwrapping the discount if there is one. So if there isn't a percentage, then just return the total. If there is, then continue. And that continue is going to be the total subtracted from the discounted amount on the total, so we can figure out the percentage that someone has off their basket. So now we have everything in place to actually test out promotions within our app, so we can test it out in our store. So let's run this and see what happens. And now if you tap on the dummy promotion, it will go to this screen. If we tap on apply discount, it will replace the stack, as you can see here. And we've now got a 30% discount on the items that we're going to add into our basket. So let's just add a few items. And if we go back, you'll see here that when I've added a burrito that was $7.99, I've got 30% discount, and it's applied that discount onto the total within my basket. This is pretty sweet, man. So you can see here that we're actually starting to now get a bit of an actual store now in terms of like adding items to a cart and having discounts via, deep links within our application. Cool. So we've got deep links for open up a promotion. But what about if I actually want to have a deep link for actually pushing to an individual item that's within my menu? So I want to open up the burrito screen or the burger screen, for example. Well, what we're going to need to do is we actually want to have a function, first of all, in our fetcher to help us fetch an individual product based on its ID. Now, this isn't a real API. It's just like some code to fake it. But in our fetcher, we're going to create a function that helps us get a product by its ID. And if you're working with a real API, you want to talk to your backend developers to give you a endpoint to actually fetch a single product by its ID, because it's just way more performant. So we're going to add some code in to help us fetch items, and then add a deep link to actually go into an item screen like this. So let's go back into our code base, and what we want to do is in our product fetcher, what we're going to do is actually create a new function to actually fetch a product by its ID. So I'm going to type this out and then we'll break it down. So this function fetch product by ID, accepts an ID, which is the identifier of an item in the list, and it's asynchronous using Swift concurrency, which if you want to check out, I have a free course on. It's using async await, and it just simply returns the protocol any menu, so it can, it's not tied to a specific type. It's just using the protocol, so we can handle that to basically allow different types of menu items. So I'm just simulating a half a second wait here with an API. We're going to loop through all the products, because right now this is a section. It has sections for each product. So it's going to loop through each section, flatten it into an array of all the items, and then find the first one where the ID matches what we pass into the function, and simply return it if it's there. So the next thing that we're going to do is actually create a deep link to actually navigate to a product. Now we're going to need to use the ID of a product, and in order to get the ID, what you want to do is if you go to the file, food, the ID property is basically a combination of the name and the title separate with an underscore. So in this case, it will be burrito, this burrito emoji underscore the text burrito, and so on and so forth. So all you got to do to go to an item is like combine it like this. So you just want to do the emoji underscore the name. So in situations where it has a space like ice cream, if we just scroll down to ice cream, it will be the ice cream emoji like that. So it will be the ice cream emoji and then underscore ice. screen, which is the actual name of the product. Now, if you want to change all of these to be your IDs, by all means do that. But in this video, I'm just going to be working with this pattern here essentially. So we need to create a deep link that matches this here. So I'm going to do this with ice cream. I'm going to create a new deep link. So let's go to add action, deep link, and then we're going to say open item. And then we're just going to use the ice cream emoji, so we know it's for ice cream. And then the URL, again, is going to be my food app : this is going to be product for the host. And then we're going to need to use the question mark for the query parameter. And it's just going to be item equal to the ice cream emoji again. And then this is going to be, underscore ice, and then plus cream. So we're matching the ID in our model, and then hit update. So now we have a new route in our deep link for, going to a product. So we're going to hit update here, like so. Cool. So what we want to do is in our deep link routes that we have in our route finder, we now need to add product as an enum case. So if we just go back to our project and go to our route finder, we now want to go in here and say case product, like so. So this is going to create a new string for the raw value of this to be product. So you can't see it, but what it's basically doing is this. So the raw value will be this string product if you want to initialize it. But rather than just typing that out, I'm just going to leave it out because we don't need to add it in because it does it for us automatically. But what we do need to do is we do need to add our case in here to actually extract the query parameters and extract that, ID from the key item. So underneath here where we have a promo, we're going to say case.product, and then we're literally going to copy what we have here in terms of getting the query parameters. And then this time we're going to guard let item query val is equal to query params. And then the key here is going to be item because that's what we put in our deep link as string, or else return nil. So if we extract the value from item as a string, we can now basically, do some work with it. But we have a bit of a problem here. And the problem that we have is that our code for getting an item by its ID is actually in our product vector. Now, right now, this this route finder doesn't have any awareness of that vector at all. So what we're going to need to do is actually inject our vector into this function using dependency injection so we can access that vector to get a product. So after here, we're going to just hit enter. I'm just going to say product vector. And then the type here is going to be our products vector, like so. Cool. So now we're able to use the function that we created before to find the product by its ID within this enum case here to get us that item. Now, because that function is using async await, we're actually going to change this find function to be an asynchronous function as well. So let's just mark this as async. And then in here, we're going to say let product is equal to await. And then we can now say fetcher, product fetcher dot find, fetch product by item query val, like so. And I'm just going to put this into the optional chaining, like so. So if this messes up, because this returns an optional, so if this does mess up, then it'll return nil. But if not, at the end here, we're going to return our menu item. And then the item associated value here is going to be the product that we got from our fetcher. Cool. Let's build this. And that's cool. So we should have some build errors because we've now made this an async function and we've added a new parameter within this function. So let's go into here. What we need to do is we need to wrap this code in an async, like a task, and also pass in our fetcher. But our fetcher, like our cart manager and our route manager, is within our menu view. So again, we need to extract that out and move it to the root of our application. So let's go into our menu view. and copy our state object, and we'll put it here like so. And then back in our menu view, we're going to use the environment object and then define the type. Define the type here as products fetcher like so. Cool. And because we've done this, we now need to also inject it into our previews like so. Cool. So now we're able to access this from the root of our application. So we can now say here, fetcher, products fetcher is equal to fetcher, and it will complain because it's async, which is correct. So to fix that, we just want to use a task and put this within a task like so. And then use the await keyword before the find function because we want to await this asynchronous function, and this should build. And before we test this out, we also need to inject our fetcher as well. So we're going to say environment object fetcher like so. So now let's run this and test it out. And the app's going to launch. And now if I tap on the deep link to go to a specific item, you'll see that it takes me to ice cream. Now the beauty of this finder, I mean, the beauty of it is, like I said before, because it's just simply doing like mapping from your data to the routes that you define in your routes, and you just basically just return the enum case. As long as you have the data, you know, matching what it is that you need, when you return that route, the route finder will just handle it for you. So we can just build on top of this and just keep on returning routes for whatever deep links we want, and we don't need to change any of this code. It will all be handled for us. It's all encapsulated within this route finder, which is what makes this really nice. Beautiful. So we've handled opening up like a product that you want to push to, but what if you're in a scenario where you want to push to a product that doesn't exist? So an invalid product that's been removed from the store for whatever reason. Now I'm going to create another deep link, and we'll go on add action. And this time, this deep link is going to go to a product with an invalid ID. So I'm just going to say here, invalid product. And then it's going to be my food app. We're going to use the same host here of product. But this time, when we use the item key, we're actually just going to pass in something that I know isn't going to work, which is these X's, because I know that's an invalid, you know, product. So we'll hit create. Cool. So now that we've done that, if we actually go back and actually tap on this invalid product, you'll see that when you tap on it, it doesn't really do anything. But what we do want to do is we want to show someone some information to say, you know, this doesn't exist anymore. So back in your project, let's create a new Swift file called invalid product view that'll just like tell you that the product isn't available anymore. So I'm going to create a new Swift file, then we'll break it down. So this is just a stat view with some text. Now, I'm not going to be passing any data into this view because I've showed you how to do that before. So if you do want to do that, then by all means, apply the practices, you know, the things that I've taught you in this video, rewatch it and apply it to this view. All this is just going to do is just tell you that there's an invalid product with some static strings. So what we will need to do is that back in our root class, we are going to need to define a new case for a route that you could actually go to. So this case here, this time is going to be invalid product. Cool. And then in our comparison with our enum case, we also need to update this to be invalid product as well. So we're going to say invalid product like so. And then within our configuration, after the promo, we're going to say case.invalid product. And then we're just going to return our invalid product view like so. So now we have that configured for that route. Let's go back into our route finder. And instead of us returning nil for when it can't find a product, we're just going to return here the route to go to the invalid product screen. So let's just test this out and run it again. And just put that in the home screen. And then this time when you actually open it up from the invalid product, you'll now see that it actually takes us to the screen to say, you know, this product doesn't exist anymore. So we're just literally now at this point just telling our, you know, route finder what route to map this, you know, host to and push to. So it's pretty simple to see that how you can actually add this and it can, like, you know, be scalable. So just to make this a bit more clearer in terms of what this is actually doing, I mean, you don't have to do this, but it's just I want to create one function that just clearly states the role of this code. I'm going to create an extension on the introduction navigation stack, and I'm just going to create a function that just literally just says handle deep link. So it just clear to say that this code is for handling the deep linking. So handle deep link from URL, and it's just going to accept the URL, and it's just going to be an async function. Simply just going to copy all the code in here, or cut it, and then in our task, just create a function when we say await handle deep link from URL, like so. So it doesn't add, this doesn't add any kind of performance or, you know, anything like that. All this does is just makes it more readable to say we're handling deep linking. If you wanted to, you could leave this here before and just put a comment, but I just want to do this for preference. So before we wrap up this video with some like unit tests as well, just to make sure that our route finder is all good, I just want to add the ability for someone when they go into a detail screen here to basically create a link that they can share with other people. And if someone taps on that link, it will open up our application. Now, in order to do that, we're going to need to go into one of our detail views. So for example, our food detail view, and add in a button to the right-hand side of our, you know, navigation stack, the right-hand side of our view in the toolbar. So you can actually tap on it to share a link. So let's go into our menu view first of all. Pause. Let's go into our food detail view. And we're just going to bring back our canvas so we can see this whilst we're designing it. So we just want to add in the share button here in the top right hand corner. So on our list below our navigation title, we're just going to add in a toolbar with some content. And this is just going to have a toolbar item where the placement, so let's just do that again. So toolbar item. Now, in order to toolbar item. Now we want this one with the placement. Now to get all the options, you have to hold down the option key on your Mac and then hit enter. And then we're going to say primary action on this screen. And then in the content here, we're just going to add in a share link. Now you might be wondering, what is a share link, bro? And a share link is a new view that's been provided to us by Apple that we can use in SwiftUI starting from iOS 16. So it helps us use the default share tray that you get in iOS in SwiftUI. So we just go to the documentation. We just scroll down on the documentation. You can see here that we can actually set up a share link with a URL to a link that we want to go to, as well as a preview with like an image of what we want to put on the preview within our, you know, share sheet view. Now, I'm not going to set up the preview because I don't really want to do that. I just want to set up a URL. But for now, I'm just going to set up a share link to go to my website just so I can show you it in action. We go back to our toolbar item. What we're going to do in here is just create a link that's just hard coded to go to my website. Force and wrap it. And then we're going to say share link item, and then just type label. And we want the one where you get an item and the label. So the label is the custom view that gets presented, you know, that's wrapped, that's within the share link. So it's what the share link is wrapped around. So let's hit enter. And then for our item, this is just going to be our link. And for our label, this is just going to be an SF symbol, which is going to be the share icon. So I'm just going to add this in now, like so. Cool. And now we have this within our previews. So if you just go into our SwiftUI preview and you tap on the share link, you'll see that we get the default, you know, system URL, well, the system share sheet, so we can do all the share stuff in here. We can't actually test out adding this to the reminders of our, you know, previews because this doesn't have the reminders app on it. So to actually test this out and see what happens when we add it to the reminders, let's just run this on the simulator. And then go into our food item view, click on the share link. And then add it to our reminders like so, and then go back to the home screen. And if we go into the reminders, you'll now see that there's the link that I created in the reminders. If I tap on this, it should open up my website, tons.dev. So there we go, we're on the tons.dev website. So this is looking all good. Now, one thing I do want to say about ShareLink at this moment in time is that I think there's a bit of a bug with it. And the reason why I say that is because when you even use the sample code from the documentation, you get these warnings about like main thread stuff. So I think Apple needs to fix this one. But at this moment in time, based on the documentation, this doesn't crash. But probably in the next release, they'll probably like resolve any kind of warnings at the recording of this video. So this toolbar, we're going to need to add it to our, we've got it on our food. We're going to need to also add this to our, drinks and our dessert detail view. But right now, this is only hard coded to use the tons.dev URL, which isn't great. What we want to do instead is we actually want to basically build up the deep link that we can share with someone else within our route. So in our case, we want to build up a deep link for a product using the information that we have within our, menu item. So let's go into our route view. Well, our route, enum. And then within here, we need to create a static function that allows us to basically build a deep link. Now, you might be wondering, why am I doing it as a static function? Well, the reason being is that I don't want to have to create an instance of this enum to use this function. I just want to say route.build me a deep link. So let's just scroll down here and we're going to create another extension. So we're going to say extension on route, and then we're going to create a static function called build deep link from the route that you pass in, and it will accept a route, and then we'll return some kind of URL. That'll be optional. Cool. Sweet. So what we're saying here is that we're not actually like binding it to a route, so you have to have a route. What we're saying here is that if you pass in a route to this function, then it will give me back a deep link URL. So within here, I'm only doing this for a single product. So we need to have a switch statement where if it's a menu item, we're going to build the URL for that deep link. So let's say here, switch on the route. And for now, we're just going to say, we're just so we can get rid of any errors, we'll just say default. And on the default, we'll just return nil, which is as expected. And on the menu item case here, we're just going to say let item, like so. Cool. Now, I'm going to type this out and then we'll break it down because it's going to be quite a bit of code. What we're saying here is we're going to get the title from our, item. And if there's any spaces in the title, such as ice cream, then we're going to replace that with the pluses like we did in our deep link. And then we're going to build the ID using the name and our new query product item where we replace any spaces with pluses. Then we're going to set up our URL scheme here. And then we're going to create some URL query items. So this URL query items is essentially your query parameters, but you're doing it in Swift. So you can have an array of, different query parameters. So you can see here the name and the value like you would like a dictionary. And then on our URL, we're going to append those query items that we set up. And then finally, we're just going to return the URL. So we're literally just creating the string that we've created in RocketSim, but we're doing that directly in code here. That's what we're doing. So now back in our navigation pause. So now back in our food detail view, rather than us having a hard-coded link like this, we can now use that function from before to actually create the deep link URL. So let's do that now. So we're simply just going to say here, if let deep link is equal to route.build deep link from, and what we want to pass in here is this is a menu item, and the menu item associated value that we have is in this file is going to be food. So we're going to pass in the food constant that we have at the top here into the menu item. And then we're just going to safely unwrap this like so. And then within here, what we can now do is we don't really need this link here, so we can remove that. I'm just going to cut this share link and then put this deep link in this item property here like so. Okay, cool. So now this will build a deep link for us, and then we pass that into the share link, so we have our deep link. So let's just first of all just test this out to see if it works, and then if it does work, then we'll apply it to our drinks and our detail view. So just go close this. Just go open this, and I'm just going to go into a food like burrito, and then the share, and then we'll create a new reminder to store it in there. Now, one thing to note is that because it's an emoji, it's got to have this weird string stuff, so it's fine. It's not unexpected. So let's just create a reminder here to order burrito, hit add. Let's get off this screen, go into our reminders, and we'll see our deep link here. So let's tap on this, and you'll see that it pushes us into our burrito screen. So this is working fine. So what we do need to do is apply this onto our drinks and our dessert view. So what I could do if I really wanted to, but I'll be honest with you, I've been recording for too long. But what I could do is I could refactor this out into a view modifier, and that's a challenge I'm going to set for you, so you can do that. But for now, for this video, I'm just going to copy and paste this onto the other, views. So let's go into our drink detail view, and underneath our navigation title, I'm just going to paste that in and replace food with drink. And then we'll go to dessert and replace underneath here. We'll say rather than food, this will also be dessert. So now each type of menu item will basically get its own deep link built for it. So you can test it out and it should work. Cool. So we've wrote a lot of code there, and we're handling like, getting routes from the deep link and mapping it to a route in our route finder and going to a screen. And there's a lot of things that could potentially go wrong, let's be honest. Now I'm going to write some unit tests for the route finder to show you how to unit test this. I'm not going to be writing tests for the fetcher. If you want to learn how to test a API and mock it with fake data, then check out the unit testing course that I mentioned. Check out the unit testing course that's on my channel, and you can check it out on my website. You should see it on the screen here. But we're going to create some tests for the route finder. So you'll have a unit test file here where we'll be unit testing the RouteManager. But what I want to do now is create a test for our route finder. So let's create a new file called route finder tests. So I'm just going to do a bit of typing, and then we'll break down what we have so far. So what I've just done is I've imported the NavigationStack target, and I've also set up as well the system of the tests that we want to test, which is our route finder as well as our fetcher. So on each run of our test, we'll get a clean route finder and a clean product fetcher. Now I'm going to work through each one of these tests and make sure that everything's okay. So let's start off with the first one. So the first test that we're going to do is actually making sure that our promo link that we set up is actually defined. The first thing we're going to do is actually make sure that when we actually receive a promo link, that it actually passes that deep link properly, and the whole data is matching what we expect. So I'm going to type it out and we'll break it down. All right, sweet. So now that we have this, and it's just using the deep link that I defined in the RocketSim, and I've now marked this function as throws because we've got a try here, so it could throw some kind of error. So we're setting up a URL here where it's going to try and unwrap this URL. If it can't unwrap this URL using XCT unwrap, then this test is actually going to fail. So it'll fail early. Now, if it can, we'll get the URL, and then under our system on the test, which is our route finder, we're going to pass in the deep link and our fetcher. And what we should get back is a promo data that has this text and percentage. I'm just going to compare both of these to see if it is the same promotion. So we're just going to need to do a comparison with these two to see if they are the same promotion. Now, one thing that I just realized and I remember is that on the promo data, I actually didn't make this equatable. So if we just scroll down to the equatable here, if both of the cases match, it's actually just going to always pass this, which is what we don't want. We want it to compare the associated value to make sure that they're both actually the same. So to resolve this on here, we're just going to make this equatable. And then now on our enum case here, we're just going to compare both the left-hand side and the right-hand side. So let's just do that now. And then here, we're just going to compare the left-hand side item to the right-hand side item. So this will be a more accurate check of the associated value data that comes back from our promo within our deep link. So let's just go back to our test and we're going to run this. Let's see what happens. And you'll now see that our test passes because the data that we pass in this string and we create here matches the enum case that we're returning in our system under test. Cool. So we move on to the next one. And this is now going to test to see if we pass in a route without a description, we should get back nil, because in our route finder, we said that if any of the keys are missing, then for the promo, if it should return nil. So let's just type this out and then break it down. So now what we're saying here is we're going to test the promotion link, like I said before, but this time we don't have a description like we do here. So this should return nil. So again, if it fails to unwrap this, then we'll throw early. That's why this function is marked with the throws keyword. And we're going to await our system under test to find the deep link URL with the fetcher. And then this find function should return nil, which is why we're asserting and checking to see if it's nil. So let's run this test. Let's see what happens. Cool. And now you'll see that this test passes. So we move on to our next test. And this is now us handling our product link, deep link. So on our product link deep link here, we want to make sure that when you pass a product with the valid ID, we should actually get back that product so we can handle pushing to it. So let's type this out as well. So in this unit test here now, again, we've marked it as throws because we're trying to unwrap and get the first one where the ID matches this ID here, which is ice cream. If we get an ice cream, we're actually going to build the deep link using the ID. So our function to build this deep link. So now we're actually kind of testing this deep link function here as well, 2-for-1. So a 2-for-1 combo. So we're basically testing this function. We're going to build a deep link from that ice cream ID. And then in our system under test, we're going to find our, ID. Pause. We're going to find our route for a menu item using that deep link and our fetcher. And it should match this here. So it should be a menu item with the values from the ice cream. And then these two should be the same. So let's just run this test and see what happens. Okay, cool. So that works. And then finally, what we want to do here is actually test to see if we pass in a item that has an invalid ID, do we get back the case invalid product? So let's do that now. So again, what we're doing is we're going to build our ID, build our deep link using an invalid ID here, try and unwrap it, which is why this has been marked with throws as usual. Try and find the product using the URL that we're going to pass in, and then the result of this from the root should match invalid product. So this should be an invalid product when we do the matching with the unit test with the XCT assert equal. So let's run this test and see what happens. Cool. So now all our tests are passing for our deep link. So we can now safely assume that our route finder and also our build deep link function works fine. So what you could do if you wanted to basically specifically unit test the build deep link is actually write another test here to do that. But I'll leave that in your hands if that's something you want to do. So one final thing I just want to talk about before we wrap up is when you're working with deep links with custom URLs, don't put in sensitive data. Right, man. So we're at the end. So I'll be honest, that was a lot of content I showed you there in terms of handling deep link. We covered a lot of things. To be honest with you, If you need to rewatch this back or certain chapters, do it at your own pace. But there's a lot of content here in terms of how you can handle deep linking in SwiftUI. Once you kind of get this architecture and this design pattern down that I've kind of like come up with and how I would approach it, I feel like it's quite scalable and quite nice to use in your SwiftUI apps. Hey, and welcome back to another video. So in this video, we're going to be talking about deep linking. So you may be wondering, okay, what is deep linking? But essentially, it's what you use in like pretty much all your applications when you tap on a link and it opens up an app installed on your device and goes to a specific screen. So in the iOS world, this could be either a universal link or it could be a custom URL scheme. Now in this video, we're going to be looking at how we can set them up and integrate them within our navigation, as you can see on the screen here, where you tap on a link and it deep links into a specific screen within your app, as well as some handy tools that we can use to make our lives easier, just as essential as McDonald's is in my life. Because I'll be honest, that's an essential, man. You cannot go wrong with McDonald's. And then we'll wrap up by looking at what we can unit test, because remember, unit testing is part of your 5 a day. So as usual, all the project files, if you want to like follow along, are actually on GitHub as well. Now, in this project, I'm just going to do a little bit of a quick, overview breakdown. Like I always say, if you can skip to the next chapter if you don't want to watch this bit. But what we do have here is a new screen. So it's just a simple screen, a settings view that allows you to choose, if you want to, allow permissions for push notifications, because in order to work with push notifications in iOS, you need to ask someone for permission. You can't just start, spamming their phone and just doing it with whatever you want. So we're going to be using this view to actually, request that authorization. So like I said before, you need to actually request permission for, someone's device before you can start delivering them push notifications. So we're going to need to create some kind of like class to ask for authorization. Now, if we wanted to, we could put all this code in here directly inside the view, but in my opinion, it's a bit dirty, man. So I'm not going to do it. I like to separate things out. So in our settings folder, let's create a new file called notifications manager, where we'll handle, anything to do with authorizations and push notifications. So all we've got here is the class notifications manager observable object, because we want to observe things in this class when we actually start to add things to it. And right now we just have the skeleton of a function called request, because this is what we're going to use to request, access to someone's device to deliver those notifications. So before we do that, I just want to go to the Apple documentation so you can just see how to actually do this and we can see how it works. And if we look at the Apple documentation in the UN user notification center class, there's actually this function called request authorization that has a completion handler. So by you calling this function, you basically give the user the option to choose whether they want to allow or not allow. Now we could use the closure based version, but what Apple have done, because they're G's like that, what they've done is they've actually added a concurrency version as well, so we can actually use the async await language updates instead of the closure based syntax, which is what we're going to do. So rather than us using the closure, we're going to use this one. So let's go back into our project, and the first thing we're going to need to do is actually import that framework, which is the user notifications framework. That's where everything lives for handling with working with push notifications. So we're going to say import user notifications like so, and then within here we're just going to do a bit of typing and I'll break it down. So what we're saying here is we're using the user notifications center current to request authorization for these options. Now these options are basically settings on the user device that they can receive notifications for. If we just quickly click into the options that someone can have, so you can see here that there's a whole bunch of different options in terms of what you can ask for notifications for. Now we're just doing badge, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's the badge you see on your iPhone, sound for the noise, and the alert for any alerts within the app. Now there's all these other options as well that you can actually read in the Apple documentation, and I'd highly recommend you do to know what each one are, so you can see if it fits your use case. But we're just going to stick with using these three. So we're going to ask for permission for these three within our app, and if someone says allow, then they will receive notifications with these options in a nutshell. And if this fails, then what we're going to do is just print out any errors. Now, just like we request, notifications access for someone, we need to know if someone's actually given us that permission, because all this does is just, like I say, just ask for authorization. So in here, let's create a function that actually tells us whether someone has actually given us authorization for their device. So all you actually need as well is a way to actually know if someone has given us authorization for their device. So if we just go back to the documentation, this function does return a Boolean, and that Boolean essentially indicates whether you've been granted access or not. Now, the only problem is that we can't keep calling this function every single time, because once someone's requested authorization, it will only fire one time. So we're going to need another function to basically grab that status. So let's create a function for getting the status of someone's device. Right, cool. So what we have here is a constant called status, and we're just getting the notification settings. So this function just tells us the notification setting. So within this class, what we're going to do is create a publish property to see if someone has given us permission. So let's add that into. So by default, we're actually going to say that the has permission is false because, we haven't been given, authorization yet. So with this publish property that we have here, we now need to get the status and actually assign it to this has permission if it's either true or false, whether they're giving us permission. So let's just work on this function here first. The next thing we need to do is actually check the authorization status. So let's say here switch, and then we're going to say status the authorization status like so. And then now within here with this enum, we can actually check the different states. So I'm going to type this out and then we'll break it down. So if we match any of these enum cases, then we're going to say that we do have permission. If not, then we're going to say that we don't. So that's what we're going to be checking for here is authorized provisional and ephemeral. I think I just messed that up. Ephemeral. Right. So now that we're checking for these cases here, the next thing we need to do is actually check to see and return, get a Boolean value from this function here and assign it to our has permission. So now that we've got these two functions ready, the only thing that we want to do is that, but right now by default, whenever we initialize the notifications manager, the has permission property here will always be set to false, which might not be true if someone's given us, authorization. So what we actually want to do instead of just always setting this to false by default is when this is initialized, check to see what the actual status is. So we're going to create an initializer. That's just empty like so. And then within the initializer, we're going to create a task and call our getAuthStatus function. And then the final thing that we need to do on this notifications manager is actually use the @main_actor annotation. So this will ensure any views that listen to any of these properties, because I'm pretty sure that the request authorizations function runs on a background thread. So this will ensure that any UI that listens to any of these properties are updated on the main thread. Now, if you want to learn more about Swift concurrency, because I've kind of just gone over the user notifications API and not the Swift concurrency stuff, I'd highly recommend you check out my free course on my channel that goes into detail about Swift concurrency and everything that you need to know. Okay, cool. So now we need to go into our settings view and use this class. So let's go into our settings view. And at the top here, we're going to create a state object. And it's just going to use that notification manager class. So now what we want to do is when someone taps on this button, we want to call our request function. So because it's asynchronous, we need to create a task in here. And then we're going to say manager. Well, we're going to say await manager dot request. And when our button appears, we're always going to ensure that we also, as well, just to be triple sure, get the latest authorization status. Now, one thing that we do want to do is that if someone has given us access to their push notifications, then we don't want to allow someone to keep spamming this button and just tapping it like crazy. So we want to actually disable this button. So we're going to use the disabled modifier and just say in here that manager dot has permission. So if we do have permission, so if this is true, it will disable the button so you can't keep tapping it and going crazy, going loose. So to actually see this in action, we're going to need to run this on the simulator, because I'm pretty sure if we go to our preview, you can see that nothing's actually happening. But if we just run this on our simulator now, So now if we just go to our simulator that's running, if you just tap on the settings tab here, you'll now see our button. So if you tap on this, you'll now get the alert asking you whether you want to allow notifications or not. So if you choose don't allow, obviously you're not going to receive it, but we're going to choose allow. And then now our button has been disabled, so I can't just keep tapping this and going crazy. So one final thing I do want to show just before we move on to the next chapter is if I just go to the home screen, something you want to be sure of is that with Apple recently, they actually opened up like a whole different range of how you can receive push notifications in your app. So what you can actually do is in your application, if you go to settings and then tap on it, if you go to notifications here, you'll see that you actually have options in terms of what you can do in terms of how your notifications are displayed, within your iPhone or when you're using your phone. Now I've got everything here turned on, and you can see the settings that I've selected here for sounds, badges, and alerts are all here. So if any of these are turned off, for this tutorial, then you won't see the same thing that I'm seeing unless you want to customize this to your needs. So this is just something to keep in mind. So when you work with push notifications that you actually receive, from a server, it's actually delivered using something called a payload. So a payload is essentially a JSON structure that contains information about like the title, the subtitle, the sounds, the badges, all the information about that your app needs for working with that push notifications gets delivered via a payload. And this is normally structured using JSON. So if you want to learn more about what JSON is, I actually do have a video on my YouTube channel that's part of my iOS take-home test course that you can check out. Dive straight in and just start typing some JSON. And what I want to do is I actually want to go over the Apple documentation to show you what an Apple push notification payload actually looks like. So let's do that now. Let's go to this Apple documentation here called generating a remote notification. You'll see here that you have the alert, sound, badge, and silence. So these are the different types of notifications that can get delivered to your device. But if you actually scroll down, you'll see documentation here about creating a JSON payload like I was saying before, and this contains all the information that your device will use to display a push notification. So it's bare minimum what you need to include in your JSON payload is the APS, alert, title, and subtitle. So this body, category, and game ID are optional. If you don't include the APS object in your JSON payload, then your push notification isn't going to display the data that you want and work. Now, this game ID that you can see here is actually a custom key that has nothing to do with the Apple push notification service. So if you want to add in your own custom keys to a push notification so you can extract that data out, which is what we're going to be doing in this tutorial, you need to make sure that it's outside of the APS object. Now in this documentation, it's got a whole lot of information that I highly recommend you check out and read. But if you scroll down, you'll see that it's actually a table that tells you what you can include in your notification and what it actually means. So when you're working with push notifications and you want to, configure them, I'd highly recommend you check out this documentation and just read everything that is available to you, everything that's available for you to use so you know you're using the correct thing. Now that we've gone over that, what I want to do is actually show you how you can actually set up and test push notifications on your simulator using RocketSim. So let's just go back to our simulator. Now in my previous video, I used RocketSim for testing out deep links, and now we're going to use it for push notifications. If you're not using RocketSim like I am, there's other APNS tools you can download that allow you to do a similar thing, but we're just going to be focusing on RocketSim. So what we can do to actually test push notifications, if we go to push notifications on this drop down here, you'll see an option saying configure them. So let's configure it. And now what we can do is in the group that I created before called test deep links, we can actually bundle in and create push notifications as well. What you could also do if you wanted to is you could actually select JSON files that you have on your machine and actually link them to RocketSim if that's what you want to do. But I'm just going to create a push notification that's embedded into the tool. So let's tap on add action and then choose push notification. And then for the title, we're just going to give it a name. So for this one, we're just going to call this test promotion. Cool. So by default, you'll see that RocketSim was nice enough, you know, because they got us like that. So RocketSim was nice enough to automatically add in the minimum structure of what it is that we actually need for a push notification to work. And before we actually create this, we can actually hit send to test it out as well. So let's just do that. So you can now see that by tapping send, you should see your push notification appear in the simulator. Now, one thing to note is that if you have your app open like this and you tap send, the notification isn't going to work. And the reason why is because you need to add a bit more code to actually show push notifications whilst your app is open. And we'll get onto that in this video as well. You need to make sure that your app is either in the background or is in a, you know, dead state. Basically, your app isn't open. So if you hit send again, you'll see that it works here. Cool. So what I want to do is actually tweak this notification and actually put in some of my own information so we can just test this out for our own, you know, deep linking in the future. So you can see here that I've added in a title with some text and a subtitle, and as well I've also added in a body. So you don't have to copy exactly the text that I put in here. This is just so I can just make it look much more like a real push notification. So we just hit send now. You'll see now that we have the title, subtitle, and also our body here as well. This looks something more like, you know, you get from a notification from like your favorite shopping or food app or whatever that may be. What we're just going to do here is just hit create. And then now we have our push notification here. So if we just tap on the simulator, we now have our push notifications organized and our deep links, which is really nice. Sweet. So now that I have the code set up for, you know, receiving push notifications, what we want to do now is actually see how we can actually handle a deep link from a push notification. So let's create another one. And this time it's just going to be one for like a 30% discount. And I'm just going to put some text in the body here. So we just got our title, subtitle, and body. So in order to actually go to a screen with a deep link, we need to put that data within this payload. So we're going to be reusing the code that we had from the last video. So if you've not watched that, I highly recommend you go and check out that video, because we're just literally going to be just using that code. We're not going to write any new code here. And we need to also put in the deep link structure that our app is listing for within here. So if you want to put in custom data, like I said before, you actually don't want to put it inside of the APNS object here. It needs to sit outside so you can extract it. So we're going to put a new property in here outside of the APS object. So after this curly brace here, we're going to create a new key called link. And then within link, the value that this is going to hold is the entire deep link custom URL scheme, as well as the query parameters that it expects. What I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go into my deep link, and for my promotion, I'm just going to open this up and just copy the URL from here and then just paste that within here. So go to link and then place that. Cool. So we're just reusing our scheme here with the promo host and the query parameters, where we set a discount of 30% and a description of enjoy this discount. So that's all we're adding in. So now when you look at our structure for our APS, now that you look at our structure for our payload, we have our APS object with the information that will be displayed in the push notification, and our link, which is what we're going to use to extract out the link and handle, you know, going to that screen. So let's just hit send to make sure that this works. And you can see here that it works. So if we hit update, we can now save this within RocketSim. Now, one final thing I just like to do as a good habit is that even though you can send this, is I actually also like to run this through maybe a JSON validator, because at the end of the day, this is still just JSON. So this will help me ensure that what I've got is actually valid. Now, at the time of this video, we actually don't have a modifier for us to actually listen to receiving push notifications in SwiftUI. Now, I've recorded this a couple of months before Dub 23. So if there is a new modifier for us to actually do that, then I'll create a new video with those updates. So Tim, Craig, SwiftUI team, if you're listening and watching this video, put it on the wish list. So what we're going to do is actually use we're actually going to need to use a AppDelegate for actually using some of the delegate functions that allow us to interact and listen to push notifications. And what we have is here is the UI application delegate adapter. So this property wrapper essentially allows us to connect a UI, well, an AppDelegate to our SwiftUI apps. All the functions you will get within an AppDelegate become accessible to us to use in our SwiftUI apps. So we're going to just set this up here, you know, in our project. So let's go into our project, and at the root of our application, so our app file, if we just scroll up, we're going to need to create an app delegate at the top here. So let's do that now. So I have to set up my app delegate, which is, what we're going to be using for listening to notifications. And within your app delegate, when you're working with this, there's actually a function called did finish launching with. So what this delegate function allows you to do is get told when your application has now opened from a dead state. So when I mean a dead state, I mean as in the app was completely killed and you're now opening it up for the first time. So we're going to add this delegate function in now. So within here, if you just type did finish launching, you should see this function here where it returns a Boolean. So we want to implement this delegate function here. Now, right now, what we want to need to do in this function is just return true because we do want it to launch. So we're going to hit return true like so. What I'm just going to do is put a breakpoint here on line 14. And now in our main app entry point, we need to actually link this app delegate to our SwiftUI app. And we can do that by using the property wrapper that I showed you in the documentation. So at the top here, we're just going to type at UI application delegate adapter like so. And that's going to say private var app delegate. And then the type here is going to be the type of our, app delegate that we declared. So here it's going to be my app delegate like so. So just to make sure that this is all working fine, what I like to do is just run this and put a breakpoint on to see if this gets triggered. Because if this gets triggered, it means that it's linked. So let's just run this again on the simulator. And you can see that when we run it this time, our breakpoint hits this line. So that means that it's all linked up. So this is sweet. So let's just stop that. And then let's just go back into our code. So in order to work with push notifications in your app with the app delegate, you need to use the N user notification center delegate. Now, this is just a protocol that has a whole bunch of functions, which we'll look at in the Apple documentation, that allow you to, know when certain things occur with push notifications when they're delivered to your device. Now, you need to actually set up a delegate for this protocol for it to work. And if you've never, worked with or heard of, what a delegate is, the best way to think about it, just think of it as a link. It's basically a way to allow two objects to communicate with each other. So in our case, what that means is that our app delegate will be communicating with the user notifications, API that Apple's developed, so they can kind of push information to our app delegate that we can then work with. And if you want to learn more about delegates, I do have a video that goes over delegates that I'll put on the screen here. So in our did finish launching, we're actually going to need to set up this delegate. So to do that, we're going to need to, in this file, first of all, import the user notifications, framework. And then here, within our did finish launching, we're going to need to say UN user notification center dot current. And then you should see a property here called delegate is equal to self, like so. Cool. So what should happen is we should get a build error because it should say that we're not actually assigning this delegate to the app. We're not actually assigning the user notifications delegate to the app delegate. And essentially what this just means is that we've not added the protocol to this class. That's it. So let's just create an extension on my app delegate of UN user notification center delegate like so. And now you should see that the error goes away because we've now conformed to that protocol. So we just go back to the Apple documentation for the UN user notification center delegate. So if you just go to this protocol here, you'll see as you scroll down, there's there's information about how you need to assign the delegate, which is what we just did. But there's a whole bunch of actions telling you in terms of what it is you can do with this, protocol. So the one that we actually want to work with is receiving a notification. Now there's actually something here called did receive UN notification response. So if we just click on this one here, so this actually tells us when we've received a notification, and it also allows us to tell the app how it should respond in terms of the user's action. And what I mean by that is that on push notifications, you can actually add actions to them where, you know, if you drag down and you have actions to choose to do stuff, you can do that. Now in this video, we're not going to be doing that, but what we do want to do is that when we receive a push notification, we want to perform, you know, the logic to go to a screen. So if we just keep scrolling down, you'll see that there's an option here with a completion handler, but what we want to do is use the alternate, which is the Swift concurrency version, which doesn't require any kind of like closures. So I'm just going to type out did receive, and you'll see that when you type out did receive, there's two options here. There's one where it's async and there's one where it's a completion handler. We want the one that's async. Cool. So what we're going to do now is just actually just test if this fires. So let's do that. So let's put another breakpoint on here. I'm just going to remove this breakpoint because I don't really want it no more. Let's run the app on the simulator. And then we're going to need to put this in the background. And then let's send a push notification. And now when you tap on it, you'll now see that we actually get this delegate function triggered for us. So whenever someone interacts with that push notification, it will let us know that we received it, someone tapped on it, and you can now do something with that action. So in here, what I just want to do is I actually want to show you how to get the data that we set within this JSON. So if I just open this up, I want to show you how we can get this link from here. So in here, what we can do is I can just say PO, and then on the response, I can say dot request dot content dot user info. And if we just print this out, you'll now see that we actually have like almost like a dictionary with all the information that we have in our JSON payload. So you can see the title, subtitle, body, and also the link that we set as well. So now we can actually treat this like a dictionary and just get the data that we want to do some kind of logic. So inside of here, I'm just going to say if let deep link is equal to, I'm just going to copy this code here, user info, like so. And then we're going to access the link value by using the key here, link. So link. And then we need to actually say what type we want to cast this as. So this is a string. So we're going to say as string. And then for now, we're just going to print into the console an emoji with like a tick and the value inside of that, you know, key. So let's just add in here a tick. And then we'll also add in here the message that received deep link, like so. Cool. So let's just take out our breakpoint because we don't need this anymore. Stop it from running, run it again. So if we just go back into our app and then put it in the background, send a deep link, tap on it. You'll now see that in the console, we actually get a message saying that we received a deep link and we now have our, you know, deep link URL. So all we need to do now is essentially just reuse the function that we have where we pass in the, route, the URL to our route finder, and then it should just handle pushing it to a screen. So this is why I was giving myself a pat on the back in the previous video, because this code is really scalable, flexible, and reusable. Now, the only thing is how do we do that? Because our AppDelegate has no, reference to that handle deep link function. If I go in here and I type handle deep link, it doesn't know what I'm talking about. So how do we, link, how do we link the two? It doesn't know what it is. So we need a way to actually link, some of the functions from our SwiftUI app to our AppDelegate. So in order to do that, what I'm actually going to do in here is create a property to actually assign our app to our AppDelegate so we can access that function. So in here, we're going to say var app, and the type is just going to be this struct type here. So introduction to navigation app, and we're just going to make it optional like so. Cool. So back in our main app entry point here, so what we're going to say here is that on our menu, just above our open URL or even below, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to say on appear, And then within this onApp here, we're going to say AppDelegate.app is equal to self. So now we're assigning this self to the AppDelegate's app property. So I can now access this. So within, if we scroll back up in our did receive, within our function here, what we want to do now is we actually now want to basically reuse the code that we had for our open URL within this bit here for handling a deep link. So because it's a string right now, we need to actually convert this to a URL because our handle deep linking function accepts not a string, a URL here. So after this line, we're just going to say let URL is equal to URL from, and the string here, we're going to say deep link. And then inside of this function here, I'm going to leave the print statement just purely for debugging purposes. But in here, we now need to create a task. And then we're just going to say await, and it's going to be app.handleDeepLink from URL, like so. Cool. So let's just build this, and you'll see that builds just fine. Sweet. So now let's actually just test this out and see if it works for our promotion. So I'm going to stop this, rerun it, and then we'll put this in the background like so. And then we tap on our push notification, and you'll see that it takes us to our promo screen. So I don't even need to write any, refactor any of my code. I just reuse the function for pushing to a screen. Now, what I do want to do now is to show you how easy and scalable this is now, because what I can do is I can just literally just recreate the other deep links, but as push notifications. So we're going to add one in for opening up an item and also opening up an invalid item as well. Just go to push notifications. Let's add in an action, and then we'll create a new push notification for opening up an item within our menu. So you can see here that we've just got the same structure with a title, subtitle, and body, but this time for the link, it's actually different, and it's actually the link that is generated when we try to share an item, because we can't use emojis directly in the strings here like this. So we have to do the conversion of it to this code. I actually don't know what this code is, but to this code, essentially. If you want to easily get the, link for a item, if you don't want to have to like try and figure it out, the easiest way to get this link is to go to one of the items, hit the share button here. It'll open up the preview. And then, so if you just go to reminders, and then you'll see that it actually generates the link for an item. So you can copy this and put it inside of here. That's the easiest way to do it. So let's close that, and let's just save this. And then let's also create another push notification for an invalid product as well. And you can see here that we just got some information here, and this time for our link, it's still using the product item, except we're passing in some X's because we know that this isn't a valid ID. So we'll hit create as well. Cool. So let's put our app in the background, and then let's now open up our item, tap on notification, and it takes us to the burrito. So if I go back, put this into the background, open up an invalid product. So let's open that up, and it takes me to an invalid product. Now, one of the nice things about this as well is that if I actually close the app completely, as in like kill it off, and then, try and open up one of these links. So let's just do the item one, for example, tap on it. You'll see that actually pushes me to an item from a dead state as well. So we're now handling notifications and deep linking and deep links for when our app is in the background, and also when our app is in a dead state as well. So it's pretty cool. Is that if we tap on a notification and open up our app, you'll see that we have this tab bar here, and it doesn't really look right at all, because it just doesn't look right. And to be honest with you, what I want to do is that when I push to an item, I actually want to remove this tab bar. I don't want this to be visible. So what we want to do is that on specific screens that you can actually deep link to, we actually want to hide our tab bar, completely. So in our code, we need to tell our route that when you're trying to push to a screen, you have the ability to either show or hide a tab bar also. So let's go back into our project. And if we go into our root file, There's only 3 routes that you can actually deep link to, and that's a promo, menu item, or an invalid product. So on these Enum cases, we're actually going to add a new associated value called hide tab bar. So on here, we're going to say hide tab bar, and it's going to be a bool. And I'm going to assign it a default value of false because I don't want to have to pass in true and false every single time, you know, if we have multiple associated values and stuff. So we're going to do this also on our promo data and also on our invalid product as well. So unless we explicitly say that we want to hide the tab bar, by default, they're all actually going to be false. So now what we need to do is we need to just update and fix some of our build errors. So first of all, on our build deep link from, because we've now got 2 associated values, we just want to put an underscore in for the hide tab bar because we're not going to use that associated value. And we just keep scrolling down. And now if we go into our promo, we can do comma, underscore, comma, underscore like so. All right, cool. And then if we scroll all the way down, you can see here that we now have, you know, another build error because we're trying to pass in both of these, which, you know, it can't accept. So to fix that again, we'll just do comma, underscore, like so. Cool. In the meantime, sweet. So you can see that we've got these warnings and it's saying that, you know, we've got these 2 associated values. And to be honest with you, this is now where we actually, you know, I put an underscore here just for now, but this is where we want to use our associated values for hiding the tab bar because this is where we do our view configuration. So what we're going to do in here is I'm actually going to say let hide tab bar. And I'm going to wrap all of this inside of a group. So we're going to say group. I'm going to go put all this code inside of a group. Like so. And now what we're able to do is that on the actual group, we're able to say that I want you to hide the tab bar for all of these views, you know, depending on whether this is true or false. So let's type this out now. So we're going to say toolbar visibility and then hide tab bar. So if the hide tab bar is true, then it's going to be hidden, or else it will be visible for tab bar. Cool. So the nice thing about using a group here is that it will actually apply this modifier onto every single view. So I don't need to keep repeating myself basically. But now what we're doing is that within the configuration, we're now basically building up and saying, based on what we pass through our route, whether we should show or hide the tab bar. Now there's still 2 more that we need to do this for, and that's our promo view and our invalid product. So we're going to say here, let hide tab bar, like so. And then we're just going to literally copy this modifier code here and use that here like so. And then same on our invalid product where we say let hide tab bar. Cool. And then now our view configuration code is fine. Now we still have some build errors that we need to fix, which we'll look into now. So we go into our route finder. So within here, we now want to say, because at this point in this code, you are opening it up from a deep link. So we actually want to set that highest tab bar to true within, you know, any of the routes in here. So for all of our routes that we return, we now want to say hide tab bar true. And then for our invalid product, we also want to say hide tab bar true as well. And then finally for our menu item, we'll do the same as well. Cool. So now if you build this, it should be fine. So let's just run this now. And when you start load up the app and you start pushing between screens, you can still see that our, you know, tab bar is all good and it's all fine. Well, let's actually just put this in the background. And if I open up a page from, you know, a deep link and push to a screen, you'll now see that our tab bar doesn't exist anymore. And we can just go back to our menu. So yeah, this is all looking good. Right now, if you tap on this whilst the app is open, we actually don't receive push notifications. And the reason why is because when you're working with push notifications whilst your app's in the foreground, you need to actually tell the system to deliver it. So if we just go back to the Apple documentation, in the UN user notification center delegate, there's actually this function here called will present. And this says it asks the delegate to handle how a notification is arrived while the app is running in the foreground. So this is how you tell your app how to present notifications whilst it's open. So if you just click on it, you can see that we have a completion handler version of it, which is fine. But if you just scroll down, you'll also see that we have a async await version of it where we can actually just return the options that we want for how it's presented. So let's see how we can use this. So let's go back to our project. And in our main app entry point here, within our user notification delegate, we now want to use that will present. So we're going to say will present, and we don't want the completion handler. We want the async await version like so. I'm just going to clean this up. Cool. So all we need to do here is just literally just say what it is that we want to, return. So I'm just going to type this out and then we'll break it down. So what we're saying here is that whilst our app is open, it should be able to receive a sound, badge, banner within the app, and also list. So list is basically notifications that appear in the lock screen whilst your app is, locked. So let's just run this now. And whilst our app is open, if we now tap on a notification, you'll now see that it gets delivered. And if we tap on it, you can see that it also handles the pushing and hiding the tab bar for this. And if we go back, it's all good. So this is everything that we want. So now we have notifications working in our app. So far we've just been testing notifications by using RocketSim, locally in a simulator. Now in the real world, you wouldn't deploy this code. In the real world, what would actually happen is you'd actually have a server set up that would actually deliver a remote push notification to a user's device. So it's all good and well testing this locally, but what you do need to do is actually use some kind of provider to test it on a real. Now, something I do want to say is that you can't test remote notifications on the simulator. You need an actual iPhone to do what I'm about to, show you in the next couple of chapters. Now, for our remote notification provider, I'm going to be using Firebase. So we're going to need to set up Firebase in our Xcode project. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail about how to set up Firebase in an Xcode project because I actually have a video on my channel that goes, into much detail about this that you can actually check out. We're going to be using the Firebase cloud messaging feature within Firebase. So you need to make sure if you want to follow along for this part, you want to make sure that you have a Google account so you can actually use the Firebase console. Now, before you even go into Firebase at all, this is the most important thing you need to check, right? Is that you need to make sure that in order to actually work with remote push notifications, you actually do have an Apple developer, license. So you pay for the license for 1 year. Now, again, I have a video that details everything you need in terms of getting a Apple developer license that I'll leave on the screen here. But if you don't have an Apple developer license and, your settings that I'm going to show you aren't set up properly, you won't be able to do this next step. So make sure you have that license for either yourself as an individual or a team set up properly. So if we go back to our Xcode project, what you want to do now is go to the project. So the first thing you want to make sure is that your bundle identifier that you're using doesn't match my bundle identifier. So make sure that this is unique to your app so that, you're not conflicting, because you can only have one unique bundle ID per app on the App Store. Now, once you've done that on the general tab, the next thing you need to do is go to sign-in capabilities and make sure that the team selected is the option here that has your Apple developer license. So this is mine here. If you don't select that, you're not going to see this capability. So if you click on capability and if you search for push, I can now access push notifications because I have the Apple developer license. So I can add that to my capabilities here. So make sure that you have this set up before you carry on with any provider that you use. Okay, cool. So I've just logged into, console.firebase.google.com, and on here we're just now going to create our Firebase project for our iOS app. So if I just choose add project and then we just give this a project name, so I'm just going to say testing push notifications. You can call this whatever you want, but this should actually be the name of your app or something close to that. Hit continue. Now I'm not working with Google Analytics, so I can just turn this off and then we can create our project. So now that we continue, we should now have a Firebase project available to us. So if we select iOS here, we just have some, guides in terms of getting it set up. So I'm just going to go through this. So just going to put my bundle ID from here into here and then register the app. Now we need to download the Google Service Info plist. So we're going to download that and then show in Finder. And then now we need to just drag this into our project. So I'm just going to close this down and then just put this in our project there. So when we put this in our project, we'll just say copy items if needed, finish. And then that's now in our project. Cool. And then we'll hit next. And then now we need to add the SDK to our project. So we're going to copy this and we're going to use Swift Package Manager for this. So if you go to your project and then go here, package dependencies, hit the plus button. We can enter the package URL here that I just copied and paste that in. Now, I don't know what's going on with Firebase at the moment, but for some reason, trying to get the SDK can take quite a while. So if you realize that when you put this in and you're trying to access it, it's taking a bit of time, be patient. Cool. So now we have that. So we can choose add package. And it will now fetch the iOS SDK. Now for you, that might look like that was 1 minute, right? But I'm not gonna lie, yeah, that takes quite a while. in that time frame, I was able to see the Arsenal scores. I was able to basically see a new t-shirt I wanted to buy, as well as watch some anime clips as well. So get yourself some snacks, get a drink, get yourself comfortable, and just wait for Firebase to finish doing its thing. You might be looking at it's maybe a 1 minute thing, but it's not for me for some reason. But anyway, when you finish doing all that, you'll now see that there's options for what you need. Now, we don't need like analytics and all that stuff, but what we do need is Firebase messaging. So let's click on that. And that's the only one that we want to select on this. And then we want to choose, add package. And then that will now add the Firebase, core SDK and messaging to our project. Okay, cool. So now our package dependencies have been resolved. And then we now need to actually set up the SDK. So if you go back to the documentation, you'll see here, it shows you how to set up Firebase in, your app. So we're just going to copy this. And then we're just going to copy this configure function and just put that here. Cool. Now we don't need to do this stuff because we've already got this AppDelegate stuff, so we don't really need that. But now our app is hooked up to using Firebase. So now if we hit next and then continue the console, you should now see your Firebase console. So the next thing we need to do is, in order to actually receive remote notifications onto a device, you need to actually set up your Firebase project with some key or certificate. And if we just go to our project settings and go to cloud messaging, you'll see that as you scroll down for your app bundle identifier, there's actually two options here of what you can use. Now, you can set up an APNS key or an APNS certificate. Now, in my opinion, I wouldn't do an APNS certificate. And the reason why is because I've been burned by this in the past, because they actually have an expiration date. So you need to make sure that every year you're always uploading and creating a new certificate, which, you can easily forget. So instead, I will create an APNS authentication key because they don't expire. And once you upload it once, you just send notifications forever. I can see here that, Firebase recommends it as well. Now, in order to create an APNS key, we're going to have to log into our Apple developer. I don't mean our as in me and you, but the Apple developer account that you own. So I'm going to go to the Apple developer. Okay, cool. So now that you've done this and you've logged into Apple developer, what you then want to do is you should see here program resources, and on certificates, identifiers and profiles, there should be an option here for keys. So I'm just going to open this up on a new tab. And then when you go to this tab keys, you should see a, option to create one. So we're going to click create a key. And the one we want is Apple push notification services key. So we're just going to give this a name of APNS key, like so, and then hit continue. And then we're going to register it. Cool. So one thing that you will need to do is you need to make sure that you download the key before you hit done, because once you hit done, there's no way to download this key again. So hit download to get it and then hit done. And then you should see your key here with like the key ID. I don't mind sharing this information because there's nothing you're going to be able to do with this information. So go wild with this key ID. But what you want to do now is in here, you can choose upload. And if you go to upload, you can now actually choose to, select a file. And the file that we want is this key that I just downloaded. So choose browse and then select your key. And then we now need to enter the key ID and our team ID. So if we go back to our page where we created our key and you select on it, you go back onto it and click on it, you'll see the key IDs here. And you can copy that and paste it. And it's also in the name of the file as well. And the team ID, you can get that by going to your Apple developer. And if you just scroll down, you should see your team ID. Now you can see that I've censored this because I don't need you man knowing where I live. And I actually do want to protect my, team ID. So we want to put that in here and then paste it into the team ID here. Obviously it's censored so you can't see it. But once you hit upload, that should all now be sorted. So you should have all your information there and ready to go. So we're almost at the end, but what we need to do now is actually set up our project to actually work with Firebase Cloud Messaging for receiving push notifications on a real device. So if you go back into your project, inside of here where we set up our Firebase app and configure it, we also need to set up the messaging delegate. So let's do that. So first of all, we need to import Firebase messaging to actually access that delegate. And then after configure, we're going to say here messaging.delegate is equal to self. Now this should complain because we've not conformed to the messaging delegate. So below our user notification delegate, and I'm just going to just close this off to create a bit more space. We're going to say extension of my app delegate, and it's going to conform to the messaging delegate like so. And then now our build error should go away. So in here, we're also going to need to basically link our app to Firebase. So when you want to send a push notification from a server, the way it works is that each device generates a token, and that token is essentially a unique identifier that is used to basically say this is your phone. So what happens on the back end is the server actually uses that token to send a notification to your device. So in a nutshell, if you don't send your token to the provider that's delivering the push notification, it isn't going to work. So that's what we're going to do now. So in order to do that, there's actually a function called did-register for remote notifications with device token. And what this function does is it literally tells us the device token on your phone once you allow permission for push notifications, and if it ever gets like refreshed or whatever happens with it. So in here, we now want to say messaging.APNS token is equal to device token, like so. Cool. So now if we build this, it should be all good. So this is us basically doing the link that I mentioned before. The next thing we need to do is, although we're telling our, provider that this is the device token, we also need to tell our app to register for remote notifications, because right now it's not actually listening for them. So in here, what we want to do is we actually want to use our application and say register for remote notifications. So before our configure, the first thing we'll say here is application.register for remote notifications, like so. So this will let the system know that it can receive remote push notifications, not just local push notifications. Now, in order to actually test this out, I'm actually going to have to use a real device, or use my actual phone. So I can't record me and do that at the same time. So what I'm just going to do is just disappear, hope you don't miss me too much. I was going to disappear for a couple of minutes and then I'll come back into the phone, man. So let's just test out these notifications. So I had to have this running on my phone, and just to show you this is definitely me running it on my phone. If I just go into my camera, you should see me. So it's definitely me running on my phone. So if I go back onto the, the app here now, right now, I've not accepted push notifications. So I'm just going to accept push notifications and choose allow. And now my app is ready to receive pushes. So if we want to actually test push notifications, on our, actual real devices, because you can't do this on a simulator. So what you need to do in Firebase, you need to go to engage, and then in engage, you'll see an option here called messaging. And inside of messaging, what you can do is create your first campaign. Now, like I said, I'm just going to be doing simple pushes. So we're just going to do a Firebase notification message and then hit create. And then within the title, what we're just going to do here is just enter some information. So my push and then testing, for example. Now what we could do is we actually could send a test push notification to our device to basically like see it before we set up everything. And in order to actually do this, we need to first of all create a FCM, well not create, but get the FCM registration token from our phone. So if you do want to do this, I'll show you how to do this really quickly. We just need to add this function into our messaging, delegate that we have here. So I'll just type this out and then we'll break it down. This function is a function that's provided to us by Firebase to give us the token on a real device that a user is running the app on. So what we're just going to do now is just rerun the app after adding in this function. And in the console, we should see our FCM token. Okay, cool. So now that we have that set up, if we wanted to, we can actually send a test notification to our device. So if I just choose the identifier and then choose test, we should now see that that push notification is now sent to your actual phone. So you can actually see that now in real time. So what I want to do is actually carry on and actually, set this up like a real push notification. So in order to do that, we're just going to go into RocketSim. And then we're just going to go to our notifications that we have set up before, and we're just going to take one of them. So let's just take this burrito item one, for example, and we'll just copy some of the information and put that into Firebase. So I'll copy the title. And you can see that even in the console in Firebase, you can actually preview like what this would look like in expanded view or initial state. So we can just send this again and see what happens on our iPhone. So we'll just send this again. You can see that it looks, like what it is that we have in Firebase. And then for the target, we can choose like segmented options or specific type of people we want to target. But in our case, we just want to select, our app and then hit next. And then we can schedule this in the future, but I want to send this right now, so immediately. And one thing we do want to do is we now want to add in our custom data that allows to push to one of the screens when it's tapped. So in here, this is where we can add in our link. So if we copy our link from here in the key, and then we copy our value, which is this, and then paste it. And we could just keep on going and just keep on adding more custom fields if we wanted to. But in our case, we only want the link. And we can configure all this other stuff as well. Choose an expiry date, and we can hit review. And now we can hit publish. Now it's worth noting that with Firebase, the notification might take a bit of time for it to be delivered. So be patient, but I'm just gonna put this in the background and we'll just wait for this to be delivered to our device. So now if we tap on this notification, you'll see that it acts like before, and we can now deep link into items from remote push notifications suite. So let me bring my pretty face back onto the screen. And now in Firebase, we can actually see information about that push notification here. So you can see that one send was me. Cool. So we covered a lot of things in this video in terms of like working with push notifications, so tools for testing it locally on the simulator. We also looked into how to set up remote notifications as well using Firebase. We also saw how we can reuse some of our code that from our previous video to help us achieve the same goal. So it's scalable, flexible and reusable as well. So there's a lot of things that we covered in this video. Hey, and welcome back to another another video. So you've built your iOS app and now you want to see how easy it is to support different platforms in SwiftUI. Well, in this video, we're going to be looking into just that. And we're going to build on top of our previous videos from within this course and see how easy it is to reuse our code and add in new code for iPad and macOS by using the new NavigationSplitView. Now, before we just dive, I know you're eager, but before we just dive straight into the code, we'll look into what's needed to support multi-platform in Xcode, as well as some layout considerations that you may want to take into account when working with a navigation split view. We're going to build an adaptive layout for iPad where the UI is completely different. We'll discuss the best patterns in terms of UX and UI by also touching on the toolbar as well as some other things. By the end of this video, you should know everything that you need to know to bring your iOS apps to iPad and also macOS. So in this video, we're going to be tackling iPhone, iPad and Mac. But when working with Navigation Split View, the layout, for the content can change between what platform you're actually currently supporting. Now in iOS development, these are something called size classes, and this essentially describes the size or orientation of a screen within a certain context. And if we just look at the human interface guidelines now on the screen for layout, if you scroll to the bottom, you'll see that there's a whole bunch of different side classes that, there's a lot to remember, there's a lot going on. But let's say you're working on a more narrow screen or, like an iPhone, watch TV, or even if your app is in slide over mode, Navigation Split View will actually change its layout and actually default to using a stack layout, which is similar to what you see on the screen here, which is essentially just, screens within a navigation stack. But on screens where there's more space, such as iPad, Mac, and TV, it's actually possible to get a two-column layout, as you can see on the screen here, where you can see the sidebar and the detail view, and it shows off some content. And think of the sidebar like a navigation bar that you get on a website where tapping on one of the links takes you to a page. It's kind of similar. Now there's also a 3-column layout, which is a sidebar, detail, and a content. Now the difference here is that you can show your categories in the sidebar, display a preview of the content that someone can drill into in the detail further on. So it's almost like having categories, titles for the items, and then more detail about that item. So we'll be tweaking and reusing the code so we can get the most out of the navigation split view. So let's see how we can do that now. So I've just got the starter project here that you can get from my GitHub. But if we go to our general tab, you can see here that on the target, we can define the destinations in terms of where we want our app to go. Now, on my, project, I have iPhone, iPad, and Mac designed for iPad. So this ports whatever we've done on iPad over to the Mac tool for us for free. Now, if you're using a brand new fresh project, you might not see this, but if you're using a starter project, you should see this set up. You normally have a sidebar when you're working with an iPad, and that's what we're going to tackle now. So we need to create a sidebar view to display on our iPad and allow us to choose categories within our app. So to do this, I'm going to create a new group in here called sidebar, and then within here we're going to create another group called model, and then we're going to create a new Swift file in here called menu category. So this file is going to hold the categories that we will display in our sidebar within the app. And in order to do this, we're going to use an enum. Now I want this to be an int so I can uniquely identify each enum case. And then we're just going to define here food. And then we're going to also say drinks and then desserts. So because we're going to be putting this in some kind of list so we can display it, we actually want to make this enum case iterable so we can just get all of the enum cases in an array, and identifiable so we can just loop through this. So let's do that now. So we'll do case iterable and then identifiable. In order to identify the ID with the identifiable, we're just going to say here ID. And then to uniquely identify each one, we're just going to use the raw value because this is an integer type enum. Cool. So within my sidebar as well, I want to give each item a title and an icon. So let's create an extension on menu category, and then I'll break this down. So you can see that I've done an extension on menu category, and I just added a computer property here for title, and this is the string we want to return for title, and also the system name, well, system image, and this is just literally SF symbols, which I do have a video on my channel if you want to check that out to learn more about SF symbols. So now let's start looking to build our view. So let's create a new folder in Sidebar called View, and then we'll create a new SwiftUI view in here called Sidebar View. And inside of here is literally just going to be a list that loops through all of the categories in our enum cases and displays it, you know, in a list. So let's just type this out now. So you can see here, nothing too crazy, just a list where we're just going through all the categories, and then we're going to get access to that category. And then in order to display the category with the SF symbol and the text in one view, I'm going to use a label. And then in here, for the title, we'll pass in the category dot title, and then category dot system image, like so. Cool. So let's just briefly go to the documentation to actually look at what we get with a navigation split view. So now in our docs, you'll see that for the navigation split view, just scroll all the way down to the bottom to see how to create one. So you'll see these two initializers. Now there's an initializer here for sidebar and detail, and also sidebar content detail. Now the one we want is the first one where you create a 2-column navigation split view. So what we're going to do is see what this looks like on both an iPhone and an iPad. So in order to do this, we're just going to build, see what our sidebar looks like by using the previews for our sidebar view. So let's go back to our project and we'll type this out together. And then on our sidebar view, we're just going to type in the preview, navigation split view. And we want to use this option here with the sidebar and the detail, like so. And then let's copy in our sidebar view, like so. And then for the detail, I'm just going to put some text in here. I want to create a preview where I can actually see this on an iPhone. So let's just run this. And on the modifiers, when this builds, so in our previews, what we want to do is we want to select our navigation split view. And then if you just open up this tab here on the right hand panel, you'll see you have some options where you can actually customize your previews. So the device I want this to be is an iPhone 14 Pro. And you'll see it automatically adds that in for us, and it should change this now. And I also want to give this a name of iPhone sidebar preview, like so. So now we have a title and our device on iPhone 14. So you can see on an iPhone, this just looks like a normal navigation stack, but it's just a list view. So let's actually add in another, navigation split view here. So let's copy this. And this time we're going to choose from our devices. So we just select the navigation split view and then go here. On our device this time, we're going to choose an iPad. So you can choose any iPad on the drop down here. I'm going to choose this one. And then for the name of this, we're just going to say iPad sidebar preview, like so. So now in order to see our iPad, we need to choose this tab here. And we should see our iPad once this loads. I'm just going to dismiss this to create a bit more space. And let's just zoom out. And you can see now that on our iPad, we have a sidebar. So what we can do is we can tap on this and I can now see my options here as well. And if I actually rotate this into landscape mode, you'll see that our sidebar also has all the, it's open by default, and I can actually hit this to open and close it. So this is looking, pretty good. So, adding this in, it's not a lot of code, man. Like Apple, they got us like that. They're looking out for us. But one thing I do want to do is I actually want to add a title here. So on our list, we're going to say navigation title and then menu, like so. Cool. So this is all right what we have here, but what I also, in this tutorial, we're going to be using this a lot, and I don't want to have to keep repeating this all the time. So it would actually be better if we extracted this out and added it into like some kind of custom modifier. So if you want to learn about building custom modifiers, I do have a video on that as well. So let's go into our sidebar preview here, and then now on our side preview here, what we want to do is we want to create a new folder called extensions. And I want to create a new Swift file called SwiftUI preview plus device. And then within here, we're now going to build up our modifier to help us easily just say preview for iPhone or preview for iPad. So let's just add this in now. So we're going to need to import SwiftUI, and then we'll define a struct. We're going to need to define the body. So this is where we're going to apply the styles onto the view where we use this modifier. So I want to allow someone to pass in a device that they want to preview it for. So I'm going to create an enum called device, and it's going to have two cases. So one for iPhone and another for iPad. And then we're going to have a constant here called device, and the type is going to be device, so you can specify what device you want when you're previewing this modifier. So now within here, we're going to just literally just switch on the device that someone passes into this modifier. So switch on device, and then case.ipad, we'll just put a break in here for now, and case.iphone, we'll put a break in there as well. Cool. So we can just copy our modifier code. So we're going to our sidebar view, scroll down. So for our iPad, we want to use this code here. So let's just go into our previews. And then on here, we're just going to say content and then user previews like so. And then I also want to add in another preview for the orientation, and then just say landscape left. So by default, when we call this function, it will always put it in iPad in landscape mode. And then let's do the same for, our iPhone. So we actually want this to be iPhone, not iPad, because we've already got our iPad here. And then we'll just copy this content, boom. All right, boom. It's looking good. Sweet. So now we can create a function which will be our own like custom modifier function. So we're going to create an extension on the view, and then a function called preview for device. And the type here is going to be device modifier.device. And this is going to return some view. And then now in here, we can just say dot modifier, or to make it a bit clearer, we'll say self dot modifier because we're applying it onto itself. Device modifier preview, and then device that will pass in will just be this device from this function here, like so. Cool. So now we can use this back in our sidebar view, and rather than having to do this, we can now just say dot preview for iPhone and dot preview for iPad, like so. And when our preview refreshes, you'll see that it looks good on iPad, and it also looks good on iPhone. So now that we know that this looks all right on iPad and iPhone, and we now have our modifiers for making our life easier, we're going to now use this navigation split view in our menu view. So let's go into our menu view. And a lot of the code that we actually have here, we're going to reuse it, but we actually don't want a navigation stack anymore because we just want to use a navigation split view. And when you're on an iPhone, it will default to a stack. So we want to actually comment out all of the code that we have in here. So let's just give ourselves a bit more space. And then we're just going to comment this out like so. And above this, we're now going to create that navigation split view that we had before, pass in the sidebar view. And then for our detail, for now, we'll just put a dummy text. We'll replace this with some real, like a real view later on in this video, but we'll just say detail goes here. So in our menu view, we also want to preview this in iPhone and iPad. Right now, it's just doing iPad, but we want both. So if we just scroll down, we want to say menu view and then dot preview for iPad. And then we'll do another one here where it's going to be preview for iPhone. So now we have nice modifiers to just quickly just preview stuff without having to repeat ourselves. And you can see here our iPad and our iPhone on our menu view. Cool. So we're going to need to do a tiny bit of refactoring here. And the reason why I say that is because we actually have a fetcher, and I actually don't want to allow someone, if I just go into the iPad version, let's just zoom out a bit. So on iPad, I actually don't want to allow someone to be able to just select those categories whilst the app is still like loading. I don't want someone to be able to interact with this whilst we're fetching data. Now, if you're someone who's working on an app that doesn't require you getting any data, then you don't really need to worry about this. But in this video, we do. So in order to fix that, we're going to have to change what gets presented in our sidebar whilst we're fetching data. But first of all, we need to actually call our code to even fetch the data in the first place. So on the end of our navigation split view, we're going to say .task and then await fetcher dot fetch products, like what we did on our navigation stack. So now when our view loads, it will actually fetch the products. But in our sidebar, we want to reuse the code that we had here, where depending on what's going on, if it's fetching, we want to show a progress view, or else when it's finished, show the sidebar. So let's do this now. You can see that when I'm not running it on the preview, you can see our sidebar is actually just showing a progress view. So if I just zoom in a bit more to make it clearer, you can just see that it's showing a progress view here. So we're not able to interact with any of the categories. But if I hit run, you'll see that it fetches it, and then once it's done, we now get our categories. Now, one thing that I did realize that was better than what I did before was in our sidebar view, we actually don't want to add in the navigation title specifically here. Instead, we want to do it in our sidebar here with a group. So this will ensure that no matter what the state is, whilst our app is fetching the data, we'll always have the title menu within the sidebar. So we're just reusing code here. It's nothing new. This is just stuff that we have from our previous video. So we've got this working now, but right now with our sidebar, there's nothing, you can't really interact. If I just zoom out a bit, you can't really interact with our, categories in here. Like nothing happens when you tap on it. So we actually want to find out what someone selected, and we need to bind that to some kind of value. Now, in order to do that, we need to update our list to bind to a selection. And you know what I'm going to say, man, I've already got a video on it. So let's go into our sidebar view. So just to make this simple, I'm actually going to write the code within this, sidebar view so we can just get it working, and then we'll look at refactoring and extracting it out. So the first thing we need to do is actually create a state property to listen to what category someone has selected. So this is just a state property that's going to hold the category that someone selected, and we're going to bind this to the list. So on the list initializer, there's a parameter you can use in the initializer called selection, and you can actually bind this to some kind of, value. So we're just going to bind our selected category to the list. Cool. So now when you tap on this, it'll look like nothing's actually happening, but something is happening. But the reason why you don't get good, you don't get any user feedback is because we don't actually use a navigation link within our list. Now, in my opinion, if you don't do this, this is poor UX because someone's not aware of what the selected category is. So we want to give them some kind of feedback in terms of which one is highlighted when you tap on it. So let's go into our list and we'll use a navigation link. And we'll use the option with the value label. So for the value, this is just going to be category. And for the label, it's going to be this label here. So now, if we just cut this into here, and you'll see now instantly that we're able to see which one is selected and it's highlighted for us. So this is way better UX. Cool. Now, this is all tied to this sidebar view at the moment. There's no way for our menu view to know which one has been selected. So we actually want to create a property in our navigation manager class to handle the selected category in there, and then pass that down into any child view so they can observe it. So this here should actually be a binding. But before we do that, let's just create a publish property in our navigation manager. So if you go to a file called NavigationRouter, you'll see this is where we manage all of our navigation, and we just want to add a publish property in here. So I just added a publish property for the selected category, and it's optional because by default you might not have selected a category at all, so it could be nil. Now back in our sidebar view, we want to turn this from a state into a binding, and then we don't want it to be private, so it should be var, and then we're going to make this an optional menu category to match what's in our navigation router. So we should get a whole bunch of errors here, which is fine. And we'll just fix that for now by just passing in a constant value of food. And just copy this for this as well here. Cool. And also, I'm just going to add in a navigation title, so it just looks more like what we're working with. Okay, sweet. And if we run this in a preview, we should now see, if we run this in a preview, it still won't work because now the problem is that in our menu view, it's expecting a selected category. So what we want to pass in here is the publish property that we have created in our router manager. So we'll say router manager dot selected category, like so. Cool. So when this loads in our preview, let's just test this out. And now when we select on one of these, you'll now see that we're able to track which ones have been selected. So now we're tracking in our navigation what category someone has picked. Something as well is that right now we just have it where it just says detail goes here. So we're not actually showing it any like real information. But what I want to do is on an iPad, I want to show the menu card view, which is the new view that we have, and in a grid. So you can see it in a grid. But on an iPhone, I don't want to show that grid. I actually just want to show a list of the items. Now, if we go into our iPad view, you'll now see that by default, the sidebar that we added now becomes the root view within our not navigation stack, but the stack within our navigation. So I could click on this and it will take me to the detail view. Now on this detail view here, I want to create a list with all of the items like we had in our previous video. So let's create a new view inside of our menu folder called MenuListView. So we just go here and in views, we'll create a new SwiftUI view called MenuListView. So inside of here, let's create a property called items, and it's just going to accept an array of any menu item. Now, by default, just so we can just see this working, I'm just going to assign it the foods array, which is just some dummy data that we have in the project. And another thing that we want is we want to have the ability to set a title depending on what category was selected. So above items, we'll create a new constant as well called title. And then this will be string as well. And we'll just assign that a, static string for now of food. Now, because I only want to work with this list view in iPhone, my previews here, I'm going to say I want to preview this for iPhone. I don't really want to see this in an iPad view. So iPhone, like so. So we should get an iPhone view here like this, which is what we want. Cool. So this is just a component that is only going to accept data. I actually don't really need this to have any access to any of the environment objects. So we need to reuse some of the code that we had before in our menu view in here, but we actually want to use a list this time, because if you go into your menu view, you'll see that we actually have a list and a for each, but we're going to reuse our menu item view in here. So let's go into our list view. And inside of here, we're just going to type the following. So we just got a list where we have the items and we use the ID as the unique identifier. And we need to specify this because we're working with a protocol. So we need to say what, property we want to use as the identifier. We get each item and just reuse our menu item view with that. So, help speed up our lives a bit more. Now I want to set a navigation title as well. So we're going to say dot navigation title, and this is going to accept the title that you pass into this view as well. So before in our previous videos, you can actually tap on one of these items and it will push to a screen for you automatically. Now, if you just go into our menu view, you'll see that we had code here where we actually figured out the route and use that with a navigation link to choose where to push to. So we actually want to use this code here, but this time in our menu list view. And that code exists here. Now, in my opinion, I don't think that we should exclusively just have this in a view. I feel like we should move this to a, the router file. So that router file tells us the route for an item. So let's just cut this and we'll remove this extension. And if we go into our navigation router, underneath our replace, we'll add this function. Cool. So now our code for telling us the route for an item is within our navigation class, which makes more sense to me. And we're now able to easily reuse this within our menu list view. So back in our menu list view, what we need to do is get access to that navigating router within here. So let's create an environment object at the top here. And then in our preview, we'll inject the navigation router. And now what we want to do is we want to actually figure out in our list what the route is for that item. So inside of here, we're going to say let route is equal to RouteManager dot get route for the item, like so. And then we need to use this route by wrapping our menu item view in a navigation link. So we're going to say navigation link. And we want to use the value label. So for the value, this will be the route that we've got from our function. And then the label will just be our menu item view, like so. Cool. And now you'll see that we have it where, we have the carrots, and it's disabled for now because it's not in a navigation stack or a navigation split view. But now we have this set up like what we want. So something else that we also had as well is that when you're working with a navigation link, you also need to register a navigation destination. So when it gets that data, it knows where to push to. So in our menu view, we did that here where we have our navigation destination. And if it matches this type, we would use the view configuration in this enum to say what screen we should push to. So we just want to copy this and essentially paste this underneath our navigation title. Cool. So now most of the work here is done for our menu list view. Now the only problem is I want to be able to actually test this in my previews. Right now there's no way for me to nicely test this within my previews. Now something that I've come up with and I like to do more recently in my SwiftUI projects is create container views, so I can basically almost get like a quick preview within here to build what I want, because essentially a preview is a way for you to validate your views, data and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to do a bit of typing and then we'll just break this down. So what I've got here is a menu list view container, and this container essentially just acts as the view in terms of what it is that actually implement in, the actual menu view. So in here, we just got our state object, a split view with our sidebar bound to our category, as well as our detail now with a navigation stack inside of here that's bound to the routes that our list view has registered for. And we inject the environment object in here. So what I can then do is I can just use this menu list view container within my previews and just preview it for iPhone, iPad, whatever it may be. So I'm able to just quickly prototype in here before I actually commit to using this code. So it's just something that I like to do. So let's just see how this works on an iPhone. So if I actually tap on food now, it takes me to the food. If I tap on burrito, it takes me into that details and so on and so forth. So this is all working because our menu list view in here is now wrapped around a navigation stack. Now, one thing I have realized is that when you go into a detail view, because we define these as sections in previous videos, you actually get this styling where you can have collapsible sections, which is something I don't want. So to fix this, we actually need to change the inset, the list style on our detail views. So let's just first of all do this on our food detail view. And then on our list at the end, we want to specify that we want the list style to be inset grouped. like so. And then we want to copy this and then also put it on our other detail view. So our drink detail view, put that in there, and then do the same on our dessert detail view. Cool. So let's go back into our menu list view and just test this out. And if we go to food, burrito, you'll now see that we don't have the collapsible sections because on the list within the detail views, we're just specifying we want to be in inset groups and that's it. So now we have our menu list view sorted for our iPhone, which we'll get to using in our menu view. The next thing I want to build is our menu grid view for iPad. So let's go into our folder here. And on the views, we're going to create a new view called menu grid view. Now this is going to accept the same thing that our list did. So let's go into here and we're going to copy our title and our items like so and put that at the top here. And this time we're not going to use a list. Instead here, we're going to use a lazy V grid. So if you want to learn more about that, then check that out on my channel. But when you're working with lazy V grids, you need to specify the grid configuration. So in this, I want an adaptive grid that just basically just shows views based on their width. So I'm going to have an adaptive grid here of 200. So I'm going to type it out and then we'll break this down. So I'm going to have a single column here where it tries to lay out each grid item adaptively with a minimum width of 200, and it will add spacing of 32 between each item. So in here, we want to define a lazy V grid now. So what we have in here is we have a scroll view, because with the lazy V grid, you need to embed it in a scroll view so you can get the scrolling functionality. And then we just pass in our columns and define a spacing of 32, which is the same as the spacing for the items in between. And then we're just going to loop through each one of those items using the ID and then use our menu card view that I've already built. Now I add a seam padding onto the lazy V grid, and what this allows us to do is make sure that the items align with a navigation title. So it's all like aligned in the container, as well as setting a navigation title on the actual scroll view as well. So when we preview this, we should see it within the title within the actual, view, the detail view. So similar to our list view, we also need the access to the router so we can decide where we need to push to. So we're going to copy the exact same code, but this time we're going to wrap our card view in a navigation link. So let's go into our menu list view and just copy our environment object and then paste that at the top here. And then we want to copy our code for our getting our route into our grid view. And then we want to use this navigation link in here. So the reason why this keeps crashing is because I've not injected the environment objects yet. But once I do that, it will resolve the crash. So we want to put our navigation link in here and then replace menu item view with menu card view like so. Cool. So like we did with our list view, I now want to create a container so I can just test this out within this preview. So let's type that out. So now you can see that we basically copy what we did with our list view, where we just have our state object for the RouteManager. We define our split view and just set it up like we normally would to get our, object sidebar, detail with a navigation stack. And then we just say we want to preview this for iPad. So this is pretty much the same, except the only difference is that we're using a different type of view, and rather than a list, we're using a V grid. So now let's just see what happens. So if you tap on this, you'll realize that nothing's actually working. And the reason why it's not working is because we've not added in the navigation destination 4, even though we added in our navigation link. So again, in our menu list view, let's just copy our navigation destination 4 and put that after our navigation title. And now when you test this out, you'll see that you're able to push to these screens within your iPad. So let's just make this a bit bigger. And you can see now that we're able to push between these screens. So it's super important that whenever you're using a navigation stack, you always include the navigation destination 4, which is why I forgot that on purpose. Only joking, I 100% forgot to put that in. But something else that I've also forgot is that this here is actually highlighted in blue, and the reason why is because by default the navigation link is actually a button. So to resolve this, we need to set the style on this to be plain so it doesn't get that tint. So this here we say button style and then plain. So this will remove that blue tint, which is essentially the accent color that you define within your project. So now it just looks like the normal text and it looks all good, which is what we want. So right now our navigation split view just has like a hard coded like grid view, because inside the grid view and the list view, we're assigning it the data within these constants here. So we're not actually passing it the data that it should show, because what should happen if you tap on food, drinks or desserts, the items in those categories is what you should see on the screen, not this hard-coded data. Now in our fetcher, we don't actually have code to get items based on their category, so we need to create that now. So let's go into our fetcher, and I'm just going to create a function here now, and then we'll break it down. So what we have here is a function called get items in category, and it accepts the menu category and returns an array of menu items. And we're just checking to see here is when we call this function, is the action finished? Because we only want to return items when the state is finished within our fetcher. And we unwrap our category as well to make sure that the category is not nil. Now, depending on the type of category, we're just going to get all the items that are either food and then return that, or all the items that are drinks and all the items that are dessert. So we're just using some high order functions here to help us achieve that. What we're actually able to do now is in our menu view, we can actually use this function to get items that will then pass into our grid or our list view. So let's go into our menu view. And if we just scroll up, the first thing we want to do is in our detail, we want to check to see if someone has selected a category, because we don't want to, display items if someone hasn't selected a category. So rather than having this text here, we're just going to say if let selected category is equal to RouteManager dot selected category. And in the else block here, we're just going to return some text if the selected category is nil, telling someone to choose a category. So now within here, if someone has selected a category, we can now use our function from before. But I said before that I want to change the layout depending on what device someone is using. So if it's an iPhone, I want to show a list. And if it's an iPad or like a Mac, we want to show the grid. So inside of here, we're now going to write some code to switch between those two views. And we can do that by checking the device by using the UI device API. So to do that, we're just going to say switch UI device dot current user interface idiom. And inside of the switch statement, all we're going to say is that if it's a phone, so we're going to say case dot phone, then we're going to use our menu list view. Now, right now, it doesn't accept any data, but we'll get onto that in a second. And by default, we'll just say any other device, we want to use our menu grid view. Like so. Cool. So now we're able to switch between the layouts depending on what device you're using. In our menu list view and our grid view, we now need to accept, change it so it can accept the title and the item. So let's go into our list view and tackle this first. And right now we've got all this hard coded. So we don't want this to have default values. So we're going to remove this and remove this, and we should get a bunch of build errors, which is cool. Now, what we do want to do is inside of here, with our container, we're now able to write a code to basically test out what it is we want to do, in our actual menu view here. So I need reference to that fetcher because that's where that function lives. So we're going to create a state object here. And then within our detail view here, what we're now going to do is we're going to copy the code we had before where we check to see if someone has selected a category. And if they haven't, then show the text, or else in this case, we'll get our products and pass it into here. Is equal to RouteManager dot selected category, like so. And then in the else block, we'll just say the text to choose a category. So let's just copy our code in here. well, cut, I should say, into our if let. And in here now, we can now say let items is equal to fetcher dot get items in and use our selected category. So because this returns an optional, we can now do this and say if it's nil, just have an empty array. And now in our menu list view, if we choose fix, so for the title here, we want to use selected category dot title. And then for items, we just want to pass in this constant here for items like so. Cool. So we've done this for our list. So now let's actually just copy this for our grid. So we're going to copy this state object into our container view like so. And then in our menu list view, we're just going to copy all the code in our detail into our grid like so, except this time, rather than this being menu list view, we're going to change this to be menu grid view. Cool. So in our menu grid view now, if we scroll up, we still have it where it's assigned a default value. So we're going to remove that and also remove this where we assign the items. And now if we build it, we'll still get some build errors because we need to fix it in our menu view, but we shouldn't have any errors in this file anymore. And now we just need to migrate this code here into our menu view because this is what we want. So to do that, we're just going to go into our menu view. And then here, we're going to say let items is equal to fetcher dot get items in selected category, assign it an empty array if it's nil. And then in here, we're going to say title. And for the title, again, we'll just use selected category dot title. And then the items here will be items like so. And then menu grid view for title, it will be again selected category dot title. And then items will also be items as well. And if we build this, and it's not building because I've missed a parentheses on the end there. Cool. So now we fixed these parentheses. So the final thing that we need to do now is right now we have it in our list view and our grid view with a navigation destination and a navigation link. But in this context, we don't have a navigation stack like we do in our container view here. So what we want to do is use this navigation stack within our menu views detail. So we go to our menu view detail. So this code here needs to be wrapped around a navigation stack. Cool. So now any nested navigation destinations and navigation links will be handled within our detail view. So now let's test this out. So if we just go into our iPad and just preview this. So now what will happen is when you tap on a selected category, it will actually redraw the view and it will choose the correct items that you need. And then depending on what device, the correct view you want, and we can then navigate down. So let's see. So you tap on food, it shows you all the food, drinks and dessert. Sweet. So now if I tap on one of these drinks, I can now push to a screen to view information about that by reusing the code that we have. Cool. If we go to food, you can now see I can reuse that. And even these screens here, like ingredients, I can keep on going down and handle it because this view is wrapped in a navigation stack. Cool. So now if we look at iPhone, you can now see that we have all our categories. And if I tap on one of them, we can go into it and see the items and we can now navigate through. So it's exactly what we want. So now we have our 2-column layout pretty much sorted for iPhone and iPad with minimal effort and just reusing a lot of our existing code. So in our previous app that we had before, we actually had on iPhone a item here where you could actually view your cart, because right now I can't see what I have in my basket. Now, when looking at the UI and UX best practices, from Apple, they seem to put toolbar items in the sidebar, which is what we're going to do as well. So on our sidebar view, we're actually going to add a toolbar onto it. On our group, we're going to use the toolbar modifier. And then within here, we're going to say toolbar item and hit option enter. And the placement for this is going to be primary action because I want this to be the main action. And then within this closure here, so in our menu view, if we just scroll down, we should see our cart button, and we just want to copy this code here like so. Cool. So let's copy this. Let's paste it in here. We'll uncomment this out. Okay, sweet. And we're just going to remove this temporarily for now. So if we look at this now on our preview, you should now see that we have our cart button on iPhone there, and on our iPad in the sidebar, we have our cart button as well there. I'll just zoom in a bit more. We have our cart button there. So on our iPhone previously, what we had before was when you tapped on this cart button, it actually pushed to a screen. But on here, I'm actually going to change the UX a little bit. So instead of us popping to a, or pushing to a screen, I'm actually just going to present it from the bottom using the presentation detents. And we're going to do the same on iPad, where it just presents the basket from the bottom in the middle of the screen. So in order to do that, we're going to need to create a state variable to tell us whether to show the cart or not. So this is just a Boolean state to tell us whether we should show our cart or not. And inside of our cart button, we now want to toggle this to either be true or false. And we can then listen to this to dictate whether we show a sheet or not from the bottom. So we're going to say show cart dot toggle like so. So now if we just scroll down above our task here, I'm just going to use the sheet modifier, which uses the is presented. And then we're going to bind this to show cart. And in our content, I always hate when it does it like this. Let's just take this out. I prefer when it looks like this. Okay, cool. So in here, we're now going to show our cart view. Now our cart view has a navigation title. So what I'm going to need to do is wrap this in a navigation stack like so, and then say cart. Cool. So now what we want is if we just tap on this, you'll see that it's still presenting it like a sheet, and I don't want that on iPhone. I want it to use the presentation detents where it shows the cart like halfway up the screen. So on our navigation stack, we'll say presentation detents, and we can actually pass in here the options that we want. Now the option I want is medium. You can specify your own, but I'm going to use medium. So now when we tap on it, you'll see that we just get like a nice card that presents from the bottom with our basket, which looks way nicer. And if we actually test this out on iPad, so if I select a category, and now when I tap on here, you'll now see that we get our cart showing from the bottom in the middle, which is what we want. So this is looking good. So we can see our basket. But one thing I want to show you UX wise on our iPhone is that this does work well on this screen here. But when I actually tap into a category, our basket now disappears. So it's not actually there anymore. And that isn't good UX in my opinion. So what we want to do instead is we actually want to also add a toolbar onto our menu list. So the code that we have for our toolbar here, we also want to copy this onto our menu list view here as well. So this menu list view always has a cart button as well. So let's go here. And then now when you click through, you should now see that we actually have a cart button. And if we tap on this, we're actually able to present this from the bottom like we do on our home screen. So this is all good. So if we just go to our iPad again and just go back to it now, just to look at this, you can see that, this looks pretty decent. And if I wanted to, I could select an item and add to cart. Our cart shows our item. That's all good. But one thing here on our card is that we actually have a button here to actually add an item into the basket without having to even click into an item at all. But right now, this isn't doing anything. So what we need to do is we need to create a closure for our menu card view to tell our menu grid to add an item into the cart. Now, if you want to learn more about communicating between views with closures, I do have a video on my channel that you can check out. So now let's go into our menu card view. Menu card view. And inside of here, we want to basically adding code for when you tap on the button within the card, we're going to return the item via a closure. So in here, underneath this item, we're going to say let did tap add. And then this is going to pass through the menu item that we set in this view. So any menu item, and then it's going to return void. Cool. So if you just scroll down, we have our button here where we can actually add an item. So in here, we want to call our closure did tap add. And then this is going to accept our item like so. Cool. Now we're going to get some build errors because now our menu card view is it's expecting us to use a closure. So to fix this, we'll just put in some curly braces, underscore, and in like so. Cool. And then if we go into our menu grid view, we now need to also use a closure here. And this time we'll just say item in like so. So in our menu card view here within the grid view, we still need to add some code to actually add it into our cart. So right now we have access to our router manager, but we also want access to our cart manager as well. So let's add that in. And now what we want to do is in here, we now want to call our cart manager dot add to, add it in. So we're going to say cart manager dot add item. And because we've now added a new environment object into this menu grid view, if you scroll down, we actually want to create an instance of our cart manager here and inject it using the environment object. So let's do that. And then below here, we're going to say environment object and then just pass in the cart manager like so. So let's go into our menu view. And now let's just test this out on iPad. So we'll choose a food item, we'll tap on add, and you'll now see that it updates our cart. So we're able to actually add items in. So this is looking pretty good. And now you can see all the items in here. Now, one thing that we've been doing so far is actually testing our app within our SwiftUI previews. But if you actually just run the app on the iPad simulator, or if you just go to it, you'll see that we actually have these, tab bars at the bottom. And I don't want to have these tab bars here. Instead, I want to have it where you can access like settings as another toolbar option. So on iPad, we actually want to hide this tab bar. So how can we do that? Well, if we just go back into our code, so back in our main app entry point here, where we define what views we should display in our tab view, we actually want to wrap this in a group and essentially tell it that if you're on an iPhone, show the tab bar, or else just hide it completely. So let's do that together now. So in our tab view, we'll create a group, and then we'll just first of all copy this code within the group like so. So now our settings and menu will have whatever modifiers we apply onto the group. So in here, we'll use the toolbar modifier. So we're going to say here that if the UI device.current.user idiom interface is phone, we're going to show our tab bar, or else hide it by using the ternary operator. So for tab bar. So now this will ensure that if you're using a phone, it will be visible, but if you're using an iPad, you won't see the tab bar. So let's just rerun this again on our iPad, and you'll now see that our tab bar has now gone. But if I run this on an iPhone, you'll now see that on the iPhone, we still have our tab bars at the bottom, which is what we want. So this is all good. Now, because we removed the tab bar on an iPhone, I actually want to add this back into the toolbar, and we'll look into doing that. But one thing I just want to show you is that if you go into your settings view, that we actually have the option here to choose between two different layouts. So I can choose either a 2-column or a 3-column. Now, right now, the view that we've been building in our menu view is for a 2-column because you can only select the sidebar to hide and dismiss it, and you've got your main detail view. We'll get onto this 3-column when we sort out the adaptivity of our settings. So we need to add in the code on iPad to allow us to change and access this screen. So let's go back into our menu view. And what we're going to do is on our sidebar in our toolbar, we're going to check to see that if you're on a device that isn't an iPhone, we're going to add in a toolbar item to access the settings screen. So let's create a new state property called show settings, so we can present the settings from the bottom like a sheet. And then in our toolbar here, we're going to say if the UI device .current .user interface idiom is not equal to phone, then we can add in our toolbar item for our settings. So I'm gonna type this out and then we'll break it down. So we're just gonna say here that if it's not equal to the phone, we're gonna have a toolbar item, which is just gonna be a button. It's just going to toggle this state, and it's just going to use an image of a gear from the SF symbols. Now we need to use our sheet modifier to actually show this on an iPad. So if we just scroll down, below our sheet for our cart view, we're going to create another sheet, and it's going to bind to our show settings. And I'm just going to remove this as usual. And then here, we're going to say NavigationStack, because it also has a title, the settings. So we need to wrap it in a navigation stack. And we're just going to say here, settings view, like so. Cool. So on iPad now, if we go into our preview, you'll see that we now have the gear icon. And if we now tap on this, you can now see the view to set your layout configuration, which is what we're going to work with next. So I mentioned before that we got a 2-column and a 3-column layout. So what we want to do is, depending on what option someone has selected in the settings, we basically want to adapt our UI to use either a navigation split view with the sidebar detail, or a navigation split view with the sidebar content and detail as well. Now what we should do is the code that we have in here for our 2-column layout, we actually should extract this out into its own view so we can easily switch between the two. But before we do that, all this code that we have here commented, we're actually going to delete all of this code now because we don't need it. And what I am going to do, create a new view in our menu folder called 2-column menu view. So the whole point of this view is to literally just contain all the code that we've, well, not all of it, but most of the code that we wrote for our 2-column layout. So what we want to copy into this file is all of our navigation split view, except from the sheet and the task modifier. We just want the navigation split view. That's it. So we're going to just copy this and then paste this into our 2-column menu view like so. Cool. Now I fully expect to get a whole bunch of errors because we're missing a whole bunch of stuff. But what we're going to do now is actually add in those things. So we're going to need our environment objects and our show cart and show settings as bindings. So let's just add this in and break it down. So now we have our environment objects for our cart, router, and fetcher, so we can access it within this view. And we have a binding for our show cart and show settings because we don't read from this, but within this view, we do manipulate the values so you can choose whether it's going to be presented because the toolbars live in this view. So I'm going to create a container view for this 2-column menu view now, so we can actually just test it out and preview it before we add in the code in our actual menu view. So if we just scroll down here, I'm going to type out some code and we'll break it down. So in here, in our container view, we just created some state properties for the show cart and settings, and we created instances of our managers that we have, and we simply just basically pass them all into the 2-column view so it can do what it needs to do, as well as using the task modifier to help us fetch the products. So now if we were to preview this, so if I just open this up and then refresh our SwiftUI preview, you should see now that in terms of the navigation for the navigation link and stuff, it now works like it should. Now, the only thing that won't work is the toolbar buttons because I've not added in the code for the sheet modifiers, but that's not the end of the world. So in our iPad, we can now, do the same thing. Cool. So if I just go into our settings view, If you scroll up, we actually have this property here called app storage. And the whole point of this property is to help us choose what layout experience we want to, have and store that as a setting between app launches. So we need to use this within our menu view to choose whether we want to use our 2-column menu view or our 3-column menu view that we're going to create after this. Now, right now, this is actually bound specifically to this view. So we need to actually essentially move this out higher up the chain. So we want this to be at the root of our application. So let's just copy this. And we'll put this in our app here. And we'll just put it here below our UI application delegate adapter like so. Cool. And then back in our settings view, we actually want to turn this into a binding now. So let's just say app binding. And then it's going to accept an optional value like so. So we should get some errors in here, which is fine. So just for this one, I'm going to just pass in a constant value of 3-column, just so we can get it to build. And now what should happen is in our root, we should also get a build error as well, because our settings view is expecting a binding. So if we create an instance of this, in here, we want to pass in our app storage like so. So now we can pass in our layout experience. So now our settings view is bound to the layout experience that's within the root of our application. But just like we have this layout experience in our settings view and it, manipulates it, we actually need access to that, layout experience within our menu view so it can know how to change its layout. So in here, let's also create a binding like we did in our settings view. So we're going to copy this binding and paste it here underneath our state. And again, we should also get some, build errors. So if we go back into here, we want to say in our root that the layout experience should be bound to the layout experience like so. Cool. And then in our menu view within here, we'll also pass it in here. Our binding will go into our layout experience like so in our sheet. And then within here, what we'll do is create a container for our menu view. So let's do that now. Okay, cool. So now we have a container here where it just has an app storage and we pass that into our menu view, and we just got previews for iPhone and iPad so we can just see it on different devices. So now we're at the point where we can actually use our layout experience to change what layout you see on the screen. So if you just scroll up, at this moment in time right now, we still have this navigation split view. So we don't actually want this anymore. So I'm just going to delete this and replace it with a group instead. So we're going to say group. And instead, within this group, we want to add a switch statement. So depending on the layout experience, we're going to change what view you see on the screen. So we're going to say switch on layout experience. And then we're going to say case. So if it's a 2-column layout, then we're going to use that view we created called 2-column menu view. And we'll pass in our show cart and our show settings like so. And if it's a 3-column, I'm just going to type out some code. So you can see here, we're now switching between what a user would see. So just before we test this out, you can see here, we're just adding a navigation stack with a text toolbar and a button so you can show the settings screen and change between layouts. So let's go into our preview here and run it. And on the iPad, you'll see that we have our 2-column here, like so. And if I go to 3 columns, you'll see that once we dismiss it, it now changes to this navigation stack. So now we have a layout that adapts depending on the user's settings, which is pretty cool. Now, what we do need to do, because obviously this isn't our 3-column layout, is we do need to use our 3-column view here. So let's look into building that. Now, the nice thing about us having to do this now is that we've we're basically going to be reusing a lot of the code that we already have. We don't need to do anything too crazy. So all we need to do now is, if we go back to the Apple documentation, you'll see that to create a free column, we just need to use this initializer here where it accepts the content and the detail. And for this content, this is where we're going to reuse our menu list view that I was talking about before. So let's go into here and create a new view called free column. So within here, I'm just going to create an empty navigation split view, and then we'll start to fill it out as we go along. So we're going to say navigation split view, and we want the one with the 3 options, and then this is what we want here. Cool. So in here, we're just going to say for now. So now if we look at this on an iPad, if you just open this up, you'll see that you have your content view here, but you can actually tap on this to open up your sidebar as well. So you have 2 extra columns to configure your main detail view here. So what we want to do is put our categories in the sidebar, our items in the content, and then depending on what item, you'll again get more details about that item. So that's the UX that we want to be following. And if we was to switch this to an iPhone, you'll see that it just looks like a navigation stack. So it just acts like the other, 2-column layout. But let's work with our iPad now. And we're just going to copy most of the code that we had in our 2-column layout. So this is going to need pretty much everything that our 2-column layout needs in terms of environment objects and bindings. So let's just go to the top here and we'll just copy all of this. Just scroll to the top and we'll copy our bindings and environment objects like so into our free column. And then we'll also create a container like we did for our 2-column. So let's do that now. So it's nothing too different. The only thing that's different here is that it's, rather than it being 2, it's a 3-column. So now we have pretty much everything we need to just get cracking on and reusing most of the views that we're working with before. Now for our sidebar here, we want to copy some of the code that we have in our 2-column menu view. So when you're working with 3 columns, the UX that I've saw is that a lot of the toolbar items are actually on the content and not the sidebar, because the sidebar on an iPad is kind of buried and you don't really see it. You kind of by default have your content and your detail available to you. So we just want to copy our fetch code in here for fetching the content and showing a progress view or the sidebar. So let's go into our 2-column menu view and we're going to copy all of this code here like so. So we don't want our toolbar logic at all. So we go into here and we'll just paste that here now like so. Cool. And now you can see that we have our sidebar with our progress and our title. So that's all good. Now in our content, we do want to copy what we did before in our 2-column, except this time we're going to be showing our menu list view instead of the menu list view and a navigation stack. So we don't actually want a grid in here at all. We only just want to show a list of the items that someone can tap on to then view more details about them. Now, when you're working with a content, you actually do want to give your list a item to essentially bind to, so you know the user can get feedback that they've selected this item. Now, right now, we don't have that, but what we will do is create a published property called selected item ID. So when someone taps on an item in the content block, they'll be able to see what item they're currently, viewing, because it'll be highlighted. So let's first of all just unwrap our category. And then in our router manager, we need to create a published property where we use the items ID to let the user know that they've selected this item. So let's go into our router manager. And I'm going to create another published property in here called selected item ID, which will be a string. And let's just go back into our menu view. Now I did say here that we're going to use our menu list view, but now that I'm thinking about it, it might be better to just use an actual list and just have a navigation link, because it's just something that's just going to be easier and quicker and clean to write. So let's just do that now. Cool. So now let's just break this down. So we're now getting our items for the selected category like we did before. This time though, rather than me using a menu list view, because I didn't want to have to like add in extra initializers and logic for if this was nil, I'm just going to create a list directly within the content. And then within this list, we're going to get the root using our function from before. And then we just use a navigation link where we set the title string and the value will be root. And then we just set the navigation title. So the title for this whole view to basically be the category title. So if we look at what this looks like on an iPhone, if we just tap on this now, you'll see that we now get a list of our items. So it's just a navigation link with the title, and you can see it goes into the detail on iPhone. And if we go onto an iPad, you can see that it's telling us to choose a category once it's finished, and it's showing a progress view for when it's loaded. This is buried, so you can see what I was saying about how we're going to add the toolbar items in here instead. If you choose a category, you can now see your category title and all of your items in that category. And when you tap on it, you get the highlight to show you which one you've selected. So obviously right now, this isn't updating, but we will look at that next. But what I do want to do now is add in the toolbar items that are missing in here for the cart and the settings. So in order to do that, we're first of all going to want to wrap all of this code inside of a group. So let's just create a group. And then all of this code from our if, let, and else, we want to put that inside of the group. So any of the views inside of this group will get these toolbar items. So in our column menu view, we now want to copy this toolbar and apply this onto our group. So let's copy this and put it onto our group. And now in our preview, you should see that even when this is empty and a category isn't selected, and when you do select a category, we have our toolbar items, which is exactly what we want. Cool. So the final thing that we need to look at in here is in our detail view, depending on what item ID has been selected, we now need to basically get the details for the item and display that in our detail view. So I'm going to do a bit of typing and then we'll just break down what's going on. What we're doing here now is we're going to get the selected item ID that our list is binding to. So our list here is binding to in our RouteManager. So the selected item that you've tapped in the content view. And then once that we can unwrap that, if it's not nil, we're also going to attempt to unwrap the category. Then we're going to get the items in the category and then get the first item that matches the selecting ID that someone has tapped. Now, right now, we're just showing the text, which is just it'll be like an icon of it. Or else, if you've not selected anything, then we will show the text telling you to choose an item. So let's just go into here. And if we now try to choose a category, you'll now see that you can see the emoji on the screen because we're using the item ID that our list is bound to filter out and get that item. And on our iPhone, you'll see that it works the same way. So this is all good. Cool. Now, what we do need to do is instead of us showing some emoji in here, we want to show the correct detail view, whether it's a drink, food, or dessert. So I'm going to create a function to basically figure that out and then break it down. So inside of here now, we have a function called getView, and this accepts any type of menu item. And all it does is to check what type of menu item it is. And depending on that menu item type, if it's a food, drink, or dessert, if it can cast it, it'll return that detail view. Now, if it doesn't meet any of these, it'll just give you an empty view. So now we want to use this getView within our detail view. So rather than this being a text, we actually here want to say getView for item, like so. Cool. So now if we try and test this out, so on an iPad, let's just select one of our categories and then we'll go to burrito, and then in here you can now see that we got all our details about our burrito in here, which is pretty sweet. Cool. And if we go to our iPhone, you'll see that this works fine too. Now, one thing that isn't working is that if you tap on ingredients and allergies and locations, nothing happens. And the reason why is because our view here isn't wrapped around a navigation stack with the routes that it should be listening for and the destinations that it should be handling. So we need to wrap this get view in a navigation stack and use the destination for to actually handle these deeper navigation screens. So let's add in a navigation stack. And the path here it's got to bind to is our RouteManager.paths. Routes. And then the route view, we'll copy this in here. And then on this view, we'll say dot navigation destination for route dot self. And then a destination here, we'll just use the $, shorthand like so. Cool. And now let's just clean all this up. Cool. So now we have it in our detail view where we can handle navigating to screens, further down the navigation stack. So let's just test this out now. And on our iPad, you can now see we can go to ingredients and allergies and whatnot. Well, not iPad, iPhone. And on our iPad, you can now see that we can tap on here, go to a category, tap on here, and then also handle that navigation too as well. So this is looking all good. So what we do need to do though is on our iPhone, I don't know if you clocked a bit of a UX issue, but when you load up the app for the first time, we don't have our toolbar items unless you go into an actual, content view. So we need to add a toolbar item here on iPhone within our sidebar for our 2-column layout. Let's go into our sidebar. And I'm going to type out some code. So now below our navigation title, what we're going to say here is on the toolbar that if you're on a phone, we're going to add the cart button onto the screen. So now on our sidebar view, you can see the cart button. And when you go into an actual content, the cart button is also available as well. So we can always access the cart from the root. And as we start to, go down the screens within our app. So now we have our 3-column menu view sorted. All we need to do is just literally use this view in our menu view in our switch case. So let's go to our menu view. So back in our menu view, what we've said here is that if it's a 2-column, we want to use this 2-column menu. But what I actually want to do is actually tweak this and swap it around. So instead of us having the default be a 3-column layout, I actually want the default to be a 2-column layout. So if you've not selected any layout preferences, or if you've not selected the 3-column option in the settings screen, it will default to the 2-column. And the reason why is because on an iPhone, I want it to just have the category and then the detail, so it simulates like a navigation stack. So we're going to change this to be a 3-column, and then we're going to change this from 2 to 3. And then now in our default, we can copy this and then change this from 3 to 2. Cool. So let's just test this out. So I'm going to run this on an iPhone. And you'll see that when our app launches, it's got the sidebar as the root, which is fine. So these are our categories. If we tap on this category here, it will take us into the food, which is what we want. When you tap on one of the food items, we now view more information about that detail item. So this works good for our food, it works good for our desserts, and it will work good for our drinks. So this is doing everything that we want it to do. Now, if you go to your settings on the iPhone, you'll realize as well that we don't have any kind of configuration to change the layout on this. And that's because I put code in to do that. And we don't want to allow someone to change the layout on an iPhone either. Now, let's run this on the iPad. And now when we want to launch this on our iPad, because the last setting that we chose in our layout settings, the last setting that we chose in our layout, it's defaulted to 2 columns. So this is our default now, and we've got our 2-column layout. You can select this and we see our grid with all our items. Tap into it. You can just use it as usual. But what I can do now if I wanted to is I can actually switch to a 3-column layout, and you'll see that it updates and uses our 3-column view where we have our content view, which is our list. We have our categories and our sidebar, toolbar items as well. I can select an item and view more information about this. So now this is looking and working all good as how we expect it to. So the nice thing about supporting iPad, like basically implementing this for an iPad, is that if you want to now support the Mac, you kind of get this ported over onto the Mac for you for free. So you don't really need to do anything at all for Mac. It just kind of just uses the iPad styles. So let's go back to our project. And in the options here, we'll now choose My Mac, designed for iPad, and we'll run this. And now you'll see it launch. And when it launches, you'll see it's pretty much the exact same as our iPad. So on our free column, you can see here, we've got our, sidebar, content, information. We can now tap on our settings to change the presentation of our view as well. I can go into the information, add things into my cart. It's all looking good. But one thing to keep in mind here is that on the Mac, there's actually an issue. And if you tap on this, you'll get a crash. Boom. So if you look at why it's crashing, it's saying here that we're not injecting our shopping cart manager into the environment. Now, at first, this kind of confused me a bit, but it seems that when you're using the sheet modifier in the context of Mac OS, it actually treats this almost like it's a brand new window or scene. So in order to avoid this, because it's not got access to that environment object, we actually need to directly inject it within here. So on this, we're going to say dot environment object, and then we're going to pass in our shopping cart manager instance. So our cart manager, like so. So now if we rerun this, when it launches on our Mac, if I was to add some items into the basket, you'll now see that our cart shows our basket information and it doesn't crash. So now we've got proper Mac OS support with only having to add in one line of code. So I feel like that's pretty impressive, pretty big win. So in our previous videos, we actually did have deep linking and we use RocketSim to help us test this out. Now, if you've not watched those videos, they're part of this course where I go over, URLs and push notification deep links. So on our iPhone, what I just want to do now is simulate and see if they still work. Now, the answer is, to give you a little heads up, I don't think it's going to work. So if I send a push notification, and if I tap on this push notification now, you'll see that it opens up our app, but it doesn't actually take us into the item. Now, what's going on? Well, before we actually had a navigation stack at the root, and that was listening to the paths in our RouteManager. So if we just go into our RouteManager, it was listening to this property here. So it knew that whenever we added a route into here, it would just push onto it on the stack. Now, because we're working with a navigation split view, if we just go into one of our column views, so let's just go into our maybe 3-column menu view, we actually don't have anything that this navigation split view is bound to. So it's not actually listening to our router manager. So right now, when we open up our application, it doesn't know where to go. So we have to change the way we handle deep linking a bit. And if you remember, our sidebar has a selected category. Now, in our iPhone context, what we have to do is actually select a category. And then once we're in this context here, you can now see that it automatically pushes to the screen. So our deep links only work if we select a category first and then go onto the screen, which has our navigation stack, which in our case is our detail view in our, split view. So the first change we're going to do is in our handle deep link function, we're actually going to need to actually write some logic to select a category based on the push notification or custom URL deep link. So let's go into our main app entry point. And above here, I'm going to type a bit of code and then I'll break it down. So now what we have here is we're saying that if you have a deep link and we're trying to manage it and it's not anything relating to the menu, if it's the menu item, well, we'll handle this in a second. But anything else by default, we just want to select one category so we can just handle pushing to that screen. So this can just select any category, the first one. But if it's a menu item, we don't just want to automatically choose the first item of a category, because if I want to go to a dessert, the first category might be food and that's not the correct one. So what we need to do here is write some code to actually figure out what the category is for an item, and that doesn't exist. But if we go into our product fetcher, let's add a function in here that allows us to get the category for an item. Now, if you're working with a real API, you might have this where you can, call a service, or you can just do what I'm doing now where you figure it out based off the data. So let's do that. So what we're doing here in this function now is we're essentially going to pass the item into this function, and based on what type it is, we're going to return a category. So if it's food, then we'll return the food, category case. Drinks, we'll return drinks. With dessert, we'll return desserts. If it doesn't match any of these, then we'll just return nil. So back in our main app entry point within our menu item, we're now able to get the category that we're able to get the category for an item. What we can say here is let category is equal to fetcher dot get category for item, like so. Cool. And then we can assign the selected category within our router manager. So let's just run this now on our iPhone. So we'll change this to iPhone and we'll run this. And now if I select this push notification, and then we tap on it, you'll see it pushes through to the correct screen. And that's because it selects the category and then it uses the navigation stack within the detail within the split view to navigate to this screen. So let's test this out on an iPad. So we're going to go onto our iPad and then we'll just run that on here. Okay, cool. Now I just want to make sure. Yep, so we requested push notifications. So we're going to test this out specifically in our 2-column layout. So if we just put this onto the home screen and then we will push through this notification for the burrito item, you tap on it. Cool. You can see it selects the item and then it also shows the information about that item from the grid. So this works. Now, if we change this to a 3-column, and if we put this back onto here, if we do a similar thing, but this time test it in the 3-column layout, you'll see that the deep link still isn't working. But if you look at it, you'll see that the category is selected. So what's going on in our 3-column layout? Well, essentially what's happening is that in order for you to choose or see an item here in the detail view, you need to have a item here selected. So we need to write code in here when we've got a push notification for an item to actually select the item so we can view the details within here. So we need to do a bit more work with our handle deep linking. But what about if you're working with a deep link like a promotion, or a discount? They don't have an item to select. So that's a bit tricky. So we've got 2 scenarios here. We've got a scenario where we have a selected item and we have a scenario here where you might just have a promotion. Well, what we're going to do now to tackle this and combat it is actually refactor our 3-column view detail a tiny bit. And what we want to do is actually wrap the detail within a navigation stack so we can still push to an item if it's like a promotion. But if it is a item, like a menu item, we can select it from here and it will show up here. So let's go into our 3-column view. And if you scroll down to the detail, is that back in our handle deep link here, when we choose our selected category, if it's a menu item, we actually want to set the selected item ID based on the item.id. So now our category will be selected and our item will be selected. And what we also want to do in here as well is that if the layout experience is not free column, then we want to call our function to push on the navigation stack like so. Cool. So what this will do is this will ensure that on a free column layout, we don't start pushing on an item. It does basically simulates this where the item is just selected for us. We don't want to be pushing to a item in a free column layout. But if it's anything else like a promotion, it's fine to push on that stack. So we need to copy this code in here. So now let's just test this out in a 2 and a 3 column layout. So if we run this again now, so what we can now do is if we just dismiss this, and if I send myself a push notification for burrito and tap on it, you'll now see that our detail view gets filled with the correct information, and also our item is selected, so we get our information here and our category, which is what we want. Cool. Now I think there's a bit of a bug with SwiftUI because it doesn't update all the time to show the burrito here, so that's just something to be aware of. But it does, the logic is right, it does work. So we put this on the home screen, and if we try and open up a discount promotion, you can now see that we're not replacing the detail view, we're actually just pushing on top of it, which is what we want as well. So I can apply this discount, and you can now see that I can see what's in my basket from the previous code, and we can go back. Cool. So if I choose an item and add it to the cart, you'll see the discount and also the amount. So it's exactly what we want. Cool. So I wanted to show you how you can add a bit more customability to your iPad apps, and what I want to do is to show you how you can listen to keyboard commands. So it's actually possible to get a magic keyboard and have your iPad apps listen to these keyboard inputs. So in order to do that, we're first of all just going to go to our menu view, and what I want to do is I want to basically toggle the visibility of these columns. So if I tap a keyboard command on my keyboard, I want it to either open this up or close it and dismiss it all. So we're going to work on that now. So let's create a new state variable here called show all columns. So by default, this show all columns will be set to true because the columns that we want to see are open by, when you open up the app for the first time. Now, what we need to do is we need to use the keyboard shortcut modifier that's available to us in SwiftUI to listen to keyboard commands. Now, you can attach this to a view that performs an action, such as a button, toggle, switch, all of them. But we're going to do a bit of a trick here where we actually attach a button in the background so we can listen to the events that someone's doing when they're tapping on the keyboard. So there is a method to this madness. So I've just added a background with an empty button, and within this button, it will actually toggle all columns, the value to either true or false. Now, the keyboard shortcut here, what we're saying here is that with the input H and the control key, so control H will toggle the value within this. So what we're going to do now is use the onChange modifier to listen to when the value of this changes. All right, cool. So now let's just run this. And in order to test this out, what you need to do is on your simulator, you want to make sure that on input, the connect hardware keyboard is selected, and also as well, the use keyboard language, same language as macOS. And you want to make sure that on your input, you're saying here to send keyboard input to the device. So when you do that, you should see that this is now listening, and it should say press escape to stop capture. So this is now listening for our keyboard for shortcut commands. So we said here that we want to change this value, so trigger this button on the keyboard shortcut modifier whenever someone hits control H. So if we do this combination, this code in here will fire. So let's say on here on my keyboard, I'm going to do control and H. And if I go back, you'll see here that it's actually printing out a value. So just so you can see that whilst I have the simulator open, if I just dismiss this, tap on this, if we do control H, you'll see as I'm doing it, it's changing, which is what we want. Cool. So I'm going to hit escape to stop listening for that. But what we want to do now is actually change our columns visibility. So if we go into the NavigationSplitView API documentation again, you'll see that when you scroll down, there's actually an initializer where you can pass in a column visibility. So you can actually say what you want the columns to look like. So if we go to NavigationSplitView visibility, you'll see that this object has all these different options here. Now, what we're going to do is work with two of these, and the one we're going to work with is all and detail only. So you can switch to see all the columns or just the detail when you hit Control H. You can play around with this if you want to, but by default, it's using automatic. The first thing we need to do is create a state variable here for listening to what we want the column visibility to be. So let's add that in. And by default, I'm just going to say it should be automatic, which is fine. But if we just scroll down now, what we want to do is in our onChange, based on the new value. So if it's true, we want to set our column visibility to be all. And if it's false, then we just want to show the detail only, because this is for the show all columns. So just to make this a bit clearer, we'll just say should show columns. And then after our print, we'll say column visibility is equal to should show columns. And if it's true, we'll say all, or else detail only, like so. Cool. Now, right now, I'm going to need to update this. All right, cool. So right now, this column visibility state property that we created is not being used for anything at all. So what we're going to need to do is actually add in another property within here to pass through what the column visibility should be for a 3 or 2 column menu view. So let's create a binding. So we're going to go into our 3 column first, and the binding we're going to create is going to be based off this. So I'm just going to copy this and add it below here and change this to binding. And now on our navigation split view, we're able to create an initializer, state column visibility, and then bind it to our column visibility, like so. So this is going to complain in our SwiftUI preview, which is fine. And also this shouldn't be private because we want to expose it. Cool. So this shouldn't be private. We've got our binding here, and this is now going to complain in our previews if we scroll down, and it's fine to just set this to a default of all. Cool. And now this is saying that this should be the last one, and to be honest with you, I don't like this being the last one. So if I just scroll up, I'm actually going to change the order of this and make this the first parameter in our initializer, which is fine. Cool. And now we need to apply the same technique that we have here to our 2 column. So let's go into our 2 column, and then above show cart, we'll paste that in. And then we'll also copy our navigation split view, as well as what we have in our preview where we just have it set to a default. So I'm just going to copy this. And then in our 2 column, we'll add in our parameter here. Boom, all good, sweet. So this should complain in our menu view, which is expected. So back in our menu view, now we need to pass in our column visibility to both of these. So let's do that now. So hit enter, and then we're just going to bind this to that parameter. So column visibility, and then copy this and then do it the same again. Cool. So let's build this. And this is still complaining. Why? Ah, I spelled it wrong. Well, there goes my spelling. So let's just I spelled this wrong, so it should be column, not column. This is missing the N on the parameter. So let's spell that correctly. So column, put an N on that. And then we'll also go into our to column and also put an N on that. And then replace that here as well. ColumnVisibility. And then also replace that here because we spelled column, not column. Cool. Okay, sweet. So now let's actually just run this on the iPad simulator this time. And by default, you'll see that it's just showing our, content and our detail. But if we just listen to the input where we have this turned on, send keyboard input to device. And now if I hit Control H on my keyboard, you'll now see that because it was set to true, and we set it to false now, it hides everything. And if I hit Control H again, it shows all of our columns. So now we're able to do that. And if I switch to a 2-column layout, you'll see that it shows that, hides it. So we're now able to hide this depending on, some keyboard shortcuts. So this is a nice way of adding shortcuts into your application by simply using this technique that I have here. Now, some more keyboard this is not a keyboard interaction, but this is more a Apple Pencil interaction. So alongside the keyboard, there's also another accessory that you can listen for, which is the Apple Pencil. And on the simulator for iPad, if you select this icon here, it actually enables as if you got like an Apple Pencil. So what we can do is if I select this, you can see I get hover styles on certain items like this. So if I select a category, something that you might not have realized in the app, or actually it's not in the category, sorry. If I select the settings, something you can do is actually see that I've added some coding to handle hover states. So if we go into our settings view and just hit escape off this to get off here. So you have to hit escape to cancel that. If you go into the settings view, within the layout experience views, and then in our selection view here, you'll see that I actually have some code here for onHover, which allows me to listen to when someone is hovering over with an Apple Pencil. So something you can check out, which I think is pretty cool. And it's a little nice to have, add some like interactivity into your applications. And then the final thing I want to show you is how the app reacts when it's in split view and also slide over view. So if I choose these little 3 menu items here, you'll see I get some options to choose either split view or slide over view. So if you choose slide over, you'll see now that we can see a floating window of our application when we open up other apps. So I can be searching here and I now get like a navigation stack of my app. So I can use this like I normally would, which is all good and what I'm expecting, which is sweet. And if I was to now, go onto the 3-column layout, you'll see that when we change the configuration, I now get my 3-column layout configuration as well. Now, if I change this to a split view and say I want to put this on the right-hand side, you'll see that it basically expands, but it's still showing the stack style navigation that you would get with an iPhone on a iPhone. And if I make it smaller, you can see that it shows it. So we can still interact with it like that. If I make it what it was before in terms of size, it's still like a stack view. But something interesting is that if I go all the way up, you'll now see that it turns into a column-based layout because it's got enough space to do that layout. So you can see how NavigationSplitView reacts to different sizes and makes sure that you have the right amount and best space to accommodate your iPad apps. Cool. So we learned a lot here and I've gone over too many topics. I'm not even gonna list them out, but there's probably a lot of chapters in this video. And what I just wanted to show you here is how easy it is to add in multi-platform support by just making a few little tweaks and add in some small changes. but as well reusing your code that you already have from before, you can get some great looking apps like this. So if you enjoy my teaching style, I actually do have some courses you can check out on my website. You can go and see them there. Also, as well, if you want to help me in a monetary way, you can actually leave me a donation. There's a thanks button on YouTube to say thank you to me, or you can do that on Coffee. As well, you can also subscribe to my YouTube membership where you get some cool badges to show that you're one of the ride or dies. Now, if you don't want to, donate with any monetary value, that's completely fine. But what you can do to help support me is simply by liking the video, subscribing, commenting, and also hitting a notification bell to get updates for whenever I release a new video, and sharing it with people, if you found this, useful and you saw some worth in it. Now, I just want to say thank you to all my YouTube members. I really appreciate the support that you give me, and I do see you're out there. But that's everything from me in this video. I'll see you all later. Deuces.